Redditors who work at remote places like forest officers, oil rig workers, etc. What creepy things have you noticed while at work? I worked at a public forest. One day we had someone report a dead animal on the side of one of our trails. A few of us from the front desk hiked out to see what it was. It looked like a giant piece of liver, maybe? Just a pile of smooth red meat. No blood around. And it was wrapped up in a t-shirt, with some coins scattered around it. We called our rangers to go check it out, and one of them was pretty sure it was a placenta. The weird part is, you have to check in through a front desk. So someone either snuck a placenta liver in or gave live birth, removed an organ on our trails. We never got an answer on what the pile of meat was, how it got there, or why. I do a lot of stream work, so I spend time out in pretty rural areas walking streams and rivers. Once my co-worker and I were working in a more urban environment and came across what we initially thought was a body, which of course triggered oh crap from us, but it ended up being a firefighter's dummy that had fallen down a hill. We felt pretty dumb. Other notable things include a small grave in the middle of nowhere for someone's dog, pretty sad, and a stuffed rabbit with shotgun shells placed where its eyes should be, a mannequin very purposely placed in a chair in the middle of the woods, and lots of little random altars. I also did work in Myrtle Beach, what a heck hole, and accidentally walked into an inhabited homeless camp. I was peering into a stormwater grate when I looked up and saw a homeless person standing in his shelter staring at us and saying nothing. I felt like I was trespassing, so we quietly left. I used to work in a ship and were usually gone 3 to 10 months at a time. I worked night shift, so this meant I would sleep in the sleeping quarters during daytime with either just me or a handful of other crew members, where usually there'd be 20 to 30 of us in there. It wasn't so bad. Actually, I really liked because it's a lot more peaceful sleeping during the day. You don't hear anybody else snoring or someone's footsteps because they have to pee or something like that. All you can hear is the light creak of the walls and the floors of the ship, and all you can feel is the sway of it on the ocean. A bit haunting and creepy if you really think about it, but I like it. All that ended when there was a short period of time was literally only 2 of us in there, or at least that's what I thought. I started hearing light taps across the room. At first they were light taps, then it would get a bit faster. Sometimes it'll get a bit louder. I'd ignore it if it wasn't so utterly annoying. I look at where the other guy is sleeping and he seems to be fast asleep, accompanied by his light snoring. Second day, there it goes again. I tried to follow the sound, but for some reason it bounced around the room like an echo. Eventually it comes to an abrupt halt, so I try to sleep it off. During work at night I tried to ask my mate about it, but he said he was too tired to even notice. I guess I'm alone on this pursuit. Third day I take my pursuit one step further by not sleeping right away. I'd be fully awake when it starts, so I'll have a better chance of discovering the source. There it goes again. This time I go from one empty rack to the next until finally it was loud as frick. Tapping in progress. My heart was thumping like a jackhammer. I pulled the curtain to the side. There laid the biggest dude I've ever seen on the ship, holding his dong mid-stroke. You have no idea the speech I prepared for this guy, in my head, for keeping me up for several days, but at that exact moment I had no idea what to say. Of course I gave out a small yelp, which didn't help the situation. I never thought I'd be locking eyes with another dude while he's gripping his dong when I began this honorable pursuit. With the current situation, I mustered my best attempt at displaying my annoyance. It somehow came out as an apology, followed by "I keep hearing tapping noises." He hadn't said anything yet, but at that exact moment, I realized that his elbow, that which belonged to the fapping arm, is resting right on the wall, probably banging on it over and over and over. I didn't wait for a reply. I nodded my head, kind of rolled my eye and walked away. It will never be easy trying to avoid a big guy like him every day in the same sleeping quarters. That's pretty much every night on a Navy ship. I work on North Sea oil rigs on an ad hoc basis, off the coast of Scotland. Wouldn't say anything was particularly paranormal creepy, but it can be very unsettling weird place. Fog can come rolling in out of nowhere, and other rigs you can see off the sides can disappear in front of your eyes. Sometimes you can't see the walkways 6 feet in front of you, or if you're walking over grating you can't see the sea below your feet, about 60 meters down from feck to sea, but you can hear it, albeit muffled. The fog can roll in over the course of a few minutes too, so a perfectly clear day becomes pea soup. You can also feel the rig moving, swaying on high winds, rough seas, even though it's a fixed leg platform. Very unnerving to feel your office swaying when it shouldn't be. My last trip was my first ever night shift and I found it particularly unsettling as you've got the background noise of the plant, but I walked around the whole rig without seeing another living soul for the whole shift. Usually there are about 130 people on board, although smaller rigs have smaller head counts. Usually once a trip I am hit by this awareness that you are just very isolated and in the middle of nowhere. Most rigs I've worked on are an hour's chopper ride from land, so if things go wrong it can escalate very quickly. On our drill ship that was built in China, we noticed on the drawings there was a room. We went to look at it and couldn't find an entrance, but the spacing was obvious there was an extra room. It might not sound so creepy unless you've been in these shipyards where two things are known to happen. Stowaways, although I doubt it in this case, but also hundreds of workers at any given time following orders blindly. So we confirmed that the room had all 6 sides, yet not a single weld on the outside. There is only one way this could have happened, and I am sure you're starting to get it now. They must have welded from the inside for this room and then realized they had no way out upon completion if the gases didn't kill them first. It's extremely heavy around that room. People say they hear things. I have definitely. This isn't some old ship either. I rode this ship from China to Amsterdam after completion and then the maiden voyage to America. I guess it happens quick. I'm a little late to this thread, but I hope this doesn't get buried because this story still haunts me. I worked as the county historic preservationist in southern Appalachia, working on the buildings and properties the county owned. One of the benefits included with my job was living on site at one of the historic properties. The historic house was an imposing brick mansion built in the 1810s and I lived in a small caretaker's house about 20 feet away. This was in the backwoods. So to deter trespassing and vandalism, the county had built an 8-foot tall fence around the entire 5-acre parcel and put barbed wire on top of the fence. I mention this all just to show it was basically impossible for anyone, or anything, to jump or climb over the fencing and onto the property. The one night, after working late at another property, I pulled up to my entrance gate, let myself in, locked it behind me and then drove the 100 yards down the gravel road to my house. There were no lights on the property so I could only see by my headlights. As I turned my car around the corner of one of the outbuildings and parked it, my lights shone on a thing that I still have a hard time describing effectively. It was the size of a deer, but with long spindly legs and long shaggy hair, almost like a taller maned wolf. If you've ever seen pictures of one of those, that alone shook me, as there was no way something of that size should have been able to get through or over my fencing. What follows is absolutely true. I got out of my car to get a better look at what the heck the thing was, and as I opened the door and got out, the thing took off running away, not on 4 legs, but on 2. I literally watched this thing raise its back up, stand at full height on its back legs and sprint away. I absolutely freaked out at that point, grabbed my maglite and my shotgun from inside and tried to find the thing again. There was no trace, no tracks or anything. I have no idea how it got in or out of my property. I didn't sleep at all that night, just sat on my couch with my shotgun watching my front door, hoping that whatever I saw didn't come back and burst in. I cannot explain what the heck I saw that night, but it still raises the hair on my neck every time I think about it. Oh god, that was absolutely a Wendigo. When I was a kid living in Queensland, Australia, I used to bush bash, meaning walk off the beaten track through thick scrub. I knew the national park my house backed onto like the back of my hand. I knew from the topography where I was at all times. Both my parents were ex-military and had a sort of hands-off, trusting me even as young as 12 to venture off on my own into the wilderness. So I could just pack a lunch, and my sister and neighborhood friend would come with. We'd head off early in the morning, returning just before sunset usually. Once, when I, the oldest, was about 14, we had been following creek beds and bashing over heavily forested hills towards an area I'd never been. We came down a hill, through a gully full of ferns and followed a dry creek bed for another hour. The sides of the creek became steep and rocky. Before long we were passing through a gorge. As we emerged from the gorge, we noticed what looked like a dwelling. Being idiot kids, we wanted to see what was up. It looked abandoned at first, but as we got closer we saw that tarps had been affixed to the ramshackle structure. chicken wire surrounded what looked like a pen just outside. As my eyes traveled across it, I suddenly caught another pair of eyes looking directly back at me, a Rottweiler. We started slowly edging back away from the property, but it was too late. The dog started going nuts and, worried that it was coming after us, or at least alerting the persons living in the hut, we bolted. I went back to the area a few times, but not too close to the abode itself, and found discarded bones from small game and other bits and pieces, spent .22 casings and such. As an adult and knowing the area, it's very likely we stumbled across either a homeless person camping out, or a M-Lab, as the area, as I would find out as an adult, was absolutely riddled with M-Labs. I work for a power company restoring power after a storm. Was working when a lady came up complaining that her power went out. We explained to her that's why we were there and she should have power back soon. She said, "Oh good, my son went down in the basement and now I can't find him." I went with her with a flashlight down the road to a rundown house that was partially caved in. She walked inside and I went to follow. As soon as I walked into the door she disappeared from my sight and I called for her multiple times. No one responded, so I ran back to our work truck to call for help. A man that was living on her street called to me asking what's wrong and I told him the situation. He looked at me with a cold stare and said her mom and her son died in that house 4 years ago. I'm still shook to this day. It's trippy that she knew about the power being out, like she used that opportunity to make herself known. I'd flip the frick out. Used to be a supervisor for a janitorial company and a couple times a week I had to go to a middle school and clean their hallway floors and gymnasium with a Zamboni type vehicle that mopped and scrubbed the floor. When I was there I had the whole school to myself. Used to get finished quickly and go to the library and read while eating my dinner. Well, one morning after being there, I get a call from school security and they want me to come in. When I get there I see a police car too. Oh, I think. They ask me a few questions like, did you notice anything out of the ordinary or strange while you were here last night? No, I hadn't. Usually have headphones in. Security then shows me camera footage of someone breaking into one of the classrooms while I was riding the Zamboni not far away. I was there for another 2 hours. Nothing was stolen. But the worst part was they didn't have footage of the person leaving. They didn't go out the way they came in, and police had to sweep the entire school. Never did find out what happened with that one. My oldest brother used to work the overnight sprinklers on a golf course. He took me out one time just for fun, and as we were driving uphill on a fairway, a figure of a lady appeared in the headlights at the top of the hill. My brother steered a little to the left of her and kept driving right on by. I stared right into her eyes as we drove by and she stared back. Her eyes glowed like a cat in the night. As soon as we were out of voice range I asked my brother what the heck was that. He calmly responded, "Yay, she lives on the golf course and likes to terrorize the workers from time to time. I usually see her out here once a week." Alright, cool. Yay, she lives on the golf course and likes to terrorize the workers from time to time. I usually see her out here once a week. Not sure what worries me the most. The fact that we're talking about a mysterious lady with glowing eyes in the middle of the golf course, or the fact that your brother talked about it very casually, considering everything. I used to work out in the woods in Florida a lot. Creepiest thing would be this day we were working near Big Cypress, tramping through the brush all day. At the end of the day my co-worker and I do a quick drive through of some of the property and realize the place was absolutely infested with water moccasins. We had been unknowingly essentially walking around a giant water moccasin pit all day. That one kinda fricked me up. I'm not sure this counts, but I'm a teacher at an urban public school and was at work late grading and getting ready for the next day. Time had kind of flown by and before I knew it, it was 7 PM. I start packing up to leave in a building that is, in theory, locked and empty besides me, when our Alice alarm goes off, indicating an armed intruder in the building. I am 1, alone 2, young 3, freaked AF because I am absolutely not ready to fight a gunman over my lesson plans. I book it out of the school and dive into my car, hearing the alarm blaring the entire time. I peel out the parking lot and can see in my rear view the alarm lights still flashing and debate never going back. Cause frick that LMAO. Turns out they were doing routine maintenance and didn't send out an email to the teachers. We were wrapping up for the day in northern Canada. I am fueling up the side boom. I'm all by myself at this point cause I was tired of listening to the laborers whine of the cold, so I told them I would take care of the rest. Think bulldozer with no blade but a giant metal boom on the side that we use to razor and lower pipe. It's February, so pitch black. I keep hearing some weird sound. I can't quite hear it cause the pump is too loud. I search around a couple times and see nothing. I get in the truck and take off, drive past the front of the side boom to see a cougar sitting on top of a dirt pile 15 feet away. The damn thing was just watching me there and probably could have ended me without me even realizing it. I've never seen a cougar in the wild before and it's hard to understand just how big they are and how powerful until you see one up close. That thing leaped off the 6 featuring pile and probably didn't touch ground for 15-20 featuring. It's terrifying to think something so big and powerful could just be sitting there deciding if they want to make you dinner. When I was 15 years old, I was doing my 4 AM newspaper delivery round on bicycle. I was driving into the garden of this one subscriber where I saw 2 guys with flashlights looking through the windows of the house. I was a bit in shock and just said good morning guys. They were just as much in shock and an awkward silence followed. I tried to break the silence by asking if I could pass them to deliver the newspaper through the door. One of the guys said the person living in that house did something to his family and they took it as an opportunity to get away in their car that was still running. When they were gone, I rang the doorbell at the house to tell them what happened and they should keep an eye out. This is how you end up like that kid in Breaking Bad. My mom used to live in a small town in the Cascade Mountains and worked as a forest ranger. The creepiest thing that happened was when the oldest male ranger kept hitting on her and trying to get her to come home with him. Not very out of the ordinary. But many years later, after she left the town, she found out he had been convicted of manslaughter and had killed a young female ranger right before she got hired. She would have probably been his next target. I don't think there's a story in English to share here. But a Brazilian living in the UK starting seeing a guy. They become boyfriends but didn't work out. Some years later he decided to stalk the guy. Turn out he became a serial killer who killed males of the age of this guy. Some friends and I were fishing a small pond just after dark for catfish. We started to hear sounds coming off the water like someone throwing softball-sized rocks. But they were coming from all over the pond. We thought someone was messing with us and we called out a few times for them to stop. But we eventually got freaked out and left. Cut to a few years later. I'm fishing a different pond and hear the same sound. Turns out it was a beaver slapping its tail on the water to drive me from its territory. When beavers become problems in rivers, they relocate them to ponds in town. Sounds like the tail slapping worked. I've been fishing out in the Gulf of Mexico where they have some oil rigs. This rig wasn't being used, from what we knew, so we would get pretty close to it to fish for red snapper. While we were out there, we could have sworn we heard screams of a woman over and over. It was some crap, but the explanation was the wind making the noises as it blew through the rig. Well, that's what we were told, but it totally creeped us the frick out. I work as a polar bear guard, as in, I escort people across tundra and mountains and protect them from polar bears. I once saw a snowman totem with reindeer antlers coming out of his head. It was deformed, full of bullet holes and rather creepy. I work off a secluded wooded area here in Texas. Every now and again when I finish with a job site, I'll pop into the head office. It's the creepiest feeling at night. Mostly no light and I've seen a bobcat a couple of times. The kicker is, the walls are all glass, so when I have the light on inside, I know I'm being watched by someone or something. Spent a summer in Wyoming going to BLM land and other remote locations collecting data on bats and herpetofauna. Heard a lot of weird noises like mountain lions screaming, deer snorting, what sounded like owls fighting. Woke up one morning to find 2 bull moose sleeping 20 yards behind my tent. All of this was part of the job until one night a truck was driving towards us when we were on a BLM square in the southwestern part of the state. The truck was going overland, no road, and was slowly driving at us. It stopped about 100 yards away, turned off the lights, and we could see a person get out. They walked a full circle around us at 100 yards away, got back in the truck and turned around. This was after dark and this shadowy figure did a complete circle around us. You could hear them walking through the sagebrush and I'm sure they could hear us talking. We packed up after that and drove to a hotel an hour away. I called the office and told them I was taking a gun when we went back out. Didn't like having the bear mace as our only defense. You were probably just on some BLM land that someone had land rights to, and they weren't notified BLM people were going to be on their land. Certainly a creepier approach than when I've ran out to see who's on the land, but to each their own. I used to work in the Gulf of Mexico on oil rigs for years, and it may not exactly be creepy, but I found it really unsettling. In deep, open water, the water itself is really clear, so everyone can plainly see all the tuna and barracudas hanging around the rig waiting for the on-board cook to throw off whatever food waste he needs to. Every once in a while a huge great white shark would swim up from underneath and snatch a tuna, and it really took like less than a second. They're really scary. I worked for a guy that spearfished underneath the rigs out in the Gulf. He said it was perfect since there were tons of fish underneath, and the sharks would never go between the legs, just wait for a fish to leave. Plus the view was amazing, looking down and seeing nothing but abyss. He loved it. I can only imagine how scared I would be. My parents live pretty far back in the country and have one neighboring house. The neighbors would let their basset hound outside for about 10 minutes to use the bathroom every morning. One morning they let him out, and he didn't come back inside. After a couple minutes they walked out to his favorite bathroom spot, and found his head. Judging from the tracks, a mountain lion had ambushed him and apparently torn his head off before carrying the body away. What I thought was the creepiest part was that the family hadn't heard a sound. Spent a summer doing conservation work out in the absolute middle of nowhere in Wyoming. Was part of a crew that would spend 2 weeks camping in remote places to do manual labor in places machines couldn't get to. For this story, we were building new biking trails in the back portion of a designated wilderness area in a high altitude desert. This means that the nearest civilization was a 2-hour car ride to a town of 41 people in a sandy soil area where tracks last forever. It was the middle of our stint during the early part of the night where everyone else had gone to bed, but I stayed up to read. So maybe 11:30 or so. Still pitch black outside. Clouds had covered stars, so my headlamp was probably the only light on in a 40-mile radius. Suddenly I hear footsteps walking around our camp and head towards the tents from where I was in the community tent. That sound immediately put me on edge as I felt the hair on my arms raise and my adrenaline spike. I recall thinking to myself that two things are very wrong, since the person was not using a light to see and the footsteps were not coming towards me from the tents. Rather it was the opposite. Within the 4 seconds it took me to drop my book, get up, and turn the corner of the tent to cast my light on the sleeping tents. The sound had stopped, but I saw tracks in dirt before me. Looked like they came from one end of camp. Looked into my tent, walked through the sleeping tents and kept going out of camp again. I don't know if I was making too much noise or not by walking around, but the rest of my crew ended up waking up and asking me what was going on from inside their tents. After explaining what I found, they all got up to look at the boot prints in the dirt. They were dang near perfect copies of my own boots except for one small thing. I had a rock stuck in my treads that messed up the symmetry. I was wearing fairly common work boots, except I also happened to wear US size 15 double wide boots, so there was no way in heck this was one of the other crew members. I don't think any of us slept much that night. Never saw or heard anything more after that night. A light rain removed the tracks a couple days later, but I do remember none of us were willing to step on the prints themselves and choose to step over them like cracks in the sidewalk. I work on large ships. If you get a clear view of a hall or passage that runs the whole length, you can actually see the whole ship warp and twist with the sea. If the passage isn't very well lit, it can look like a scene from a horror movie. I've worked in Canada's north for a few years now in oil and gas. It's pretty creepy when during night shift you realize a moose has just been standing at the tree line staring you down for an unknown length of time. Or finding bear tracks crossing the tracks you just made 5 minutes ago. Honestly, the silence of a snowy forest in the dead of night 100s of km away from anything is pretty spooky. When your only contact to the outside world is a radio channel nobody's listening to, you feel pretty alone. Might as well be in space. People who have had a creepy feeling about someone come true. What happened? When I was in elementary school, we often had a colleague of my mom visiting us. Her oldest son was my age, so he always came with her to play with me. I could not stand him. He seemed nice and well mannered, but something about him just gave me the chills. It was just an overall feeling that even though he was really nice to me and everyone else, that it felt like he was just acting everything. I avoided being alone with him and never told anyone how I felt about him. I was really glad when his and my mom argued about some stupid crap. She thought my mom badmouthed her to other colleagues, which my mom denied, and the visits stopped. They never rekindled their friendship and my mom started to work at another company a few months later, and that was the end of it. Fast forward 11 years. My mom read in the newspaper about them. The well-mannered and nice son stabbed his mom to death for apparently no reason. My old manager. I always got a sinister vibe from him, and although everyone else seemed to love him and he was a funny guy, I always had this sort of dangerous vibe from him that kept me on edge around him. 3 months later, he became my direct manager and trapped me in a room and groped me on literally the first day. My mother's ex-boyfriend. They met online and only communicated on the phone and through text for a solid year before they actually met in person. First time I met him, I knew something was off about him, but my mom was happy, so I brushed it off thinking nothing more would come about it because they live so far apart. 6 months after they met, she announced she was moving out of state to go live with him. Again, something wasn't right about this, having only met in person once, but she's an adult and can make her own decisions. I barely spoke to her after she moved. She never returned calls or texts, and when she did, it was always cut short and no details about how everything was going. About 8 months after she moved, I get a call from her while I'm at work. She's in the hospital with a broken arm and claims she fell, but I can barely understand what she's saying. Her voice was faint and crackly. She tells me she's coming to visit and asks if she can stay with me for a few weeks. I knew something was terribly wrong. She shows up at my door days later and is black and blue from head to toe. Her voice was faint because this butthole had choked her and his handprints were still visible around her throat. And yes, he was the one that broke her arm. Turns out, this guy was still married. Not only that, but he had embezzled a bunch of money from the insurance agency he worked at and hasn't filed taxes in years. My mom found out all of this after she got home from work one day and found his wife waiting for him on their doorstep. Guy comes home. My mom confronts him. He beats the crap out of her. Fast forward to a month later when my mom finally returns to their house to get her stuff and move. He's nowhere to be found. A few suits and essentials are missing, but basically everything else is still there and his phone is disconnected. My mom calls his brother to ask what she should do with all of his belongings, and his brother tells her that he has upped and moved to another state with another woman he has been seeing for nearly a year and to just get out of there and not worry about him or his things. The woman he moved in with did some digging and found his wife's number, who proceeded to tell her everything. She also called my mother to apologize and called the authorities. He somehow catches wind of this and never returns back home. No idea where he's at now, but we Google his name and info every so often to see if he's been found yet. When I was 6 or so, my older brother, 11 or 12 at the time, was involved in this community kids club thing for tween boys. They met in our basement. The group leader was this guy, maybe 30, who was some kind of generic Cub Scout leader, without really being a scout. They would play games and talk about their lives and hobbies, etc. I was much younger and a girl, but I wanted to play too. He was always really serious and stern with me, and told me I couldn't be there in my own basement. He would literally stop the meeting and politely but firmly ask me to leave. Even as a little kid, I got a weird vibe about that. We found out years later that the dude was a pedophile particularly attracted to teen boys. He was arrested for having a bunch of pornography and assaulting a boy. My brother said nothing other happened in the basement, but a lot of shoulder touches and such. Still creeps me out. I had a neighbor who just needed a quick ride down to the gas station. I had seen him around and he also talked with my really nice neighbors. Plus I have pepper spray and I'm pretty confident if something went wrong because he was a big dude who couldn't run. I gave him the ride because he was putting in a job application. In the 5 minutes he was in the car with me, he asked me out to dinner 3 times. He moved to another apartment in the complex and now is my immediate neighbor. He just got caught of groping 2 children in our complex and a worker at Wendy's. Police have been called and he didn't get arrested. This is not his first time either. So yeah, now I have a pedo living next to me and my pocket knife stays under my pillow and pepper spray next to my bed when I go to bed. How they are letting him live in this building is beyond me, considering there is children and he got caught selling drugs in the laundry room. Like, kick him out already, please. Well, I guess I was the one the creepy feeling was about. When I was little I always slept in a crib at my parents' house. My dad was always fast asleep and nothing could wake him up fast. One night, as I have heard, he just woke up in the middle of the night, screaming my name, ran to my bed and picked me up, turned around, and as he walked away lightning hit the roof and the window broke and fell on the bed I was sleeping in. His dad's senses were on fire. Roommate who overly trusts strangers. BC, everyone has a story. While I agree, it doesn't mean you let in obvious hard drug users who claims to have killed people. Long story short, the guy ended up killing his 65-year-old girlfriend. Long story short, the guy ended up killing his girlfriend. That must have been one heck of a wake-up call. Another thing was my local town bridge end. A guy who had made some money came back and wanted to give something to the town. Not sure who or why, but must have been music related because he put on a show and booked Fall Out Boy to play our town hall. I'm sure people will laugh at that, but it was a big deal for a lot of kids and was big for the community. At that show, Ian Watkins was there walking around the back of the hall trying not to be noticed. We all noticed him and he was just putting his hands around girls when they asked for a photo. Like hands over the shoulder across their tee. We just thought he was creepy with girls, but when the kids stuff came out it was shocking but not shocking. If any girl had any experience like this, I'd like to hear it firsthand. I definitely saw him doing it and felt a really odd vibe. As soon as Bridgend was mentioned I knew where this was going. Not me, but my wife. She is a teacher and had an elementary student who creeped her out from day one. He was manipulative, always trying to get his work done by copying other students' papers, and generally just a little odd. Partway through the school year, his mom had a manic depressive episode and killed herself. 2 years later, the student blew part of his hand off making a pipe bomb. A year after that, he was left unsupervised with a kindergarten-age student, who, ironically, my wife would also later have as a student, and molested her. He's in juvie now, though he should be out before he's 17. 2 years later, the student blew part of his hand off making a pipe bomb. Arts and crafts have changed a lot since I was in elementary school. This is creepy in a different way than most here, but I think it's relevant. 20 years ago, when I was a practicing Christian, my church got a new priest. He may as well have been God himself the way people fawned over him. I liked him at first too. Then, after a few brief conversations, I got this feeling that his entire life was a major power trip, and he was in no way cut out to lead a congregation of actual human beings. After he made an off-the-cuff remark to me about being divorced, the shock, I was like, later dude, and transferred to another church. People thought I was nuts, because how could I not adore Father Perfect the way they did? After a few months, I noticed a trickle of people from my former parish in my new church, and that trickle eventually became more like a flood. Father Perfect had formerly been a highly respected surgeon with a god complex, and he was quite used to giving orders and having them carried out without question, as I would imagine is necessary in a surgical suite. Not the best quality for a man of the cloth. Eventually he drove out several deacons, the choir leader, the sexton, and about half the congregation. He put a message on the church answering machine about what types of messages could and couldn't be left. Total control freak who apparently mistook himself for God. He finally left after the parish completely fell apart. Surgeons do not make good priests. I had an engineering teacher who acted quite weird around girls and was always organizing girl-only trips because more girls needed to be in engineering. We all thought it was weird, called him the nonce of the school. Come back after summer to find out he was arrested for having indecent images of girls and children on his laptop and blamed it on the school kids. 1. There was a guy I went to high school with who always seemed a bit creepy. He was dating a freshman girl, same grade as me. During his senior year, I believe he was at the school for 5 years total. He posted videos on Facebook of them together that were supposed to be cute, but he seemed more like a pedo in them. One time she got in trouble for being late to class, so he barged in the classroom and screamed at the teacher. Eventually the girl broke up with him and he went nuts. Now I am 2 years out of high school, The guy just got arrested because he was molesting a little girl that lived with his family. The news story said she's now 13 and the molestation started in 2010, so she would have been 5 years old at the time. I was a freshman in 2012. He was molesting a little girl while I went to school with him. 2. I never personally met the kid, but one of my co-workers had a younger brother that she never really talked about. Her friends said the brother was quiet and weird. My co-worker had cerebral palsy and was deaf, but with implants. Last November, she came home from work and he wanted to go walk in the woods with her. He ended up strangling her with a belt and stabbing her multiple times until she died. He then dumped her body beside their trailer park dumpster. He went to a neighbor's house covered in blood and told the neighbor someone had broken into his house and killed his sister. The police eventually figured out that he did it. Since he's a minor, the case is very hush-hush, so I don't know if he ever admitted a motive. I worked at a sex offender domestic violence counseling office, and probably have been there for about 4 or 5 years at the time. There are times when I'm the only person there, with a bunch of sex offenders or domestic violence offenders, which didn't bother me after a few years. Out of the hundreds of men that we have had as clients, one scared me to be alone in the office with, much less my personal office. He made me the most uncomfortable, and I knew everyone's files and some of our clients had worse offenses. Anyway, he was finally terminated from the program, and I testified at his hearing for my boss. I told the judge that he needed to go back to prison. He was aggressive and refused to participate in group. That if the judge was to release him, he would no doubt re-offend within 3 weeks. Judge said I didn't know what I was talking about, and our office was just out for money. He owed a lot, and released him. Within a week, he violently raped his niece. That judge is disgusting. At my underwater hockey club there was this creepy guy who got forced to leave. Cut to a couple of years later, busted for much child pee. At your what? This one was years ago, but it came up recently, which is why I am using this one. I was around 15 when I was taken to a hotel party. I knew some people and some I didn't. Everything was fine. Everyone was hanging out, when all of a sudden I felt sick to my stomach. Went outside to catch some air and my friend followed. I told him I wanted to leave. He obviously didn't, so he tried to sway me. For some reason I had the urge to just get loud with him, and I did. Please, I don't want to be here, I want to leave now. I want to go home. So we left. Not long after, the party was raided and some pretty hardcore stuff was found. Everyone was arrested. I was on probation at that time, so anything would have fricked me. Fast forward 17 years later and my friend gets married. Meet her husband for the first time and he won't stop staring at me. It gets to the point where I feel very uncomfortable. I start trying to cover my shoulders and cleavage. Maybe my tattoos are being judged. Something. Turns out he was there that night. Rookie cop. He was parked in the lot below us and heard my argument with my guy friend about wanting to leave. He was supposed to report anyone leaving that room so that the cops parked at the entrance knew to stop the car. But because he overheard my yelling, he assumed I was a good kid in the wrong place at the wrong time, and never called the cops at the exit. So we were able to drive through, with weed and alcohol on our breath. That one came full circle after a long time. The wedding was a couple months ago. I'm glad he didn't stop us. I was going through a rough time after my brother had passed, and getting booked while on a stupid probation charge for fighting would have put me on a downward spiral. Wow, that's an incredible story. Good on that guy for doing his best to look out for you. I used to work at a kids program when I was 16. There was a guy who volunteered there in his mid-30s. I want to say he seemed normal, but he really didn't. He looked weird, smelled weird, and he always gave me a really icky vibe. Think Bubbles from the Trailer Park Boys, but weirder. He was a little touchy-feely with the kids, but this was before strict no touching rules at kids programs, so nobody really thought much of it. It was mainly hugging, patting them on the back and letting them sit on his lap. Whenever I worked with him I always did keep an eye on him though, and I never ever left him alone with them because he gave me a weird feeling. After a few months of him working there, my boss comes in while I'm watching a room full of children with him and pulls me into the bathroom. She tells me they were looking into his background. Why they didn't do this before he got hired I have no idea, and it turns out he got in trouble for molesting his little brother and his friend a few years prior. So she asks me to go back to the room and babysit him basically until the cops get there. I realize now how inappropriate it was of them to ask me to do that. I was a 16-year-old girl and it was my first job, and babysitting pedophiles was not what I signed up for. But not wanting to get in trouble, I went back and looked after him until a cop came and escorted him out. Luckily it was uneventful, but he did come over and talk to me and stuff while I tried to not let on how horrified I was. Not sure what happened to him after that. I couldn't find him in the news or anything, but I never saw him again. The really creepy thing is that he tended to make friends with the most vulnerable kids. There was a really obese kid, a kid with severe autism, a kid with crutches, and a couple others who were bullied and stuff that formed this weird little gang he would hang around with. Ugh. He made friends with the vulnerable kids because in his mind they are the easiest to prey on and the least willing to say anything due to their disabilities. Hopefully he's away for a long time. A guy in one of my college classes seemed off to me. I don't know why. Just weird little things. Like one time there was spilled water on the ground and he ended up putting his bag in it. He noticed, but pretended there was nothing wrong. Left it there for the entire duration. Then, when class was over, he didn't move from his seat and stayed there after everyone left. I thought it was so odd. A few months later, he was arrested for killing his mother. He was found playing video games while her body decomposed in the next room. That escalated quickly. I took a year off my junior year in college to co-op intern at a company. This one research scientist I worked with seemed normal, but there was just something slightly off with how he interacted with people. Like, and if there was less emotion behind his interactions with his colleagues. A lot of us nerdy engineers have our own quirks. I know I do, so I didn't really think about it much. The time I really stopped and thought to myself how something seemed off though was when I asked him about a picture of a raccoon on his desk. He went into this story about how he and his family had found a baby raccoon, raised it as part of their family like a dog, etc. He then talked about how he had to kill it for whatever reason. So this happened 10 years ago, so I don't remember the exact specifics, but I do remember thinking that the way he described it seemed odd considering he was talking about having to kill a family pet. I grew up on a farm and am accustomed to people having to put their dogs, horses, etc. down, yet this guy didn't seem to have the same reverence that most people do. Anyway, if I had to put a word to it, at the time I felt like the guy had no empathy. Literally 1 week, 2 weekends after the raccoon story he goes on a murder spree. Other than a colleague telling me Monday morning, nobody ever talked about it. Such a weird experience. Well, that story took a turn. I have 2 creepy stories. Both involved my children. My children were young. 2 girls 6 and almost 4 and a boy just about 2. The eldest is now 42, so this was many years ago. The lady in the townhouse across the courtyard was pregnant at the same time I was. She went into labor about a week earlier than her due date and I went with her to the hospital while her husband was located. She delivered just as he arrived, so I was present in the delivery room along with her husband. The baby, a son, had multiple birth complications and died 2 days later. The next day I delivered my son. It was devastating to us all when my friend lost her son, but of course I was so happy to have had mine. I only stayed 24 hours in the hospital, so I was home the day of the funeral. That's when the first creepy thing happened. My friend's husband approached me and asked if I would let her nurse my son to lessen her physical and emotional pain. I refused and his eyes filled with tears. He begged me and I left. The next day, as I was headed into the kitchen to do the dinner dishes, I saw him in the bushes looking into the house. I locked all my doors and windows, took the children upstairs and waited for my husband to get home. We had no phone, so calling the police wasn't an option. My husband plainly told him he was not allowed around me or the children, but didn't speak to his wife. Just days later the man was arrested. He'd tried to take a baby at a local grocery store. I think he wanted to take my son and may have been planning to that evening. I saw him outside the window. My second creep is this. There was a door-to-door insurance salesman that for some reason my husband struck up a friendship with. He seemed to me overly interested in my children. After a month or so of occasionally dropping by socially, he began trying to pull them onto his lap. I was abused as a kid and I could almost smell it on him, but my husband wouldn't listen. He thought the guy was nice and just liked kids. I put my foot down and told my husband that while I wouldn't interfere in their friendship, visits could not take place in the house unless the kids were not present. The salesman lost interest in the friendship with my husband not long after. Within a year he was arrested for trying to molest a little girl in a client's home. My little cousin, 16 at the time, had a boyfriend who was rumored to have Asperger's. We will call them Carly and Tim. I didn't know if the rumor was true, but I did know that I thought Tim was pretty weird. He and Carly would stop over at the house a lot. She didn't like to be around her siblings too much. I'm bad with ages, but one is in 2nd grade and one is in 7th. Whenever they'd come over I wouldn't say much to Tim and just kind of ignored him. My parents would get a little upset after they'd leave and tell me that he's a nice kid and that I need to be nice to him since he's Carly's boyfriend. Well, as time goes on, Tim gets Carly pregnant at 16 and we later find out that he had been molesting my other little cousin, the one in 7th grade, and had tried to molest the littlest one, but she says he failed in trying to do so. Just one of those gut feelings that I wish I could have done something about. Well, I guess your parents were wrong. When I was in high school I worked at an Orange Julius with a girl. I was working there from the ages of 15 to 17. This girl was in her early 20s and her boyfriend was around her age. Every time he came in I never said hi to him, I never talked to him, I just got this very eerie terrible feeling about him, and around the age 15 I had learned to listen to this feeling. Growing up in the ghetto can make you very vigilant. Anyways, so I never talked to this guy while my other co-workers say hi, talk to him, all the normal nice things most do with their co-workers' significant others when they frequent their work. I ended up leaving the job at 17. She left a while before me. I went down to the police station one day to do something I don't remember and saw our most wanted people up on a board, and I was looking at them and saw her boyfriend's face. He was wanted for murder. He had murdered her. I'll never forget the chills that ran down my back when I read that. Still get them when I tell the story. I was in elementary school, maybe 1st or 2nd grade. We had a particularly touchy male gym teacher who would deem little girls his special helpers and take them back into the room where all of the gym equipment was kept so they could assist him in finding the gym equipment. He was particularly touchy-feely, but it wasn't entirely unusual for teachers to make physical contact with their students. I was accustomed to my female grade teachers and secretaries giving hugs and such, so it wasn't super weird to me. He gave me the creeps, but I couldn't justify why. One day my parents sit me down at the kitchen table after school and ask me if my gym teacher had ever touched me. Not knowing what they meant, I told my parents that he touched my shoulder once. My mom burst into tears of relief. Dude had been raping his special helpers. Most of the girls were as young as 6 or 7. Heartwarming that your mom felt such relief. Anger at this freaked up man. Not something that happened to me, but my mum. She just had a random feeling that she should visit my grandma one Thursday after getting off work. Usually she'd just put it off and do it during the weekend, but for some reason, she did it because she felt something was odd. She arrived to see my grandma laying in her bed bleeding from her head. Apparently my grandma had fallen down before that and managed to pull herself back into bed. Ambulance was called and everything went fine after. My whole family shudders at what would have happened if my mum decided not to. My grandpa was in hospice at my grandparents' place. After school, I texted my brother that I was going to pick him up from his high school and we should go see grandpa. Complete spur of the moment thing. It was probably 0.51 hour later that the nurse came into the kitchen where everyone was and said, "It's happening." I have no idea the compulsion was to go there that night. I was young, very young, like around 5 years old. My parents had invited the new guy from work and his wife over for dinner. The wife was friendly, even asked for a tour of the house. I immediately didn't like either of them, just got a really squeamish feeling, but I had been told to be nice. Shortly we all sat down to dinner and mom asked me to say the blessing. I have a standard blessing, but added in my own twist, and God, please forgive Tom and Anita, not their real names, for all the bad things they've done, and for being bad people. Amen. My parents were mortified. After an awkward moment of silence, Anita fake laughed and said it was fine, just kids being kids. I was pretty much ignored by them the whole night after that, though they did offer to come babysit me if my parents wanted to go on a date one night, and seemed very interested on if we were going to be home for Thanksgiving or not. A few weeks later, Mom saw Tom's name on the news headline. She couldn't believe it. She called their house to talk to Anita, but instead the police answered. She hung up and yelled for Dad to come into the room, and they watched the story unfold on the news. Tom and Anita had been arrested for grand theft. They were wanted in several states and even had a nickname with the cops. Tom would break into the homes of their friends, whose houses they had scouted out when they had been invited in previous, and steal whatever Anita pointed out that she wanted. Then they would make a meal with the victim's food, eat it at the victim's table, then leave it there when they were done for the victim to find. The police had confiscated everything they could, and there was so much stuff. Couches, TVs, purses, jewelry, you name it. Then to top it all off, one little old woman who came to the station to get her things back heard Tom's voice from behind a wall and started to shake and cry, then said, "That's the voice of the man who raped me." I'm sure you can imagine the relief my parents felt that they never left me alone with Tom and Anita, and that they didn't tell them where we would be for Thanksgiving, because it was pretty clear that they had marked our house as next. You're welcome for the heads up, Mom and Dad. My friend's ex. Everyone loved him, thought he was the greatest. He repulsed me. Tried to warn my friend, but she wouldn't hear it. I've been known to be hostile to the cool kids wherever I go. Got bullied a lot as a kid, so I thought maybe I was being unfair. He started teaching and got reported for having sex multiple times with a 14-year student. He's well into his 20s. Who knows who else he'd been grooming. I always had a creepy feeling with and about my father. Turned out, he raped his younger sister from ages 9 to 14. My parents divorced after that surfaced. Fast forward 5 years and I'm in trauma therapy for being sexually assaulted for years by him. Why not earlier, you might ask? Because my brain decided to store the memories deep down inside itself, and it only started to surface when the story with him and my aunt unfolded. Not me, but when I was younger, one of my friends would tell me that his mom's boyfriend's kid was a creepy dude and there was something off about him. Turned out that dude had molested an 8-year-old girl multiple times at his mom's daycare. When I was younger, I never wanted to leave my dad and my mom's best friend alone together. I always thought they were going to kiss, which as I got older I realized was crazy. He loved my mom and was married to her, yet he was cheating on my mom for years with a friend. Kids are so aware, especially of subtleties that adults don't notice or write off. Ian Watkins. He was the lead singer of a band called Lost Prophets. He would always walk around Cardiff openly. He knew he was famous and never tried to hide it even years after being famous. Girls would always run up to him for photos and I thought I was just jealous, which was probably a little true, but something about him was always strange. Everyone I knew thought the same. Just something strange about how he interacted with people. Anyway, just Google Ian Watkins and you'll see I was absolutely freaking right. My boyfriend's stepmom. When I met her I really wanted to like her because she was so nice and kind, but my gut told me she wasn't genuine. As I spent more time with my boyfriend, let's call him D, at his house, I began to dread going over because I could literally feel my energy being sucked out of me just by stepping in the door, and it was always because she was in a bad mood. It's insane how much one small woman can change the atmosphere around her. She and D's dad had been separated twice. After a third, they are now divorcing. During the second separation, while D was in college out of state, she took all the money out of a joint account, something like 200 grand. When D needed tuition for the next semester of school, he was told by her, "Sorry, but your education isn't priority right now." And when he asked for something so he could even eat, he was told, "I am sorry that all I have to give you is my love." He was forced to quit school and move back home. And once he did, she had taken a 2-week women's retreat in Bali. With that tuition money, she is hypocritical, a narcissist, mean-spirited, manipulative, and selfish. Oh, the stories I have of her, especially the recent ones during this divorce case. She is refusing to settle because she believes she deserves more money. She tore D's family apart. She's keeping D's half-sister from her father. She pushed D's younger brother to attempted suicide. She isolated D's father from his side of the family and his friends and sucked him dry. He is currently in bed for the 5th day in a row, drunk for most of it, because of this divorce case taking all of his sanity. He just wants to see his daughter. That's UHH. Quite a story. I think the best to do is confront her with the dad and sue her, or do something, cause it just ain't right. Also the dad seems to need serious help. IDK if I were you I'd do something ASAP. What is the creepiest thing that's happened to you personally that made you question reality? I have 2 wireless mouses, one for a work laptop and one for my personal laptop. When I let things get messy, I usually just stack one laptop on top of the closed one underneath, with both mouses near the mousepad. Okay, so, I get a call from work saying I need to hop online. I open the work laptop and grab the mouse and start opening my work portal. I open email. I do my usual routine. Everything works fine. Then, I realize that I'm using the mouse connected to my personal laptop on my work laptop. I shake the mouse. No response. It stopped working once I realized that it shouldn't be working. Ever since then, I've found it hard to believe that we don't live in some sort of a simulation. When I was a kid between 8 or 9, I used to wake up every night to headlights coming through my bedroom window. The lights would then stop and turn off, not as if a car drove by but as if they were turned off. Then the long shadows of a man, as if they were looking through my window, would pass by and stop in front of my window. I would lay really still and pretend nothing happened, every night for months. Eventually I convinced myself it was imagination. Now that I think back, it stopped when my stepdad moved in. My mom was single, but I was convinced it wasn't real. Across the street lived my best friend whose mom was also single and she refused to sleep in her bedroom. Her window faced my window. She told me years later it was because every night a man would park in her side yard and walk over to my yard. The long shadows were from the light in her yard. She eventually decided it was my dad checking on us and never told me until I was a teenager. It wasn't my dad. I asked him. So I thought I was crazy and hallucinating for years, and perhaps I wasn't, or 2 kids were having odd dreams at the same time every night. I was playing with our dog in the living room. At the time I was around 9 years old. We were doing our usual only play like this when mom isn't home else she'll tell us to stop type of playing. So basically playing fetch in the living room. At one point I threw the toy which caused it to ricochet out of the living room into the kitchen. Franz, our dog's name, chased it and disappeared around the corner to get it. At that exact moment the front door opened and mom walked in with Franz on a leash after a 2-hour walk over the beach and dunes. I tried to explain, but can't. I played with him for at least 15 minutes in apparently my imagination, but I just don't believe that. When he's such a good boy he learns how to astral project to play with you while he's away. When I was 15 I was home alone hanging out upstairs in my bedroom. At the time we had 2 small dogs. I was sitting in my room watching TV when the dogs started going crazy barking downstairs. It wasn't uncommon for them to bark when a person walked by or came to the door, so I just stayed in my room and thought nothing of it at first. They kept barking, non-stop, for probably about 10 minutes before I finally got fed up and decided to go downstairs to tell them to stop it. The stairs in my house led into the kitchen. As soon as I reached the bottom I saw him. A very tall man in a pea jacket and top hat stood in the doorway between my kitchen and dining room. I could see no face. I bolted back upstairs and locked myself in the bathroom where I called my parents. In the time I was waiting for them to come home I began hearing several seemingly aggravated male voices outside the bathroom door. I was absolutely terrified. Eventually my aunt arrived at my house to check on me. The voices faded and I was able to calm down. About 2 years ago I got a phone call from my mother telling me she had been reading the local, very small town paper and there was an article in it about my childhood home, written by the town historian. The house, built in 1805, had once been a local gathering spot for the elite of the small village. The first floor, now the kitchen, dining room and living room, had once been a parlor and tavern of sorts, while the second floor of the house functioned as a dance hall. But things in the house had been rearranged a bit. The staircase, being one of those things, had been moved from what was now a second floor bedroom closet, which would exit downstairs between the kitchen and dining room. My family was slightly aware of this but never had the exact details of it. Very cool, I thought, until my mom continued reading. In 1836 there was an accident. 3 men got into an argument about their differing political views, 2 of them against the other. The disagreement ended with the third man being pushed over the railing at the top of the stairs, landing at the base of the stairs, where he slowly suffered from, and eventually succumbed to his injuries. The spot where he died was the exact spot I had seen the faceless man in the top hat almost 15 years ago. My mom clipped the news article and my father framed it and hung it in the dining room, right near the doorway into the kitchen. An hour later, while my father was home alone, he heard a crash. Upon investigation, he found the clipped article in its shattered frame, laying face down, 15 feet from where he had hung it. I always knew what I had seen and heard was supernatural. Now you'll never convince me otherwise. You'll also never convince me to stay in that house alone again. I worked at a small retail shop that sold mostly small accessories and clothes. I have never really believed in ghosts, but my co-workers always swore the place was haunted. Lights would flicker randomly and canvases would fall violently to the ground despite my efforts of propping them up so that they didn't. The thing that really made me question everything happened when I was closing alone at night. We had a sunglasses display in the middle of the store. Just a flat glass shelf with a bunch of sunglasses laid out nicely on top. I walk past it to the register and hear this huge crash. Look back and all of the sunglasses were on the floor. It looked like somebody just took their arm and dragged it across the shelf, pushing them all off. There wasn't anything above the display, so nothing could have knocked it off. I don't have an explanation for it. It was right as I was about to close too. He was a rude ghost. It didn't want to be left alone, so it made a mess to make you stay longer. I dreamed it was dark, raining, and I was in the woods walking towards a campfire. There were 3 men around it whom I had never seen before. One was wearing a shirt and pants with huge white and black horizontal stripes on it, such as a prisoner might wear. I could not figure out why I was not scared in my dream. Fast forward 10 months later, we're hunting and camping. A friend brings along 3 of his friends that we had never met before. I have to go to the bathroom, buried a 50-gallon drum and put a seat on it, and my husband walks with me since it's dark. We start back and it starts to rain. We get to the clearing and there are his 3 friends around the fire, one wearing the outfit described above. I wasn't afraid in my dream because my husband was behind me and I just couldn't see him. No one believes me. I was young, around 9, and my brother was 4. We were in our living room. He was in the middle of the room, and suddenly a fork that was on my couch just flew to him and landed in front of his feet. He laughed and I pretty much pretended it never happened. Little telekinetic bro telling you to fork off. So, I'm a die-hard atheist, but I can't fully explain this one. I have a big family, like really big. Last count, I had around 20 cousins. One day we were all hanging out in the family farm and decided to spend the night. We just did girls in a room and boys in another, and everything was going fine. It was around 4 in the morning when I woke up to one of my cousins standing by the door. The hallway light was on and shining on my face, so I could only see his outline, but I knew it was Josh. I asked him what was he doing and if he needed something, but he didn't move, and my eyes were starting to adjust. I could see more details, but I couldn't see his face. I was really sleepy and confused when the hallway light, Josh's shape, everything disappeared. It was just darkness and an open door. I knew I was awake because I was sitting down. I decided to get one of my roommate cousins up and go check on the boys. Josh had an allergy to something. He didn't wanted to bother anyone, so he took a Benadryl and went to bed. When I checked on him, he wasn't breathing. We got my uncle up. He gave Josh some heavy duty medication and we took him to a hospital. Everyone was fine. Josh told me he knew I was insomniac, and while he was suffocating, unable to make a noise, he kept praying I couldn't sleep and decided to check on him. Talking with my son when he was 3 or 4 years old while he was playing with a Darth Vader toy in his mom's lap. Talking about the Wiggles or Barney or whatever, completely unprompted. He said nonchalantly, "Dingo cold. Dingo cold," and goes back to playing with his Star Wars toys. I asked him what he said and he denied saying anything with a giggle. My wife very clearly heard him say Dingo cold too. I never told him about my childhood best friend, Dingo, being killed in an avalanche 10 years earlier. I'm debating on ever having kids now. I once had the weirdest dream. It was like 3 years ago, yet I remember it clearly, which is weird knowing how bad my memory is. Anyway, it was a big black room. There was a huge TV on the wall which had white static on it. Staring at the TV were two men in fully black suits with white shirts. One had long blonde hair and the other one had short black hair. In this dream it was like I was only watching like in a movie. I did not have a body. Suddenly one man says, "But then her brother will die," to which the short-haired guy silently nods. The same day my mother comes home crying, telling me my uncle has committed suicide. I do not believe in ghost and faith, so I still question this dream today. In 1984, I was 14, was on a ferry heading to London. I was talking to some guys from India. They said they were going to kill Indira Gandhi. Few months later she was assassinated. I think about that from time to time. Sitting alone as a young guy in the living room. Empty house with no one home. I'm holding a big cup of soda in my lap watching TV, when an unmistakable voice, strong and clear but only in my head, tells me to pour the soda into my lap. I was like, well, that's a strange stray thought to have, but then it said it again and I felt my hand tipping. Next thing I knew, I poured the soda into my lap. I'm sitting there for a second staring at the ceiling, wondering how big an idiot I am to actually do this. When I look down, my lap is completely dry with no soda residue, and my soda cup is empty. I know, not that exciting, but I wish I knew what had happened. By my hometown there was a hiking trail that people went to very infrequently. It was along the side of the Niagara Escarpment, so it had some climbable cliffs and some very shallow caves that you could crawl around on. I went with some friends when I was 19/20 and we were crawling around and found a cave that went pretty deep. We had never been in there before, had never even seen it before. So we pushed forward and decided to check it out, even though we had no flashlights, and this was when cell phones didn't really have a flashlight function. We stepped into the cave and it was easily 20-30 degrees cooler than outside. Upon looking around with which light we had, we noticed it was really clean inside the cave, as in it didn't have beer cans littered everywhere like all the other small caves did. While in there we got a really eerie feeling after being in there shortly, hearing weird and strange things, feeling like we were being touched, poked and pulled, and not having any way to figure out who was doing it because it was too dark. We were just using lighters to see what was around us. We were convinced one of us was messing with the others. Although anytime we sparked up a lighter, we were all decently far apart. We decided to hightail it out of there after only a few minutes, convinced to come back with flashlights. We came out to see that it was now dusk outside. When we entered it was midday. Somehow we had lost roughly 3 hours inside of this cave. We went back with flashlights the next week, but have never been able to find this cave again. Only mildly creepy, but definitely made me question reality. Me and a friend were sitting about in my room playing video games etc. when out of nowhere there was this insanely loud pop. My ears were ringing, it was so loud. We both instantly looked at each other thinking one of us had caused it, but neither of us have a clue what happened. It sounded as though it came from thin air in the middle of the room. I have a lot of really weird experiences in my life that made me question reality, but this is my most recent weirdness. My mother died a year and a half ago. My stepdad couldn't handle it, so he packed up and left their house. He let the mortgage company take it back and it has sat empty since she passed. The house is on a hill and they have a huge barn in the field below the house an acre away. A few weeks ago my sister, who lives down the road from the house, called me and tells me the lights were on in mom's bedroom and all the barn lights were on. Hours pass and her husband decided to go up the hill to the house. He walks in the door and walked to the light switch to shut off the lights to the barn. He switched the barn lights off and all the lights went off. The inside and outside lights just shut off at the same time. He freaked a little bit and switched it back on, but there was nothing. No lights, no power, no anything. He turns around and leaves as fast as he could. The power had been off for over a year at that point. We assumed the mortgage company had turned on the power at first, but they haven't. The service is still off. There were probably 12 lights running on that phantom power. Had a dream where my boss hurt his back and he couldn't work that day. He came out with his shirt off and informed me that I would still be working that day. He was a slave driver, so that didn't surprise me. I wake up from the dream and head to work. A buddy picks me up and we drive to his house. I told my buddy about the dream and we both laughed, knowing my boss would probably do that. I knock on the door and no one comes. But I heard the garage door open, so I walked over to see if he was in there. He opens the door with no shirt on and the exact same conversation I had in my dream unfolds in front of me, word for word, and no one would have even believed me had I not told my buddy a moment earlier. I always remember this and do not have an explanation for it. When I was about 4 or 5 years old, I remember waking up in the middle of the night and walking to the stairs. I remember closing my eyes for a second at the top of the stairs, and when I opened them I would be at the bottom of the stairs. I would run upstairs and close my eyes and the same thing would happen again. It happened at least 4 or 5 times until my parents called me to go to bed because they could hear me run up the steps. It's weird because I was wide awake and do not have a history with sleepwalking. I still think about it and wonder how that was possible. At least 6 times in my life I've gone home. I know I'll lock the door, but when I'm about to put my key in, the door opens like someone was expecting me but no one's there. It's happened at my mom's house, my house, and other PPLS houses. I was helping my buddy move into his new house, and when we came back with more stuff I had to pee, so I ran to the front door and it opened. When he came in he said he locked it before we left. Don't know what it is, but maybe it's a superpower. Lazy telekinesis. Nice. I am at in our college's anatomy class, which takes place in the cadaver lab. Dead bodies. Late one night, I am working alone in the cadaver lab and I start to hear a noise. It's hard to tell what the noise sounds like, but it's a consistent muffled noise. So I kind of walk around the room and locate it. Now normally the bodies are all kept in these big metal crates, but at the time we had one more body than we did crate. So one body was in a plastic body bag and that's where the noise was coming from. So I am terrified at this point, all alone in the lab, looking down at this plastic body bag that I can see the outline of the body that presumably is coming back to life because it is definitely making noise. I stood over this body for a solid minute, debating whether I should open the bag, and finally the noise just stops. I got all my stuff together and bolted from the lab. A couple weeks later, the professor tells me to be careful if I ever work on that body because there is a live pacemaker in it, so don't cut into that, and it will vibrate and ring every few hours if it's low on battery. I let out the biggest sigh of relief that we weren't haunted. Sleep paralysis. A few years ago, I was dreaming I was talking to a friend of mine. So far, nothing weird. But then, for some reason, I realized that I was in a dream and the person I was talking with technically wasn't my friend. Suddenly, their appearance turned to black and I felt them pushing me down and holding me down in my bed. I couldn't move. I couldn't breathe. At this point my cat woke up and jumped on me as if to protect me. Then, the dark silhouette or whatever that thing was vanished and I woke up. I swear I had red marks my shoulders where that thing was holding me down in my dream. Okay, this was recently and it still freaks me out. I was playing VR chat with my HTC Vice. I was sitting in my chair and just talking with friends when I all of a sudden heard something fall down or like someone tripped over something. Just some rumbling noise. I got confused because I was alone at home, so I lifted up my VR glasses and looked around in my room. I thought maybe something just simply fall down, but I couldn't find anything that looked different. And then all of a sudden I saw a chocolate bar wrapping on the floor, perfectly neatly placed right in front of me and with the font even facing to me. Obviously I got confused and picked it up and looked at it. So the chocolate was missing. It was just the wrapping. But the problem is, I never bought this chocolate, nor did I eat it, nor did I ever even had this kind of chocolate. It was normal chocolate with nuts and grapes and I'm not keen on those. And it was just laying there. I never found out how it got there and I never found out what the noise was I heard. I am still so confused and almost a bit scared by it. I had a dream twice. In this dream I was on the most beautiful island surrounded by the most beautiful emerald sea. I woke on one of those long chairs near the beach and was approached by an old jolly man that told me, "Everything is okay, we just have some traffic." That in a couple of minutes I was going to be back home. That I enjoyed myself. Meanwhile, the island had other people. Everyone relaxed. I made small chat with some guy, and he asked me where I was from. I told him the name of the city I live in. He replied to me that he had never heard about it, and he also named his own city something like Sector R61. That was weird, but in this island I was unable to freak out, or get mad or anything. I was relaxed all the time, so I know nothing of it. Also, he didn't look 100% human. Eventually the old man returned and told me that everything was solved now and that I was ready to go back. The next thing I knew is that I was awake in my bedroom at 7 AM exactly, completely relaxed and felt in top condition. Sounds like someone or something messed up while you were dreaming, so they put you into an interdimensional vacation until they could place you back into your reality. My wife and I had a 2-hour drive back from St. Louis to our home, during which both of us lost time. Woke up 3 hours later, still an hour and a half away from home, only having used enough gas to go that half hour, and our GPS showed we had been driving our normal route. We still have no freaking idea what happened, but we know we hadn't pulled over and that neither of us had any memory between taking an exit and seeing this one particular billboard for a restaurant we always pass. Still freaks me the frick out. There was an old man who lived on the road I drove every day to get to the highway. He sat on his front porch drinking his morning coffee, and he always waved at me when I drove by and I always waved back. This went on for the better part of a decade. One day I was talking to my neighbor about how much Mr. So-and-so waving made my morning awesome, and I was glad he was still kicking around. My neighbor says, "Wait, what? He has been dead for 3 years. Never saw him again. Who was I waving at?" One morning I woke up to my alarm going off at 6:30 as usual and got up and cooked breakfast. As soon as I sat down to eat, my alarm went off again and I woke up in bed. I dreamed that I woke up and went about my morning routine. That was easily the most disorienting thing I've ever experienced. I used to live out in the country. My house was in the middle of 4 large fields that usually grew corn. We had a large bay window facing out towards the nearest neighbor, over the field with a row of short bushes in front of it. One night I'm sitting alone watching TV beside this window. Mom is out smoking and my sister was in her room. The window is cracked open a bit so I can occasionally hear rustling of birds and such in the bushes. Window is open for airflow, not just to listen to birds. All of a sudden all noise stops and a small, frail voice comes from outside the window. "Help me." I freeze. Still no noise outside after the voice. Nothing else was said that I could hear and I didn't move until my mom came back in. I asked if she heard anything, which she replies no with a confused look. I didn't bother to tell her about what I heard because I didn't want to sound crazy, but that day will always stick with me. Woke up to my granddad stood by the door staring at me. Scared the crap out of me and there was a flash and he was gone. He's been dead about 7 or 8 years at that point. I asked my mum, she said yeah, he often did that. He'd wake my nan up for work by knocking on the window. Mum dead, grandpa stared at me through my door today. Yeah, he does that. Serious? What was your creepy, unexplainable story as a child that was confirmed by your parents to have happened? Was looking for a Halloween costume with my mom to wear to elementary school, which was a big deal to me because I was homeschooled at first. We spent a couple of hours going to several stores and couldn't find anything that I liked. It was getting dark outside, so we were going to have to find something and go home soon. There was an old Halloween costume store, one of those really weird places that somehow is open year round, that we decide to go to as a last ditch effort to find something. We got out of the car and walked through the front doors and get 3 steps into this place and I instantly have all the hair on my body stand on end. I felt huge oppressive pressure on my whole body, like the physical feeling of being hated by something, combined with its wanting to hurt me and wanting me to leave. My little 3rd grade, I think that's when it happened. Self turned to look at my mom and in the same instant she turned to look at me. We didn't say a thing to each other, just turned around. After only walking 3 steps into the store and went back to the car. I remember getting inside and asking my mom if she felt the same thing and she said that she had had essentially the same experience as me. We prayed together in the car and left. For perspective, I, as an elementary school kid who desperately wanted to fit in with the other kids that I had recently joined in public school, willingly left our literal last chance to find a costume that I thought would help me fit in, because of a physical feeling of being hated that I got when we walked into the store. As an adult I can still remember how bad it was and am getting tensed up just writing about it. I did end up with a costume that year though. We went home and she stayed up late with me working to cobble together a cowboy costume from things we had at home. I had a cowboy hat from my grandpa, some cowboy boots from somewhere, a button-down shirt that we ripped a bit to make it rugged, a bright red bandana to tie around my neck, and a swanky leather vest we made from a brown grocery bag that we cut some super cool tassel fringe onto. Cobbled costumes are the best. In the house I grew up in, every night at around midnight these big loud footsteps would go stomping up and down the hallway a few times. I'd often think it was my dad getting up in the night, so sometimes I would stick my head out in the hall to see him, but there was no one there and I'd hear him snoring in his room. This isn't a particularly creepy story, but it's just strange that everyone confirms they heard these footsteps and no one was ever that bothered by it. It's like it happened for as long as we could remember, so we just accepted it. I'm not 100% sure this fits because my mom confirmed it years ago, then denied it when I asked her again a couple months ago, but here it is. When I was little, my dresser, it was long but pretty short, sat against the wall with one of the ends pointed to my door. That dresser is heavy, an old wood one with all sorts of kid crap neatly arranged on top. Since it was in my bedroom, the floor was carpet. I always slept with the door closed. One night, with no explanation, the dresser tipped over, but instead falling forward, it fell 180 degrees to the side, falling in front of my door. All the kid crap spilling to the side. My mom ran to get me, but couldn't open the door as it was being blocked by the dresser. Eventually, with her pushing and me pulling on the dresser, she was able to slip in and move the dresser out of the way. Nothing was damaged, not even the glass figurines I had. My dad helped put it upright the next day and we moved on. Years later, I remembered the incident and asked my mom about it, expecting to learn that I blew it out of proportion and it only fell forward or something like that. Nope, she remembered that night as well. However, she added one detail that I could never figure out. She thought she heard me jumping on the bed that night, and that was why she thought the dresser tipped over. I had been asleep. I have no idea where she heard that noise coming from. When I was young, I apparently had a few odd interactions with animals. I would know a person had animals before we went in the house. They tended to come over to me before my parents, mostly just little things that were probably explainable by me, a fairly observant little kid. The one that sticks out to my parents though, telling it the way they do, is we went to a new car garage to have them work on our car. As we pull up, the owner has a big old black lab laying in the middle of the lobby. The guy informs us the dog is comfortable with people. We can pet him if we want. I shake my head and say he's sad though. Dad looks at me, asks why I think that. I reply he lost his ball. He's sad now. Dad said the owner went pale, stared at me for a minute, and then looked at Dad, said he's had a favorite ball for 10 years that just went down the sewage drain yesterday and I couldn't get it back out. Just reach in the sewer and get it back from the nice clown. When I was 3 years old, my grandmother died. She lived in our house with us and we were very close. She had told my mom many times that she would do her best to make her passing easy on me since I was so young. The night that she died, my mom was laying in bed with her and heard her take her last breath. My mom laid there and cried for about 30 minutes before coming into my room to check on me. It was about 5 AM and there was no reason for me to be awake, but I was sitting up in my crib playing, and when my mom asked why I was awake I said, "Grandma Flo just came in to give me a kiss goodbye." Flo is a nice name. One time my brother, his friend, and I saw lights in the sky that darted around like UFOs. We went to get my mom and she was totally nonchalant about it. "Yep, those are UFOs," she said, and went back in the house. Her response was so subdued that we figured she was humoring us and they weren't actually UFOs. Years later I asked her about it and she said she had to force herself to act calmly because she was terrified. If she didn't know what they were, she was right in calling them UFOs. I'm a parent of toddlers and kids now, and I have a creepy story from last year. We were driving with my then 3-year-old son in the car, and stopped at a red light next to a cemetery. Out of nowhere, my son looked over at the cemetery and said there are people laying down there, and they can't get up. My wife asked my son what he was talking about and he pointed to the cemetery and said all of the people laying down in the park are stuck. My wife and I just looked at each other in silence, completely freaked out. At this point in our son's life, there had been no deaths in the family and we had never discussed death with him. I'm still creeped out when I think about it. About 5 years ago my parents were sitting out on the back porch on a summer night. Out of the corner of her eye my mom saw a person-sized white translucent figure float by a tree. She asked my dad if he saw it too and he said yes. He is a tough guy but he was really freaked out and so was she, so they both went inside. The next morning my mom was walking by the tree where they saw the figure and she noticed a very old looking earring sitting on top of the dirt. She doesn't wear earrings and it wasn't the kind of earring I would wear. It looked like it belonged to an old lady and it was just dropped there. My mom brought it inside and put it in her jewelry box. The next day it was sitting in the middle of the basement floor. From then on I started hearing footsteps and whispering in my room at least once a week until I moved out. My grandmother was a real estate agent in Rhode Island. I was staying with her one summer and she had to take me along to see a potential listing. It was a very strange house because it was circular. All the rooms went along the outside and connected to each other and there was a center part with a little garden and open to the sky. She went up to the second story and I stayed downstairs because I wanted to walk around the loop one time. The problem started when I had walked a full loop and I didn't see the stairs. I thought I must be confused so I kept going to the next room and still couldn't find them. I started to panic so I began running around the house as fast as possible checking every room for stairs and there wasn't any. Finally, I sat down by the front door and started crying. A little while later my grandmother ran into the entryway room looking just as panicked as I had been and asking where I was hiding and why I was hiding and not answering her calling out to me. I never heard her calling out to me at all. Actually, the house seemed so still and quiet while I was sitting there that I was sure she had forgotten and left me there. We went home and didn't talk about it really. Like 15 years later I brought it up to my mom and asked if she knew anything or was this a crazy childhood nightmare I'm remembering? She told me she remembered it clearly because my grandmother had called her and was absolutely spooked because she couldn't explain what had happened and she thought she lost me or I had been taken by someone while she was distracted. She had apparently been looking for me for a while. I still don't understand what happened really because the house wasn't even large or confusing to navigate. I still get chills when I think about it. Oh man, it's like the house was trapping you. That is freaky. I was in 7th grade when my parents bought their first computer, so not super young. We had a small ranch. So my dad built a corner desk in the basement in one of the finished off rooms since there was no room anywhere else. House was built by my dad in the mid 80s. No one had lived there before us. When my mom would get home from work, we'd hear her set down her keys on the counter and walk across the kitchen floor in her heels. It was a frequent occurrence for my brother or I to be on the computer. Happened to each of us quite a bit, and hear sounds of my mom putting her keys on the counter and walking across the kitchen floor. Same as when she gets home from work. In going upstairs to check to see if my mom was home, she wouldn't be home. We would tell my mom when it happened, and it happened enough where we tried to figure it out by checking the time we'd hear it. A few times, she said she'd been thinking about work at that time and happened to look at the clock. We tried to figure it out and have no idea to this day why it would continuously happen. A few times my mom mentioned she'd be on the computer and hear someone upstairs, and no one would be home. My dad didn't allow pets in the house either, so it wasn't just a cat being a jerk. Dad built the house on a time fault. Things get a bit out of order occasionally. I woke up one night when I was 12 because I dreamt that my older brother got into a car accident. I got out of bed and wandered downstairs to the kitchen to get something to drink. My mother was sitting there and asking me why I was awake. I told her I had a bad dream and need something to drink. I got a glass of water when it ringed at our door. My mother went to look who was there in the middle of the night. 2 police officers that asked if they could come inside for a moment. I couldn't hear what they were talking about because I was still in the kitchen and they were in the hallway. After the 2 officers left, my mother came back to the kitchen completely pale and told me that I should go to bed now. I asked her what's wrong when she informed me that my brother was in a car accident and she needs to wake up my dad and go to the hospital now. When I pointed out that this was the bad dream I had before waking up, she only looked at me for a couple of seconds. I prepared myself for comments like don't be silly and go to bed now, but instead she said me too. So basically, we both had the same freaking dream of my brother having a car accident, and we both woke up minutes before the police came over to tell us it really happened. My brother survived with some minor injuries and we've seen the photos of the accident in the newspaper the next day. It looked 100% like in my dream. to the smallest detail. The way he lost control over the car, where it flipped the first time and the tree it came to a stop. Even today my mother and I talk about this. Nobody else believes us when we tell the story. When my family went to the Georgian mountain region, we rented a cottage, 2 bedrooms. So my brother and I took one and our dad took the other with his GF. I woke up in the middle of the night to 3 figures in the room, all standing in various places, none of which were visible from the entrance of the room. I woke my brother up and we screamed for our dad, but when he came into the room, he refused to look at the figures and just told us to hide under the covers. Wasn't exactly confirmed, but his refusal to look where they were standing after begging him was telling. Crap still scares my brother and I. In Mom's seaside hometown, there was an offshore decommissioned lighthouse. Even though utilities to it had long been shut off and the lighthouse was locked, it would randomly light up, clearly visible in all directions. No one could explain it. It happened so infrequently and at odd hours of the night that by the time officials examined the structure, there were no signs of activity. To this day, as I've mentioned here once before, the lighthouse remains mysterious and a bit creepy. This is my uncle's story. Didn't happen to me. My grandparents' house has a big closet in the entranceway. It's where everyone hangs their coats and puts their shoes whenever they come inside. When my uncle was early teens, he started to have nightmares about something evil trying to take him, and whatever it was always came out of that specific closet. He would tell us about it and it would always freak us out. Then around Thanksgiving, we had a huge gathering with a ton of family members. My uncle starts to tell some of my other cousins the story, when out of nowhere, my other uncle, his older brother of about 15 years, interrupts and says, "Are you talking about the thing in the closet?" Needless to say, we all freaked out. Both uncles then started discussing the experiences they had when they were teenagers. A lot of the same things happened to both of them, mainly that they both got the same nightmares. I'm 34 years old, and whenever I visit my grandma, I still don't use that closet. When I was 9 or 10, my dad took me to visit with an older hunting buddy friend of his. My parents were divorced and my dad lived in another part of the country, so while I had known this guy since I was a toddler, I didn't share the same common interests as either of them. The older friend was a gun dealer and had lots of catalogs. This was before the internet was in wide use, to order bullets, magazines, guns, etc., and they often spent hours going through listings to determine what they wanted to order. We got there fairly early and my dad said that after an hour or two we'd all go to Hoodie's for breakfast before going to shoot clay birds. Now I'm a youngin'. I don't care much about guns or hunting for sport and I'm just incredibly bored, so I start wandering around the house, reading my video game magazines that I brought with me, and very quickly that hour or two has passed and they're still down there. I ask if they're going to leave anytime soon and the friend suggests I check the refrigerator in the kitchen and see if there's anything I want to eat. I look through the fridge and find nothing. However, on the kitchen table I see an apple and decide that will be appetizing enough to hold me over. As I pick up the apple and prepare to take a bite, at that point his wife steps in and tells me don't eat that. Everything in the bowl is wax. I tell her thank you for warning me and continue to wander around the house burning time until we can get going. Maybe another 30 minutes later I go back to the basement where they're going through catalogs and ask when we are going to Hardee's. My dad's friend asks if I'm still hungry after going through their fridge. I tell him that I was going to eat an apple but his wife told me it was wax before I made the mistake. Both of them give me a blank stare and after about 20 seconds of shock my dad explains that his wife recently passed away. I then go back through the house to try to find her to show that they were just joking with me, but sure enough she was nowhere to be found. Roughly 30 years later, before he passed away, my dad still insisted that I must have imagined it. But I didn't. She told me not to eat the wax fruit. Jeez, imagine if your unfinished ghost business was to protect a bowl of waxed fruit for eternity. At my parents' house I used to hear my mom calling out to me when she didn't, and she confirmed she'd hear me call out to her when I didn't. That was a common occurrence. Also, whenever I'd be alone for a little while, if my mom was late from work or at the grocery store, I'd usually be in the main living room playing N64. I would oftentimes hear loud banging sounds from upstairs as if a heavy piece of furniture tipped over. I'd go check and nothing was out of place. Both my mother and grandmother have confirmed similar experiences when they're alone in the house. There was also the time I was downstairs on my laptop. Everyone else was in bed. It was after midnight and I didn't realize just how dark everything had gotten without the lights on. I'm zoned out when I begin to hear what sounds like a murmuring from behind me. Like the low rumble you'd hear at a gathering when people are talking and you can't make out conversation. The hairs on my neck immediately stood up and my body locked up from fear. Tears ran down my face from the physical reaction my body was having. I refused to acknowledge it and kept staring at my laptop screen in silence. It took forever for my body to go back to normal. Some time later I told my mother what happened and it freaked her out because she said she's heard the murmuring as well. I've always hated that house. Not necessarily creepy, but when I was around 11 or so, my mom and I were going about 40 miles outside of town for a typical orthodontist appointment. The trip typically took about 35 minutes give or take a few for traffic. However, this one time I kinda zoned out while being driven and upon arriving we remarked, wow, that was fast. We were earlier for my appointment than usual despite leaving at a consistent time for each appointment. Upon looking at our vehicle's clock and confirming with a watch my mom had on, it had mysteriously taken us only 10 minutes to drive the usual 35-minute distance. We have no recollection of anything happening during those 10 minutes, and it never happened again. But it left us with a very weird feeling. We still wonder what we drove through to this day. So I don't actually remember this, but my mom told me about it. My grandfather died when I was a year old. Prior to his death, he loved to play with me and would make me laugh in this very specific way. The night he died, my mom heard me making noise. So she goes in assuming I'm crying, but I'm not. I'm staring at the ceiling, laughing hysterically just like my grandfather used to make me laugh. She's still convinced he came to say goodbye to me. This is sort of embarrassing. My mom got an IUD after my sister and I were born. 4 years after my sister, a random priest stopped her in the streets and told her, "Why are you stopping Goddess Durga's will? She wants to gift you a son." My mom was understandably freaked out. It's not like my family didn't want a son, because trust me, Asian obsession with sons is real. It's just that they didn't want another daughter, so they weren't trying. Anyways, a few days later we had a curtain, sort of like a musical prayer meeting, and one of the ladies there got possessed by Goddess Matala, as Indians call it. Sort of like a trance possession, and the person possessed starts spewing all sorts of things that make sense but don't. Super creepy, scary crap. So, that woman, a stranger, straight up looked at mom and handed her an apple. Said, "Eat it and get that foreign thing out. I want to give you a son. How dare you deny me of my wish?" Word spread like fire about this incident. Suddenly half the town was interested in my parents' marital life. Small town. Mom didn't budge then though. My parents met another priest who they considered their teacher. He said that they should try and let what's meant to be happen. Well, I had a brother within a year. Most exciting 9 months for our town since we didn't know the gender. Gender testing is illegal in India to prevent female foeticide. That was incredibly informative. Not so much creepy as unexplainable. I have a memory of standing in my grandmother's suburban backyard with my cousin. We were maybe 3-4 years old, watching a line of penguins in a neighboring yard climb up a pool slide and slide down into a pool. One by one, they would swim to the stairs, waddle out of the pool and around the pool back to the slide stairs and wait in line to go down the slide again. I never mentioned the memory and assumed, because it was so implausible, that I dreamt it up or remembered wrong. A couple decades later, I visited my grandmother and this same cousin was also visiting. We were sitting at my grandma's kitchen table which looked out at her backyard. There was a lull in the conversation, and we were all looking out the window. It made me think of the whole penguin memory, so I brought it up. My cousin's eyes widened and she said she had the same memory, but, like me, thought it was a dream. My grandma chuckled and said, "Well, the neighbor that used to live there did work for the zoo." Not exactly a confirmation, but did that really happen? Even if he did work for the zoo, you can't just bring a dozen penguins home, can you? When I was little, probably about 5, my great-grandmother passed away from cancer. We were very close. She watched me nearly every day and would sing to me before my naps. "You Are My Sunshine" in particular. It was a few days after she died and I can instinctively remember waking up to someone stroking my hair and singing "You Are My Sunshine." At first, I thought it was my mom, but it was unlike her to do something like that. I turned and found no one there. I even remember getting up and checking my parents' room to find they were both asleep. Both my parents kind of just nonchalantly dismiss it, but I swear it was her saying goodbye to me. A grandmother's love is so strong, even death cannot break it. When I was a kid, my mom used to work at a small grocery store and she went there before breakfast to get fresh bakery goods when she had the afternoon shift. Then she used to wake me up for school and ask how I slept, and I used to tell her what dream I had that night, if any. One morning I told her I dreamed that two guys broke into the store and they left a red screwdriver on the floor. My mom was shocked because there really was a break-in that night. That is why she couldn't buy stuff for breakfast that morning, but couldn't talk with police or colleges at the time to get more details. I then went to school. My mom did the afternoon shift, and on the evening, when she came home, she told me that the police really did found a screwdriver on the scene, which belonged to the burglar. This all happened in Europe, a small town around the early 90s. No CCTV in the burglar never got caught, but this was still a very strange experience. My mom made me fill out a lottery ticket the next day, LOL, but never won with it and never had such dreams since then. I love that she got you to pick out a lottery ticket. She just rolled with it. When I was growing up, I lived in a small bungalow with my parents. My room was directly beside my parents' room. I had a fish tank with a light and used this as a sleep aid. The dim light of the tank and the bubbling sound of the filter put me at ease. One night I woke up and I saw the outline of a man wearing a trench coat and a top hat standing beside my bed looking at me. Naturally, I screamed as loud as I could and my parents came running into the room and turned the light on and the man was gone. They comforted me back to sleep and that's all I remember about that. Fast forward 3-4 years, I move my room to the basement and my parents knock down the wall to make their room bigger, but they keep their bed in the exact same place. Over the next year, I would wake up to screams from upstairs and hear my mom crying. She would always see outlines of a man standing in the exact place where I witnessed it before. They even moved their bed to attempt put it where the figure would appear to stop it from appearing. It still scares me to this day thinking about that house, and I'm glad I'm nowhere near there anymore. I like their logic. Like, this terrifying ghost keeps appearing in this one spot, so let's sleep in that spot. What's creepier the more you think about it? The amount of people out there who intentionally killed a person or two which went under the radar and never got caught. Advertisements where they pretend the company cares about you or believes everyone deserves the perfect insert product here. I love the new H&R Block commercial where they say they're on your side. It's their fault that we Americans have to do our taxes and not our government. It's a freaking business. How only we will ever truly know our thoughts and feelings, interpretations of the world visually, emotionally, mentally, no matter how much we try to describe it to someone else or how close you are to another human, it's still just you in so many ways. Additionally, how each of us does not know if others are experiencing anything. We just give each other the benefit of the doubt. Dying. We all live these lives and work really hard to get somewhere and all we do is just die. No way out of it. And we have no idea what happens. The concept of the umwelt, a particular animal's sense experience of the world as being entirely separate and distinct from human experience. We have 5, plus a few more, main senses, but other animals see additional colors of light, sense the earth magnetic field, echolocate, etc. We have no idea what that would be like. In early schooling we're taught the 5 senses, but in reality we have, like, over 20 basic senses. How modern medicine exists, the amount of people that had to suffer and be given all these different chemicals or drugs is astonishing. Some of it was clearly done without consent and imposed on others. Imagine chemotherapy. Hey, so we're just going to slowly kill you and hope that the cancer dies first. Chilling. Yup, the Japanese Unit 731 is basically this. Human experiment straight out of the worst horror movie you can imagine. Adoption. You literally have to pay for a kid. You are paying for a child, and the younger they are, the more they usually cost. Newborns are more expensive than teens. It's never rubbed me the right way. Being adopted, I can say it's definitely an awkward realization lol. But the alternative is being stuck an orphan till 18 then kicked on the street. I'm guessing they use the funds to keep the orphanage or program going. In whichever direction you're not looking, there's just a massive group of prop people and stagehands setting up the next shot in the movie that is your life. I saw one once. Santa, he knows when you're sleeping, awake, if you've been bad or good. He breaks into your house and eats your food in return for gifts he gets his elf slaves to construct. Staring at another human being, the longer you stare the more you realize that at the end, no matter how close this person is to you, they're still another person. Childbirth. Yes, it's a miracle and creating a life, but it's also another living thing violently exiting your body and a major medical event you have little to no control over. The amount of sperm men make, I guess creepy isn't the right word, maybe it's just overwhelming, but basically, each one of those suckers would make a completely different person, and there's millions of them each time a guy nuts. So like, the whole would you go back and kill Hitler as a baby debate doesn't even matter, cause you really could go back and just, like, bump into his dad, alter his day slightly and now instead of Hitler, you have a completely different human. Everything will die. Humanity, animals, the planet, the sun, and everything else. Eventually, the death to birth ratio will catch up and more things start to die and making new things just won't support or last long enough for more of itself to repopulate. Most dating norms. Playing hard to get, playing games, online stalking your date to think of the perfect things to say during the date, saying how you can never survive without them, making big gestures in public, which forces their reaction to be pleasant, borderline psychopathic and creepy to me. All those rom-coms doesn't help. Stalking, pursuing someone after they reject you, etc. We know more about space than the ocean. Scientists estimate that less than 5% of the Earth's oceans have been explored. In fact, we know more about the dark side of the moon than we do about the depths of the oceans on our own planet. I've always found pregnancy creepy. There's literally a baby growing inside a person and that person must go through a traumatic experience to get it out. Oh, and our entire human race depends on it. Not to mention why we have periods is actually a defensive mechanism evolved specifically to kill off unviable embryos. Imagine this. You are placed in a circular room with a 30-foot diameter. Across from you is a carbon copy of yourself. You are both at the exact same millisecond in your lives. You are standing equally distant in the room. You are intaking the exact same sensory information as the other, since the room is symmetrical. Here's the question. Could you ever do anything different than your double? Seems like a dumb question at first, but think about it. You'd be perfectly mirrored. If you tried to poke your double, you'd poke each other in the same spot. If you threw your shoe at the other double, so would they. The shoes would logically hit in identical ways, and fall in perfectly symmetrical spots. You could run at each other, and you'd collide in a perfectly symmetrical way and fall on the floor in exactly the same way. Obviously, the counter-argument to this is theories based in free will and randomness in physics, but assuming the world is a stagnant environment, it would be an amazing thing to witness. Ladies and gentlemen, here's your winner. That's a genuinely disturbing thought. The ocean. Who knows what else could be lurking in the deep blue? Perhaps a dormant world-ending creature of doom and peril. Yeah, I'm kinda scared of the ocean. That's exactly why I love Lovecraftian horror. Time. Think about it. Or better yet, don't. Time is an illusion. 1 hour with a good friend feels like a minute and 1 minute with your hand to a stove feels like an eternity. Time is a concept of human perception to understand entropy, the heat death that decays all energy and matter in the universe. Entropy is constant and unwilling, but time isn't. 5 to 6 feels like forever, 18 to 25 feels like a blink. If this is what we've collectively set our lives around and we know it's war against us and our inept perception of it, then why do we waste it? Nothing can buy time, but we waste it for others to eat out of fear. $12 an hour isn't worth 1 billion cells, but our biological weakness has been exposed and exploited by our own to subjugate us. We never have enough time and it's running out. But don't think about that, just look at more stuff on Reddit and forget about your dread. Life is but a dream, but we will all wake up. You and your body aren't fully connected. Remember that stub toe isn't life-threatening and you know it, but your body screams in pain for minutes anyways. Or that cookie or cigarette you don't want, your body would talk to you into breaking a promise you made yourself to stay away from those. The deep dark abyss of the ocean. Swimming out into the ocean in middle of the night by yourself and just staring downwards into the water, not being able to see past your feet. Terrifying thought. The social construct of society and what is normal or weird. Why is a belly button acceptable to display but not a nipple? Who decided this? That there must be an evolutionary or biological reason for us to be weirded out by stuff that looks like us, but is off slightly. The uncanny valley exists for a reason, and that unknown reason scares me. Greater infinities. There are an infinite number of fractions between 0 and 1. There are also an infinite number of fractions between 0 and 2, which is a greater infinity than the one between 0 and 1. I know conspiracy theories are kind of ripping the world apart these days, but here's one I find interesting. If you were to Google hotspots for missing campers and hikers and then Google a map of America's cave systems, the two maps match up almost perfectly. Some debunkers have postulated that these missing persons were inexperienced and somehow stumbled into these caves and got lost, but wouldn't it be highly improbable that is the cause of the disappearance in every one of these cases? Surely these caves are visited by experienced cave spelunkers and they would have found evidence of human remains. How much P focuses on the barely legal teens and how much P loves step siblings. It's so gross. Heck, just how much sexuality is pushed on children from the moment they can walk. Staying up late in the dark. You don't know who is around. You hear a noise coming from the hallway. For some reason sounds like stepping. After a while you feel like you're being watched. You look out the window, no one was there. Looked in the kitchen, no one there. You feel a tap on your shoulder. You feel the hands go down. No one's there, but it feels like someone is. Whenever you get that feeling, just say frick off Patrick Swayze. Paparazzi. People literally chasing you down and overanalyzing your every move, all while shoving a camera into your face and asking you incredibly inappropriate and personal questions. How did we even let this be normalized? A few things come to mind. Most of mine are a bit cerebral, so I'll apologize in advance in that regard. 1. If you're not being born, you're heading to the grave. This is absolutely true for everyone. It doesn't matter if it's 5 seconds after birth or 10 decades you're on the clock. 2. There is no proof of a soul, yet every single culture and religion, regardless of distance apart, believe in one form or another. Did our ancestors know something we don't? I'll acknowledge that this isn't super creepy at first, but the more I think about it, the stranger and creepier it gets. 3. What makes us us? On the most basic level, we're not much more than a collection of electrical impulses in our own nervous system. How did we go from a collection of impulses to being a distinct sentient intelligence with a complex personality? Where does sentience come from? Is it genetic? Is there a way to remove sentience? The more I go down this metaphysical rabbit hole, the creepier it gets personally. 4. There are, according to the FBI at least, anywhere between 25 and 50 active serial killers in the US right now. How many people are in bondage and slavery around the world, and how miserable they must be that we or even no one knows about. Also, how many people are currently lost at sea just trying to survive. I remember hearing a while back that some truly blind people, from birth, don't actually just see black, because black is the absence of light, and they don't see light at all. They don't see anything. The way it was described was like trying to imagine looking at the back of your head. You just can't. I don't know why, but that always creeps me out the more I think about it. That is, literally not having one of your senses. Based on how we've responded to climate change so far, I am fairly certain we won't do anything about the impending automation crisis until it's far too late. Some people stand to gain too much wealth, which will inevitably make it back to PACs and think tanks writing oops. Poverty will get insane. It's difficult to predict which careers will be hit. If you really want to blow your mind, go look into the successes with IE lawyers. We have let a few incredibly wealthy people convince a significant amount of our population to ignore scientific consensus about our planet literally becoming less habitable. It will take even less to convince them to ignore something this abstract until their jobs are already gone. This scares me to no end. There is already a non-zero chance that we have started a warming feedback loop, where the heat will just cause the release of more greenhouse gases. This could eventually render the Earth as inhabitable as Venus, but most people barely care. Police in my country checking dealers' phones who messaged about buying weed and going door to door and knock on people's doors, connected to the phone number in the dealer's phone, and ask if they have been buying weed or if they can smell weed from their apartment to make a bust. Meanwhile, serial killers, gangbangers and pedophiles are walking around the country unbothered. The amount of people that think they matter when our collective species doesn't even account for 0.01% of the Earth's mass. The ability of popular opinion to affect the world regardless of statistics, fact or science. People look back at time periods like the Dark Ages and go, wow, they were just stupid. Well, guess what? We still are. Death, the entire concept of it, the fact that I'm typing this comment now and I'm fully conscious of it, but one day, I just won't. Where does my consciousness go? Does it just fade away? If so, that's even creepier. Will I even know that I've died when I'm dead? Or will I just stop existing? I mean, we've all known the state of being alive for so long that we probably can't imagine not being in that state, and that makes the state of being dead creepy. Death and the human consciousness. It will happen to everyone and we know nothing about what the experience will entail for us. That there's someone out there that gets abused, raped, killed right now, and we're looking on our phones while smiling about a meme. What's beyond the boundaries of the universe? Okay, what's beyond that? I wouldn't call myself religious, but contemplations on this is what makes me agnostic. That in Wonder Woman 84, Diana's dead boyfriend's consciousness transfers into another guy who doesn't even know what is happening with him, and then Diana sleeps with him while knowing that the guy who is acting as a vessel doesn't know what is happening. So Diana basically RPs someone and no one in mainstream media actually noticed this. Mirrors. They are like a portal that you can't tell if it is showing you reality. After all, you can only see yourself in images, videos and mirrors. We might not look how we see, we do. Also, to make that creepier, mirrors can just be portals to parallel universes and everything that tries to go through gets blocked by its reflection. Anyway. This is more mind-blowing to me than creepy, but the fact that there are more stars in space than all words or sounds all humans have made. The fact that you aren't afraid of the dark, but what's in the dark? Same as you aren't afraid of being alone in the dark, you're afraid of not being alone in the dark. My sleep paralysis demon. The level of detail my brain put into it is disturbing to say the least. That or the fact people genuinely believe the Earth is flat and Australia doesn't exist. Our consciousness. What happens when we are able to copy our brain? Will we control him, her? If we won't, then what will happen when we'll start replicating damaged parts of the brain? Human life. On the same day, a young couple in FL chilling on a sunny beach and laughing about the great times they had on college. Within the exact same state, there's a person out there who's probably chained up by some sicko being forced to do unspeakable acts and all they want to do is be with their family again. Our best days can be someone's worst days. People who watch security cameras for a living. What creepy things have you tried to forget? Years ago I worked overnight at a homeless shelter for men. A good portion of the regular guys that stayed there had mental health and or drug problems. There were a lot of fights and the occasional stabbing, but for the most part everyone was relatively behaved and most were good people at heart. I received a lot of threats, but one ever acted on them. One night when I arrived for my shift I noticed there was a much larger police presence than usual. I walked into our office and the officer in charge started asking me if I had noticed a guy, Richard, behaving unusually at all lately. I had not saw anything out of the ordinary and I told them such. I looked at the dorm list and noted that he was marked as no longer staying at the shelter. He was a long-term resident, so I thought this was odd. The police left without telling me anything except the fact they needed security footage from 2 specific cameras from the night before. I did not work the night before and the guy I normally work with pulled a no-show. We were the only 2 people besides the manager, who was on a holiday, that were trained on how to burn footage to a DVD. I spent the rest of my shift in shock. When I found the footage they were looking for, I felt physically ill. Richard had gone out onto the 2nd floor smoking deck, finished a cigarette, got up on the railing, and dove headfirst onto the cement below. The first camera on the 2nd floor showed him jump, but the second camera on the 1st floor was much more gruesome. He landed headfirst and rolled over in a way that he was staring right into the camera as he lay there dying. I quickly put the footage on DVD and went to throw up. I was given the next day off. No counseling. No nothing. I will never forget that one. He was a pretty good dude as far as I knew him. Some mental issues, but no one knew he was suicidal or why he did it. A year back I was working at a hostel and we have security cameras throughout the building. Watching the footage from the camera in the kitchen. It is about 2 AM and a very drunk guest walks in, grabs some snacks, and accidentally drops an empty bottle on the ground. He then proceeds to kick it up into the air, then kick it again in air, where it flies across the entire length of the room perfectly into the recycling bin. In his drunken state he threw up his hands, ran around in a circle clearly in shock at how amazing he is. Then after looking around he noticed there was no one there to see it. After that he looked visibly depressed and stumbled back out of the kitchen. I hope you went up to him the next day and said, "I saw what you did last night." Working in a rehearsal studio for bands, we had camera at the front desk that pointed down the hall with the entrances to all the rooms. One day I'm sitting there minding my own business and noticed there was a girl sitting in the hallway outside one of the studios. She had come in with the band that was practicing and I just assumed she didn't feel like sitting in the loud space with the band. So I got up and went to tell her she was welcome to sit in the lobby where there was a couch and TV. I got around the corner and she wasn't there. I went back the desk and there she was, sitting in the hall waiting outside the room. So I went back out to find her not there again. I assumed she had gone into the room, so I went and knocked and they informed me that the girl had left a while before, just after they had gotten started practicing. So I went back and there she was, still on the camera. It was only then that I realized I had accidentally bumped the freeze frame button for the monitor. That killer ending. I thought it was a bogus post until then. I used to do asset protection for a Walmart in a very age-addicted area. The creepiest thing was seeing how fast someone would go from completely normal to absolutely out of it in the span of a year because of the drug. You could build a timeline of their demise through CCTV pictures and video. One man in particular really stood out to me. The first time I apprehended him he was very polite and intelligent, just stealing to get his fix. A year later and the 4th time I caught him he was basically a shell of a man. He tried running from me and I looked him right in the eyes and said, "I know you. Gary last name. Please don't run." The look on his face of someone knowing him who he couldn't even remember will always stay with me. I investigated internal loss for Target and one time, as I was walking a lady, who stole thousands of dollars worth of stuff, out in handcuffs with the police, she turned to me and said, "Thanks for being so nice to me. I will never forget that." Not necessarily creepy, but I work on security for a popular UK supermarket and came into work one day to find a note asking me to burn an incident off the cameras onto disk. It was something from the car park the previous night, so I figured we'd had a shoplifter in or an accident in the car park. But no, it wasn't anything as pleasant as that. We'd had a situation where a couple, older white gentleman and youngish Asian female, had been in store and the night security guy just thought they were acting a bit funny. So he follows them round store on CCTV in store to see if anything went on. Nothing really happens during this time, though the guy seems to become more and more aggravated. They go outside having purchased their shopping to pack it into the car boot, when a clear argument occurs between them. He suddenly turns round, kicks the empty trolley across the car park and then smacks her full force in the face out of seemingly nowhere. She recoils in pain. A bit more shouting takes place but she seems to dutifully take her seat in the passenger's seat despite what just took place. During the process of burning this to disk for the police, since our security guy had called it in as an assault, I had to rewatch the moment where he hits her over and over again. but watch helplessly as she seems to calmly get into the car of the man who just assaulted her. Long story short, she was a mail order bride who was trafficked here and as well as assault he got done for people trafficking. So a pretty wholesome ending to an otherwise awful story. It's kind of fricked up that mail order brides have been like a standard punchline to sitcom jokes that I've heard since I was a kid, and it never clicked for me until now that it was a form of human trafficking and a real thing. I always assumed it was either some kind of scam or a girlfriend in Canada kind of thing. When I worked as a security officer, it was my first week on the job. I watched my boss and another officer try to talk a guy off of the top of our parking structure. Didn't work. Watched him jump off and land next to an employee who was coming in for her shift. Guy hit the ground so hard it exploded the belt right off of his pants. I will never forget watching that. Jesus Christ, the belt thing is graphic AF. That's unreal. What a horrible thing to witness. I'm not in security, but I work for a bank and part of my job is checking the cameras in the morning for pings overnight, and then making sure all the pings were just squirrels or leaves, etc. Last week I saw a ping on our back entrance camera, and when I went to watch the video, it was a guy I didn't recognize walking back and forth in front of the door at 3 AM for a solid 20 minutes. Like just pacing the whole time, and every couple minutes he'd stop and walk up to the door and stare into the camera. Then he'd go back to pacing. A car eventually went by and that must have set something in him off because he legit ran away and didn't come back. We ended up calling the cops about it, but I still have no idea who he was or what his deal was. He was probably gonna try and rob it, but when he got there had an internal conflict. I've heard stories of that happening before. Was watching CCTV footage of a parking deck, and on the 9th level there's this guy sitting in the middle of the deck, banging his head on one of the pillars. All of a sudden the guy just stops and runs to the edge. Without stopping or jumping, he flings himself over the edge. I immediately called dispatch and told them what had happened. Few days later I was offered counseling for those events. I'm glad you were. A lad I grew up with worked security at a large shopping mall. Security get radioed to a jumper. He is first on scene. Blood everywhere. Body in a complete state. After emergency services left the scene, they washed down the bus access road and he was ordered back to work. He wasn't offered counseling or a day off to gather his thoughts. I hope you're doing better now. Mostly lots of freaking. I've had to turn on the microphone and tell them to stop it or they'll be thrown out of the college gym. I'd have just started narrating. Worked as a harbor master a while ago. Had to check the marina's cameras after a boat was abandoned at our docks. I was looking for the owner. I looked on the tape from the boat's first night in the marina. The man who had sailed the boat in was standing on the end of his boat for 2 hours, barely moving. Then at 1:30 AM he just walked off the back and dropped into the water. He never came back up. Never found his body. Freaky. Capital S. If this were on an Olip, it would be called I was a harbor master a while ago, and I saw something weird on the security cameras. Part 13. I work in a retail store, and for a while I worked security here. Watching the security cameras wasn't technically my job, but we were consistently short-handed in that department and the manager was grooming me for promotion, so I got to fill in and watch the cameras occasionally. One day when we were reviewing footage from overnights, we saw this teenager calmly set down his shopping basket, take off his hat and glasses, and just charge at a wall, hit it head on. He did this 2 more times. When he was done, his face was a bloody mess, and he put his hat and glasses back on and just left. Weirded me right the heck out. Someone needs to explain this. I used to do IT support for a company that had a lot of heavy machinery moving around inside a big warehouse type area. This giant front end loader would scoop up material and dump it into a hopper. Along the sides of the floor were these huge concrete barriers. I've heard them called Jersey barriers and mafia blocks, but they are about 10 feet tall. And this one guy's life was ended when the front end loader inadvertently scooped the base of the barrier and landed on one of 2 guys walking shoulder to shoulder through the plant. I was tasked to review the footage, then make copies, 6 of them, to be exact, and then ensure that the footage worked and was self-executable and able to be run from a USB stick. So I had to watch the footage of this guy get killed over a dozen times. I, too, was offered counseling for just watching the video. I used to work IT at a university, and last Easter we had a break-in. We found the footage of the guy going in at 2 PM, leaving at around 3, and not really taking anything. Fast forward to 7 PM and the guy comes back in and is walking around the auditorium till 6 AM the next morning. In that time he proceeded to strip into his underwear, steal and wear a mask the Japanese exchange students made for the teacher, and smoke a crap ton. He managed to steal 6 full bags of random items. We've dubbed him as a jack-off bandit. Missed your chance at calling him the hijacker. I used to work loss prevention for a big box store. We had a lady get arrested for public indecency and I was asked to investigate. I had to follow her backwards from the point of arrest and it was a trip to say the least. She arrived at the store swerving and nearly hitting several cars. She entered the store with 2 young children, both of whom are mentally handicapped. That lady literally dragged those kids around the store, slapping them and tugging at their ears collars if they didn't obey. At some point she just abandons them in the clothing section, walks through the back doors to the break area, and I'm assuming she thought it was the bathroom because she proceeds to pull down her pants and shoots all over the fire exit door. She pulls her pants up, without wiping mind you, and goes back to the floor like nothing happened. Someone saw what she did and followed her. Luckily there's an officer in the store at the time and quickly approaches her when the associate tells him what she did. Needless to say, she was definitely high and or drunk and was arrested. The scary part is, she did not mention those kids not one time. It wasn't until I reviewed the tape that I saw they were just still waiting by the shopping cart completely oblivious and afraid to move. Child services was later called and I still think about those kids often. Breaks my heart to think about the bulls those kids must still be going through. A big box store. For some reason, even though you didn't mention the store, the entire time I was reading this I was imagining a Walmart. I do not envy LP people that have to check the security cameras at Walmart because I feel like this isn't the worst kind of stuff they could see. Wasn't a security officer, but I worked at a 24/7 gas station for a while. One night my co-worker accidentally killed himself while at work, and I made the mistake of watching the footage. He went to the back of the store with a bag of drugs, probably C, snorted it and started acting funny for about 10 minutes. He then sits in the back office and gets fidgety thrashing around until finally he just goes limp in the chair. He had died of a heart attack and sat there for 5 hours before anybody came in, thought the absence of an employee was strange, and called the cops. It was really weird seeing people come in and act all pissy for the lack of service. They'd just leave thinking someone was lazy, but nah, dude was dead. As someone who used to work at an all-night convenience store, I used to hang out in the back all the time, and there were definitely times I missed people on the cameras waiting for me to come sell them cigarettes. I always came out eventually, but still, it's understandable for folks to assume someone's just being lazy. I was working a pub in Sydney and watching the CCTV when I saw the guy continually cross and uncross his legs while playing a poker slot machine. After a few minutes he walked to a corner of the room, took a crap and proceeded to go back to playing his machine. Talk about being addicted. To answer some of your questions, this kind of thing is not rare. Mostly it's people pee themselves. These machines are evil and designed to get people addicted, and that results in some people not being able to pull themselves away, even to use a bathroom. Finally, thank God I'm a manager, but telling someone it was their job sucked. I used to work at a casino and had to clean crap out from in between 2 machines. Never saw the video, but whoever it was had to have scooped that crap out with their hand to smear it between the machines. Had another guy spell out frick, casino name, in their own fesses on the bathroom wall. So glad I called in that day. Not a CCTV operator, but I was chummy with the security guards I used to work with. It was in a large 3-story retail building in a city center and we had all sorts of folks coming in and out. We had a Phantom W and Phantom Shitter who would leave their bodily fluids in random places. They were known as Jack the Shitter and Wonksy, and it turned out to be the same guy. He was clever and knew where all the security camera were. He'd case the joint. The only reason he got busted was because they were moved. By far the funniest thing I saw was a guy being chased into the building on the 2nd floor by the police. He ran around the shop for about 5 minutes while being chased by police and our security guards. It was great watching it on different screens as he moved through the building. Anyway, he got to ground floor and underestimated the drop onto the escalator and broke his leg, and the escalator him brought back up to the feet of the security guards who were chasing him. It was brilliant. I used to do IT support for a charity that supplied housing and support for homeless people. A large proportion also had mental health issues, so there were a fair amount of interesting events that happened. Being in IT, I avoided experiencing most of it firsthand, though I was threatened with being stabbed on about my 3rd day. Anyway, I come in one Monday, and there's an email labeled urgent, saying there was an incident at the stairwell of one of the properties on Sunday night, and could I pull the relevant CCTV footage and put it on a DVD. I had to do this fairly frequently. I skip through the footage, find the incident, usually a fight or blatant drug dealing, and burn it to DVD for the police. The email never mentioned what the incident was, so I skip through the footage and watch as a clearly very agitated man ties a rope around a stair rail at the top of the stairs, then his neck, looks over the rail and then just casually tips forward over it. The rope flipped him round, and he dangled there twitching for far too long before he just stopped. So yeah, that was a fun Monday. They really should have warned you. That's a heck of a thing to just expect someone to watch and record. I had a job reviewing hidden tape footage looking for people sabotaging food product in a factory. The entire idea was creepy on one level. They made pasta. They were finding things like glass, screws, staples and crap in the product. Thankfully none of it made it out of the plant. They had metal detectors at the end of the line, because it's common for things like metal shavings to get in the product given the machines. So they want to catch that and stop the product. But machines went off and they'd inspect the product to find ridiculous crap that there is no way could have made it in unless someone put it there. That's creepy because think about how terrible it would have been had that product ever made it to the public. You aren't paying attention. You throw your shells in the pot, boil them along with a nail, then feed that crap to your kids who just jumped down. Thank God for the fail-safes. Anyways, they need to catch whoever is doing it. They install the cameras in the areas where most of the affected product is made and packaged. They record it all. Then they hire me to go through the tapes on high speed, looking for alarms going off on the machines or anything weird. So I see a ton of stuff that's notable. Some of it funny, some of it cruel, some of it just plain terrible. Eventually I do figure out who the saboteur was. But the creepiest thing was this guy driving a forklift around with his kid not only on the forklift with him, but hanging out of the sides of it waving at people. It's creepy cause at some point not long after that, the guy killed his kid somehow in a forklift accident. Thank frick the accident wasn't on tape, or at least my tapes. Kid never should have been allowed even in the plant. Certainly not on the fricking forklift. And this guy killed his kid. So it was like I was watching a ghost. And I kept wishing I'd had those tapes to review a week or whatever earlier. Cause as soon as I would have said something they would have disciplined the dude. And maybe saved the kid. I reviewed the security cameras around my office building. The cameras only monitor the outside of the building. We have signs posted everywhere stating cameras are watching. You get accustomed to certain movement patterns and activation of cameras. So I don't have to review the whole day's activity, just the parts that show things out of the ordinary. For a while, homeless people were using an hour behind landscaping to kick back and smoke drugs. Herb, heroin off oil, glass M pipes, you name it. It's all in full view of one of the cameras. Watched a few drug sales there too. However, the most disturbing by far was the freaking. Basically, guys would take the homeless women to that area and do any number of weird and wonderful things. The weirdest of all was when some dude lay on the ground and a drug-slinging homeless woman sat on a bench looking at her phone. He slipped off her flip-flop and started sucking off her toes. He took short breaks intermittently to hit a glass M pipe, then went back to work on the toes. This went on for about 45 minutes. Then they left. We systematically found almost all the homeless P-stars during the day and told them our place has cameras and not to come back. Things have been quiet for a few years now. However, the most disturbing by far was the freaking. Basically, guys would take the homeless women to that area and do any number of weird and wonderful things. Me, internally, I bet it's foot fetish crap. He slipped off her flip-flop and started sucking off her toes. Freaking knew it. Serious, divers of Reddit, what is your most horrifying experience underwater? I was on a wreck dive off Oahu down about 90 feet with an ex-girlfriend and the owner of a local dive shop. The ex and I are experienced divers and we were all just messing around, checking out the wreck and the turtles nearby. There had been a group that was on the wreck but they had left as we descended, so it was just us three. About halfway into the dive another person shows up, alone. He got the attention of the dive shop owner, and after furious scribbling on slates, the shop owner came over to us and wrote out, "You both stay down and finish your dive. I'm taking him up." And then turned to the other dude and gave the guy his octopus regulator to breathe from. We didn't really know what was going on, so we had a perfectly lovely dive, got some good pictures, and ascended like normal. When we got back on the boat we heard the story. That other guy was from a different boat and had been diving a totally different dive site. He somehow got separated and lost, and had somehow drifted about a mile away from where he went in. There was nothing else around in the direction he was going except Tahiti a few thousand miles away. Worst part is that the other guy's boat didn't even realize he was gone and left without him. If that guy hadn't floated past our wreck, I don't know what would have happened. The current pushes you away from land where we were, and since the boat didn't even know he was lost, he would have been floating out for a long time before someone realized they had a missing diver. This is terrifying. The idea of dying alone, fully aware of your impending fate, hits something visceral in me. One of my first dives was in crap show conditions. There was a strong current and so much sand debris everywhere that visibility was at about 12 inches. For some reason the dive master was like, "It'll be fine once we get below 40 feet. We started descending on a guide wire, and after getting to about 55 feet my brother and I, who were dive partners, could not see anyone else in the group. We waited at the bottom of the wire for 10 minutes and after no one showed up we started to think that the rest of the group would be waiting on the surface. We came up and one guy from our group was at the buoy looking confused and the boat was gone. Turns out there were so many problems that the boat driven away so that the waves wouldn't throw it on top of us, but there were such large swells that the boat couldn't relocate us. We floated for about an hour before finally getting the boat's attention and being picked up. By far the worst motion sickness dehydration I've ever experienced. That dive master needs to be fired. My first dive ever. My goggles strap snapped off the rental gear and they floated away. I wasn't scared really, but I was 50 featuring underwater without vision. I just kept knocking my tank, which makes a specific noise in the water signaling my dive group. Eventually my goggles were handed to me and we carried on our way with the dive. I can see how it would be easy to freak out, but I just trusted my group and my training, and their response time didn't take more than 15-20 seconds. Doing my PADI open water in Australia about 10-15 years ago, and aside from all the hilarious brushes with jellyfish and Aussies and, even worse, other Brits, I had a good dive that was just beautiful. Warm, clear water, good dive buddies, calm seas, loads of fish, just what you hope for, except that I'm having trouble equalizing. It's not awful, just a bit distracting, so I carry on. Eventually, we head back up and the pain starts to increase. Still not debilitating or anything, just that I'm becoming more aware of it. Back on the boat and it's still there, so I talk to the dive master and he just waves it off. I stick my finger in my ear and can almost feel something in there. He says it's a bubble of water and not to worry. Okay, grand. Except it doesn't feel liquidy, it feels solidy, and it hurts a lot. Now, I keep trying and failing to not stick my fingers in there, but each failure still yields no results until suddenly I feel a scraping as I withdraw my pinky. There, sat on my finger as happy as a clam is a tiny bastard crab. I look at him, he looks at me, I look at the other divers, they look sick. I look at the crab and I swear to God he gave me a Cheerio type wave and just scuttled off my finger and onto the deck before disappearing behind some kit. I spent the next little forever convincing myself it didn't lay eggs or leave a few mates behind. He didn't, by the way, and generally wondering why we have stupid crab holes built into our stupid heads. From now on I will only refer to his as crab holes. Probably my most horrifying experience is seeing firsthand how underqualified and ignorant some divers and even dive professionals are. I'm pretty sure a girl on our Palau liveaboard had no idea what deco limits were. She just dove until her air ran out. The rest of us could hear her dive watch beeping like crazy nearly every dive. On another dive off Charleston, the dive instructor had a clearly panicked diver and either didn't notice or didn't care. There was a lot of silt and surge, and the odd angle the wreck was resting on gave you a kind of vertigo. I wasn't in their group, but right at the start of the dive I see a guy absolutely racing for the mooring line, so I ended my dive to ascend with him. When he hugged me on the surface as thanks for hanging with him, I teared up a little and wanted to punch that instructor in the face. Oh, another horrifying experience is seeing diver masters manhandle marine life, even grabbing a porcupine fish to make it puff up. That happened in Nevis. But overall, recreational diving is awesome and very safe when done properly. If anyone reading this thread is thinking about learning, do not let these stories scare you off. The world underwater is incredible. Was spearfishing and had a stringer of fish. On one of my dives I felt a hard tug and turned just in time to see a Goliath grouper inhaling my entire stringer, which was tied to my belt. This experience was only made worse by the fact that I was freediving and about 40 feet down. Well, till what a Goliath grouper is, and dang, that's a big fish. A 16-year-old kid at 50 feet, face down, dead. He breathed down his tank looking for his 17-year-old buddy. After they got separated, other kid died too. Bad day on that beach. Coast Guard in a dive boat pulled them both out in front of about 30 families and kids enjoying the nice weather. Coming up from a dive in Indonesia, didn't realize a sea snake was coming up for air at the same time until I surfaced. Everyone on the boat just started yelling snake. I kept my distance and it went back down, but it freaked me out how close it was. If they hadn't have warned me I might have run into it. Did a second dive and saw the bugger again. He kept following me for a bit and that freaked me out. I had to make an emergency ascent from 120 featuring while wreck diving off the coast of North Carolina. The longest 2 minutes of my life. I was 30 meters below the surface in a small shipwreck. At one point my tank softly hits the ceiling and my jacket kept inflating, which means I was quickly going back up to the surface, which is really dangerous. I noticed something was wrong when I couldn't deflate the jacket. I had to quickly swim down with all my might to reach fellow divers, but it was really difficult. Of course this results in consuming more oxygen. I had to stop the airflow from the tank to my jacket and then I was able to delve at it. I had to inflate it manually for the rest of the dive. I was also diving with a group of beginners once and there was a lot of underwater current at one point. Eventually someone got sick and was going to throw up. He was about to remove his mask to puke, but the instructor quickly swam towards him and stuck her hand on his mask. The guy had to puke in his regulator. Oh, and some other guy found a moray eel and pointed at it. He got bit. The fish love it when someone pukes through their regulator. Was drift diving about 110 feet down off the shelf in Cozumel. Partner and I didn't realize our depth, stupid mistake. I know. Had to take 2 safety stops with only 300 C remaining in the tank. We had a can of spare air, good for about 45 breaths. 2 safety stops and I feel the air in my tank getting easier and easier to pull. Not good. Made it to the surface with less than 100 C. Didn't get nitrogen sickness. Was intense. Well, this is actually quite nice. There's rays of sun coming down, and there's the fish and, oh my freaking god, what is that? It is huge. Oh, a sunfish. Cool. I think that's why I couldn't ever do diving or anything. I'm afraid of things much larger than me. It's probably because I'm quite tall and a little on the hefty side, so I don't come across them all that often, and when I do, they are to be feared. I was in Belize for a multi-day diving trip with a girlfriend. This was her first dive trip after getting open water certified. We dove the blowhole and a few other spots, and because of the depth and number of dives we had to do a decompression stop for 5-10 minutes or so at the end of this last dive. During that last dive, my girlfriend was struggling with water getting in her mask and started to panic, and we were between 45-60 feet down. I could see she was freaking out and pointing to her mask and slowly going toward the surface. I was trying to make signs to her that she had to stay down and to not go to the surface, but it was really hard to communicate that. At around 15 feet I had to physically grab her and start pulling her down. She had a little air in her BCD which wasn't helping. I cleared any air from her BCD and just started pulling her down. It was really so scary. No one wants the bends. When we finally got on the boat, she thought I was just mad at her for not swimming with the rest of the group, thinking I didn't understand she was having mask issues and didn't realize what I was trying to tell her. Kudos to you for keeping a level head and panicking. This is why we dive with buddies. When you're having a problem, sometimes you need that calm other person to convince and or force you to follow the rules we learn in training. When I was a young diver about 10 years ago, I took a trip down to Florida to do a little diving on the reefs off Boynton Beach, and also a couple of wrecks, one of which was the Spiegel Grove down in the Keys. The other was the Captain Tony Great Dive. I was diving with one of the better known outfits in the Lago Travanere area. The weather was sunny and seas were calm. The boat was moderately crowded. I was without a buddy since I was alone, so I informally paired up with a fellow seated next to me on the boat who had been diving for 5 years. Although this was to be his 30th log dive and his first wreck, the dive shop required him to pay for a guide since it was his first wreck dive. An instructor had a couple of students along who he was checking out for their AOW deep and wreck dives. This instructor was also my buddy's guide. I decided to tag along with the instructor, his 2 students and my buddy. When we got to the grove, the current was ripping and we had to pull ourselves along a line against the current to the mooring ball and then descend the line to the bridge of the ship at about 70 feet. Before we hit the water, the instructor stated he would go down the rope first, followed by his 2 students, then me, then my buddy. He said we would all meet at the bottom and then swim around, etc. The current was very strong all the way to the bottom. Before entering the water, me and my buddy did a check and everything appeared to be in order. Upon reaching the bridge of the ship, I immediately noticed 2 things. 1. The instructor and his students were not waiting for us at the bottom, and 2. My buddy's tank had fallen out of the strap on his BC and was dangling off in the current in the general direction of Miami. I was able to communicate to him that he had a problem and I turned him around and started working on the tank strap, which had twisted round his first stage in a Houdini-like series of knots. After about 10 minutes, no small amount of time at that depth and sucking air at the rate I was due to nervousness, I got the strap around the tank somewhat snugly. I was unable to tighten it to what I considered safe since, as I found out later, a plastic spacer piece had apparently floated off. We stayed down another 5 minutes or so, then started up since I had used a lot of air. Fortunately, the strap held all the way up the line and back to the boat. I found out later that his regulator had also cracked and half the way up he was sucking water with each breath. His equipment was pretty crappy. The instructor never materialized until we were back on the boat. All's well that ends well. But if I were my buddy, I'd have been a little peeved that his guide wasn't around at the bottom to keep an eye on him. I was able to deal with the tank strap myself, but there was a period of time where I wasn't sure if I could get the thing untangled and could have used an extra set of hands. Fun times. Know a guy who was out diving for crayfish, lobster. By the ocean they hide under the rocks. As he was diving, a tiger shark emerged from a cave and rammed him, broke his arm and ribs. He managed to climb up onto the rocks before it was possible for anything else to happen. He said the shark was just testing him out. After a day of boat diving in Monterey Bay on the California coast, we had a night dive planned. I was there with 2 friends celebrating my birthday, and we were part of a larger group of divers on a chartered boat. My friends were too tired for the night dive, and I really was too, but was invited to buddy with another diver whose friends also decided to stay on the boat. Being tired and night diving in a kelp forest with an unfamiliar diving buddy is not a combination I would recommend. So, I'm following my new buddy through the kelp when some of it catches on my tank. I tried to pull clear, but managed to get tangled even more, to the point that I was unable to move. I kept shining my light around, looking for my buddy, but he was nowhere to be seen. After what seemed like an hour, it was probably just a few minutes, I felt some of the kelp loosen up and then saw that my buddy was cutting it off with his knife. I was so exhausted after struggling that when we got to the surface, he had to tow me back to the boat. My so and I are going on a resort dive in St. Martin. We are both certified but forgot to bring our cert cards. There is only one other couple, so just 4 divers, the dive master and the dive boat captain. We watch the video, do a couple of practice mask clears and regulator finds in the pool, then off we go for a 35 feet dive. We get to the dive spot, DM tells So and I to go down first, follow the rope down, get to the bottom, sit on your knees, other two will be down, then DM will be down. We'll clear masks and do a regulator find, then off we go to see what we can find. So and I get to bottom, woman from other couple gets to bottom, man doesn't quite make it, he keeps floating back up, DM grabs him, pulls him down, he floats off again, DM chases him down, drags him to the area we are in, pushes him on his knees into the sand, he stays, we do the clears and reg finds, off we go. This guy's is still having buoyancy problems. I sympathize. I've had a hard time with buoyancy control before. But this guy is really all over the place. He's crashing into me, crashing into his girlfriend, crashing into my everywhere. About 20 minutes into the dive, he goes up to the boat with his girlfriend. So and I finish the dive, see some eagle rays, watch the DM spear a couple of lionfish, see a turtle, a good dive for us. Get to the surface, back on the boat, I say to the guy, so sorry you were having such buoyancy control issues. It really sucks to be bouncing around like that, and other encouraging words about how it took me a few dives to figure it out. His girlfriend says to me I think he did a great job considering he'd never been in the water before yesterday and doesn't know how to swim. It took all I had, and the strong hands of my to prevent me from going off on the couple and the DM. But, hey. Who signs up for diving if you don't know how to swim? Fast forward a few months, So and I are taking a refresher dive course. First night, we all hope we end the pool to swim 8 laps to prove we can swim, tread water, etc. As we are making our way down to the pool, I jokingly ask, everyone here knows how to swim, right? Everyone laugh, until one guy said he did not. The DM of our class was awesome. Showed the guy how to doggy paddle and told the guy he could do all the shallow end stuff while learning to swim throughout the class. End of class. Guy got his certification and knew how to swim. Now, I always ask when I get on a dive boat if everyone knows how to swim. That is absolutely mind-boggling. When I did my certification, the pool swim stuff was barely a second thought. The instructor just told us all to hop in the pool and do laps for 10 minutes. We were all fine swimmers. I have no idea why someone would think they could scuba dive if they couldn't even swim. I was diving off the coast of California near a kelp bed in this beautiful marine preserve. The scenery down there is amazing. I came across this area that was destroyed. All the sand and plants were trodden. There was a dive club that carved a path of destruction down there. They pulled up abalone and sand dollars for souvenirs and left the bottom looking like crap. I don't usually care about that stuff, but the area is a marine preserve meant for diving and you guys left it way worse than you found it. That's so very sad. They destroy something beautiful to have a souvenir. It probably just lays somewhere in their home. I was doing my advanced open water at Dutch Springs in Pennsylvania. We were planning on going from a school bus to a helicopter that is sunk in the quarry. I am with my advanced open water group. 2 dive masters and my stepbrother was my dive buddy. I swim inside the bus, swim out, and no one in my group is at the bus. I begin to panic but keep my cool due to just being trained, thankfully. There are ropes that go from vehicle to vehicle for people to follow and to guide you. I am still at the bus and a group of people come back. I think to myself that's gotta be my group. But after looking at tanks and fins I decide that's not my group at all. Now the real panic sinks in. I get my barriers and remember northeast is the shore where we entered. So I grab the rope that is pointed in that direction and swim along it, alone. I feel like I am pulling along this rope for like 10-20 minutes, but in actuality it was only about 5 minutes. When I surface close to the shore I see my family there on the shore about to go on their own dive. I tell them what happened and in about 20-30 minutes the dive group I went with surfaces near us. Instead of being surprised I wasn't there for most of the time, they asked me how the dive was. They had no idea and neither did my stepbrother that I was gone. I couldn't imagine if something had actually happened to me down there and no one came to help or even realized. Truly terrifying for my 17-year-old self. Ran out of air about 12:15 featuring down. We were on a rig in the Gulf of Mexico. This was my 3rd outing after getting recertified. I took a whole semester in college, but never really pursued it after. The first dive in the morning went fine. On the second dive, the dive master wanted to know when the first person was at 800c so we could ascend to the safety stop at 15 featuring, and then surface. I was the first one to 800. During the stop I quickly noticed how hard it was to breathe, and then it was gone. I got up as quick as I could, but was gasping when I surfaced. The regulator malfunctioned and had frozen at the 800c level. When the tank was inspected on the boat, it was empty. This was rented equipment. If I hadn't been paying attention to the regulator or stayed down a few more minutes. Looking back, that whole dive had safety problems. Things could have been worse. There are people who have been on thousands of dives and never had an issue. My personal opinion is that it is a skill that needs to be practiced fairly frequently. It's easy to forget things, and when you combine that with a challenging environment, things can go bad quickly. Dive safe. I was dive master on a live aboard in the Bahamas in 1992. We were diving at a place called Eric's Blue Hole. The boat was a large, steel, crew boat converted for diving. The Miss Lindsay run out of Lynn Haven Dive Center in Virginia Beach, VA, and Xanadu Dive Center in Freeport, Grand Bahamas. Anyway, there were no mooring buoys back then, so we would take a line down with a wreck hook on it, wrap it around the base of a coral head, and hook it back to itself. Done correctly, it would do no damage to the coral. So, I take the line down, take it around the coral head, and hook it off on itself. It's a choppy day and the boat is bouncing around appreciably up above and it's giving the line a pretty good tug as it goes tight. I lay off and watch it for about a minute, and, satisfied it's going to hold and it's not wrecking the coral, I start to rise up over the coral head to ascend back up the line to the surface. Just as I cross over top of the coral head, the boat lurched hard, and the wreck hook, which looks like a giant treble hook, breaks loose, snaps around the circle like a rocket, and headed straight to me like it was shot out of a cannon. I was looking down at it when it happened and, even so, had zero opportunity to do a damn thing but watch it unfold in what seemed like slow motion. For some time I had been in the habit of clipping my dive computer to my BC across my chest. It kept it from dragging behind me, bouncing off stuff, and it was always close at hand for me to check. By nothing but sheer luck, the wreck hook got me in the chest, dead center on my dive computer. It gutted the dive computer, bounced off my face mask right at the left eye, pulling the mask off my face, and went in its merry way. I had not a single scratch or bruise. I caught my mask in the water and my dive computer was destroyed, but didn't free flow. I could have taken that hook right in the heart, or in the left eye, or it could have left my air supply compromised. Somehow, I dodged all three outcomes and made a safe ascent. Which is not to say I didn't suck down most of the air in my tank, hyperventilating, before I got there. Smile. P.S. I didn't even have to wash my dive skin. Smile. Something I could have prevented. Did a dive with a cold. Burst all the blood vessels in my middle ears. Couldn't hear properly for weeks. Something I couldn't have prevented. Suddenly, so many jellyfish. Got wrecked. Absolutely torn up by those little suckers. Water was crazy warm so just had BCD on and some shorts. Was awful. I hate jellies. Doing a night dive as part of my training. Part of it involves cutting off any light source. Now imagine it is pitch black. You don't really know which way is up or see your hand in front of your face. But you know what you can see? Hundreds of eyes. Of what? I had no freaking clue. Excuse me. I need some scientific validation of what this is, otherwise I'm not going to be able to sleep tonight because that sounds terrifying. As someone who is doing training soon, I should not have read this thread. Pay attention to the safety aspects. Take responsibility for yourself. Don't wait to be asked how much air you have. Check for yourself regularly, etc. Have fun. Diving is like flying. Neither is inherently dangerous. Both are incredibly unforgiving. Do something stupid. Win stupid prizes. I was doing a deep dive to around 200 feet on the coast of New York. We were diving on a German U-boat that had tons of corrugated and rusty metal hanging down. I was diving solo, but there were two others on the dive, a father and son. After spending about 10 minutes down there, I decided to go up to minimize decompression. After 50 minutes they had still not ascended, so the captain sent me down to check and make sure everything was okay. When I got down there, the son was stuck under a piece of metal and his father was desperately trying to get him out. After I helped lift the metal off of the son, I could immediately tell that they were in panic mode. Having a dangerously high amount of nitrogen in their body, the worst thing they could do would be to bolt up to the surface. If they did that, I knew they would be as good as dead, because of the bends. We went to the mooring line and I began to start buddy breathing with the son and his father at the same time cause they were extremely low on air. After the father had a long breath, the son lost all control and bolted to the surface. His father tried to follow him, which I tried stopping by holding onto his BCD while my feet were hooked to the mooring. Unfortunately, he escaped my grip and launched after his son. Up at the surface, everyone knew that things were seriously wrong. The swells were upwards of 10 feet, and it was extremely difficult to get back on board. By the time the father and son were on the boat, the father was basically dead. After his entire body went numb, he lost consciousness. The Coast Guard came via helicopter, but the father was already dead. The captain demanded that they should just take the son and immediately take him to the chamber, as they refused and wasted the precious time on putting the dead father in the chopper too, which was extremely difficult cause of his weight and the swaying. By the time they brought the son to the chamber, he had already died too. This is the most unforgettable story on here. What a tragic event to be part of. Hope you've found peace. I did one of those shark diving experiences in the Bahamas where you sit on the bottom of the open ocean with a group of other divers in a semicircle and a man in a chain metal suit feeds sharks dead fish and stuff. No cage. Well, you're instructed not to move and to keep your hands close to your body so a shark doesn't mistake it for food. For some reason, my airline from my tank on my back to my regulator was exceptionally long and stuck way above my head in a big loop. One of the sharks somehow managed to get stuck in it or something, because I felt my line being pulled hard and felt this large animal struggling on my back. I bit down on my regulator as hard as I could with the fear of it being ripped out of my mouth and not being able to retrieve it. Luckily, after 10 terrifying seconds, the shark got unstuck. I thought for sure I was about to either have my head bit open or have my line ripped out of my mouth. Easily the most terrifying experience of my life. You were on the buddy reg. It's a longer line you are supposed to tuck away. My first night dive, we were diving on a rock called Sunken Rock, which is a column of rock which reaches about 110 feet at its deepest. We weren't supposed to go below 60 feet, but I was engrossed in the beautiful reef colors and realized I was at 100 feet and my dive partner had disappeared around the rock. I freaked out for a few minutes that I couldn't find the rest of our group, and then I saw the lights and found my partner. Luckily had only spent a minute or so at that depth, but those few minutes of panic were awful. My first night dive was terrifying for me because I was so afraid of getting lost. I followed the dive master so closely that when he stopped, I hit the top of my head on his tank. Telling this story of a friend who doesn't have Reddit. I have his permission, but he asked I change his name, so I'll call him Carl. Carl is a commercial diver, young, 19, and he works with his dad and one other guy on a gooey duck boat. This was his first season actually diving and extracting the gooey ducks, and while he was down there someone came up to his boat in a speedboat, and the driver of the speedboat paid no attention to Carl's airlines and whatnot going down to his suit. So he was about 50 feet down in the boat, engine sucked his lines up into it, pulling Carl from 50 feet to about 8 feet in 2 seconds. He was scared to say the least. Survived. Didn't get the bends. Going out to do it again come September. Whoa. Gearduck. Had the mooring buoy break and the boat captain not realize the boat was drifting while I and 2 others were guiding around 15 certified divers and 2 students. Doing our standard AM2 tank. And there were 4 staff on the boat, 2 instructors, one of whom was just acting as a guide, myself and one other dive guide, both of us diver masters. The other diver master and I swapped guiding and captaining. One instructor was taking care of the students and the other guided on both dives. So it was a super rainy day, rainy enough that we couldn't see the shore. The sites we visited were only 1-2 mile max offshore. No waves or wind though, just a heavy downpour. And the visibility was 50-60 feet. Not the worst conditions by any stretch of the imagination. We reached the first dive site. I was surface support. Everyone goes down and everything goes swimmingly. We reach the second site and head down after doing a decently long surface interval. Important to note, 2 divers stayed up on the boat due to motion sickness, one of whom was a single woman. Yes, that is important to this. I take my half of the group one way, the other goes another. The instructor and students go off their way. About 40 minutes later we all have made our way back to where the descent line should be. And lo and behold, there's nothing to be seen. Personally, I just thought I had misjudged our distance and that it was a little further down the reef. But when the other guide swam over to me and wrote boat on her magnet board, I knew crap had gone sideways. We gathered everyone together in a group while the senior instructor surfaced to check for the boat, and when he didn't see it he called everyone up. Thankfully most of our dive sites in that area were pretty close together and within swimming distance. So we swam to the nearest mooring buoy and had everyone drop their weights. We sat for an hour or so, occasionally catching sight of the boat and yelling at the top of our lungs in the hope that the guy on it would hear us. He didn't. Eventually other boats from the shop came out and followed the line of mooring buoys until they found us and hauled us out. We come to find out that the other dive master, instead of keeping an eye on surface conditions, spent most of the time flirting with the diver who stayed up top and thought nothing of the fact that the descent line was floating up near the bow of the boat instead of the stern. Needless to say, he lost his job. All divers were accounted for and nothing terrible happened, but I still get a pit in my stomach when I think of how badly it could have ended. What's a weird scary childhood memory you didn't realize the seriousness of until you were an adult? We had a school that was next to some woods, and I used to go there with my sister to play during the summer. We were probably 7 and 9. This guy with a leash asked us to help him look for his dog. At first we were both calling for it and then he started walking into the woods saying he thought he went in there. My stupid butt at 7 just followed him, but my sister stopped and said no Gvep, it's time to go, grabbed my hand and we ran home. I was angry as a child that we never found the dog. As an adult I realized that my sister saved my butt from some serious crap that was about to go down. We never did tell our parents because we were afraid of getting in trouble. We were stupid kids. LOL. When I was like 4 or 5 my mom, brother and I went along with my dad on a business trip to Seattle. I have a distinct memory of being in like a Taco Bell or McDonald's. I can't remember which, but I remember waiting in line, getting in the front, then my mom just taking us and leaving. I remember being so disappointed and my brother and I whining and complaining till we got to the next place. Well, a couple years ago, I'm 28 now, it somehow came up in conversation and my mom told us the whole story. We got to the front of the line and the cashier said those men over there are robbing us. They have guns. Take your children and leave now. So my mom did exactly that and never told us what happened. Best cashier ever. One time, when I was about 10, I was practicing holding my breath in the pool while my uncle, who was living with us at the time, watched me. He held me under the water way too long, to the point where my lungs were burning. I honestly thought at the time that he was just helping me build my endurance, but I later found that he, my mother and all their siblings were horrendously abused by the father and my uncle had developed severe anger issues. So I guess he was taking some of that out on me. Haven't seen him in years. What the frick? I got my sandal stuck in this gigantic escalator and was just kind like, this is annoying, until someone saw me trying to pull out when we were almost at the top. Might have lost my foot. When I was 4 or 5 my best friend told me her cousin choked her until she passed out because she wouldn't take her clothes off. It wasn't a scary memory to me at that age, but it horrifies me now. Oh my god, that poor girl. I had a great uncle who I was always creeped out by as a child. I just didn't like being around him. He was creepy and liked to tickle a lot. I was kinda reserved child and didn't want some weird guy tickling me. I remember I had to hide behind their sofa one time so he would leave me alone. My mom didn't like him either, but we had to visit cause she liked my aunt and not many people visited. Turns out, he is a pedophile. Got arrested and convicted 2 years ago. Almost exactly the same story for me. The only difference is he was my grandpa's best friend and it only all came out when he died. He never hurt any of our family, but he abused all of his daughters and granddaughters. I don't think my grandpa has ever got over it. They were best friends for decades and he had no idea of the monster he was allowing to be close to his family. My brother and I were in the garage. I was very young, maybe 3 or 4. He was 2 years older than me. He was practicing swinging this bat around. I walked behind him because our kids are effing stupid, and naturally he hit me with the bat on the backswing. Blood was coming out of my nose, and I was just starting to wail. I could see my brother through the tears. The look of panic on his face. At this point though, it was still just a terrible accident, and it should have been chalked up to that. But that's not the scary part. The scary part is that my brother, now facing me, clutching the bat with both hands, still a look of panic on his face as he was trying to get me to stop screaming. He realized there was no consoling me, so he took the bat with both hands and he hit me across the face with it, again, before he ran out of the garage without looking back. Years later my brother was facing an assault with a deadly weapon charge that he was swearing up and down to all of us that he was not guilty of. It was all a terrible mistake. That memory came back to me. That moment when we were kids, when he had that bat in the garage, when he accidentally hit me across the face the first time, but that second time, that was no accident. He was trying to silence me, for good. All I was to him, in that moment, was a problem. He'd rather me be dead and silent and alive and tattling on him. I didn't testify against him, but I wouldn't be a character witness for him either. He's out of prison now. We don't talk much. This reminds me of the book Tangerine. A boy is blind and his parents tell him it was because of staring at the sun, but then one day he has a flashback and remembers his brother blinding him by spraying paint in his eye. Read that book in middle school and it fricked me up for a good week. For a while, in about 2nd grade, we had a bus driver who drove really strangely. He often took different routes, and once he tried to get the bus down a really narrow lane and it got stuck between a building and a tree, and we all had to get out and push. But the kicker was that one day he forgot to drop off me and my friends. He just completely missed out neighborhood, the last area on his route, and went on to pick up kids at the high school. My 2 friends and I were too scared to speak up. We were sitting in the back seats until a high schooler yelled, "Hey, there's a bunch of little kids back here." The driver cussed a blue streak, peeled out of the HS parking lot, probably without half his next load of kids, and drove us home. All our moms were hysterical, since we were like an hour late, and this was long before cell phones. I told my mom all about the adventures we had with this guy driving, and the next day we had a new driver. Of course, he had been driving around for weeks, drunk, with a school bus full of kids. I remember waking up on our couch and being very bothered that I had been taken from my nice warm bed but too sleepy to say anything. My mom and dad were in the next room screaming at each other, and then mom came to me crying and telling me not to fall asleep. I passed out, woke up laid across the back seat of my papa's truck in the dark with my mom crying in the front seat and my aunt holding me crying. Papa just stared straight ahead like he was mad. Woke up again in a bright room, being jostled around and pinched. Next time I woke up I was back in bed and thought it was a dream. 20 years later I am informed that, age 3, my fever spiked and both mom and dad unknowingly gave me medicine. Those meds reacted to each other and I had a seizure, but dad had to go to work and couldn't be bothered. So my aunt and papa took me to the hospital. Ambulance takes longer. In the truck I was turning blue. The bright room was the air, and the pinches were multiple IVs and tubes and such being placed. I was there, out like a light, for 3 days. A few months ago this happened to my nephew, was a few months over 1. He had a seizure in the high chair and they had to rush to the ER. His eyes were rolling back and he was changing colors in the car ride. There was a house directly behind ours, separated by separate yards and a gate. The house was built similar to ours in that the second floor windows were at the exact same level as ours, allowing you to easily see into your neighbor's bedroom. I have memories of opening my bedroom door to go to bed, only to discover the neighbor had his bedroom lights on, and curtains drawn in the black of the night. It was like a literal spotlight into his bedroom. He would be laying starfishes on his bed and completely naked, staring into my room masturbating. He had to be about 30-40 years old, and I was 10-15. I also cringe at the thought of how he must have watched me, unknowingly and naively undress when I wasn't aware of his presence. That and my friend's neighbor used to have video recorder aimed at her room bathroom. He would stand there naked, stroking his penis and doing other absurd gestures. We never told our parents, or hers. Years later we discovered he was also a Walmart greeter and had been arrested for a myriad of charges including filming his neighbor, child pee, and sexual assault. My friend and I were riding our bikes down a rural country road. A beat up panel van kept trailing behind us slowly, even though we pulled over multiple times to let it pass. Every time we did it slowed to a stop behind us. Eventually we came to a T, so we pulled over again on the road turning right so the van could get by. Instead, it gunned the accelerator and pulled up next to us and the door flew open. Thankfully a car arrived at the T we just pulled off on. The door on the van slammed shut and it screeched off. Couple months later my parents were watching the news and a picture of the van came on screen. I said hey, friend, and I saw that once and my parents quietly freaked. Apparently it belonged to a dude that had been charged with child pornography and molestation. TLDR, was almost kidnapped on a backwoods country road with my best friend. I broke my collarbone when I was 4. I ran down the driveway and tripped. My mom had just had a baby, like, a few days before, so my dad took me to the hospital. He was a good dad but he's very gruff, no nonsense and presents a little bit intimidating. He was a cop. She fell. I can imagine him saying. The doctor and nurse made him leave the room with me and asked me, "Did your dad do this to you? Did your dad hurt you?" I was completely confused because why would someone's dad ever hurt them? No, I guess they believed me because they let me leave with him in my cast. It was like a heavy tank top. In the summer, when I remembered this later and realized why they were asking, it made me sad to think these questions have to be asked. I'm going to repost this one. It's a direct copy and paste direct from another comment of mine in a very similar AskReddit sub. So when I was like 8 or 9 I won King's tickets out here in a school raffle. Dad couldn't go for reasons I don't remember, and mom's about as anti-sports as you can get, so I took my uncle who's a bit into sports but mostly wanted to be in a private suite and suck down stadium food. Because there was a certain amount allotted to us and we both like stadium food, so he takes me to the box and there's this couple there who were probably in their 20s-ish. I've never been great at estimating ages since the school couldn't afford the whole thing by itself. Whatever, no big deal. They're kinda quiet and make some small talk with my uncle. Then he heads out to get some snacks. The couple kinda sailed over to me. Remember, I'm at that blushy shy kid age, and the woman was rather attractive. Somehow I swear to frick I don't remember how she asked what I would do if she kissed me, then bet me to let her. She kissed me, and I turned that kind of red you only see on stop signs. They had a huge laugh about that, which of course only made me blush harder and get a lot more self-conscious. She started talking about doing it again, and I kinda did that little kid shake my head and crawl down into my seat thing that kids do. She kept calling me cute and then they said something about me going somewhere else with them, and my uncle came back with the stadium food and they went back to their side of the box. I was too dang embarrassed to say anything, and hey, stadium food, so I never gave it a second thought, until like my 20s when somehow that memory surfaced and I went wait what the frick. I remember reading your comment before and I still mentally yell what the frick every time. That woman was a predator and I'm sorry she made you feel uncomfortable. I saw pretty shiny things and wrenched myself away from my mom to run over, get onto my hands and knees and look real close at one. They were the reflectors marking the lanes in a busy street and the cars were flying by so fast. I caused a bit of a traffic jam that day. I was 4. Now that I'm older, I understand why everybody got so upset and panicked. When I was around 7, my friend and I thought it would be a fun game to run out into the street and run back before the next car came through. I don't think I have it in me to raise kids. Before taking me and my little brother to school, my dad would open up his shop for the day. The shop was at the ground floor of our apartment building, and while my dad was in the back setting everything up, me and my brother would be sitting in the front. My brother was about 3 or 4 at the time, so most days he'd be crying the whole time because he didn't want to go to school. Well, one day a stranger was walking past the store, saw my brother crying and just walked in and picked him up. Back then as a child I knew it wasn't good for a stranger to be picking up my brother and I should have shouted for my dad, but kid me wanted to believe in the kindness of people and I didn't do anything. Dad eventually saw the guy and ran to the front shouting at him to let go of my brother. The guy ran out the store, only realized several years later how fricked up that was and my brother could have been kidnapped. I was maybe 14 or 15, so not childhood but teenage years, but me and my dad walked into Home Depot, looked around and found no one. Thought how lucky we were gonna be when there was no line at checkout. Finished our shopping 20 minutes later. Walked to the self-checkout registers because there weren't any cashiers. Walked out and was greeted by multiple police officers with rifles. Dad tells me it's just a training exercise and not to worry about it. About a week later my dad tells me that actually someone was holding employees hostage after their robbery attempt failed in the gardening section of the store. This one made me laugh. Just the image of you happily shopping while the entire store is being held hostage. When I was little, 6-8 maybe, my mum, brother and I were on the train traveling home from visiting family. The train suddenly stopped in the middle of nowhere and we just sat there confused for a minute until my mum saw something and gasped and said, "Don't look out the window." Naturally this piqued our curiosity and we clambered all over our mother to get a look out the window while she tried and failed to hold us back. There was nothing there, just some sticks and maybe some paint. Really nothing worth noting. We were like, what gives, and my mother laughed and said, "Gotcha. Were you scared?" We both slumped back into our seats, disappointed, and waited for the train to start moving again. She told us years later that it had been a suicide by train that we had happened across. There is just no way we could have recognized what we were seeing as a human being, and my mum managed to just play it off as nothing even though it must have been a truly horrifying sight to somebody who knew what they were looking at. Quick thinking on your mom's part. When I was in grade school I walked from my house to school every day about a mile. On my walk was a homeless dude that I would always stop to give my vegetables so my mom would think I ate them. One day a friend from my class pulled over with her mother. Her mother offered to drive me to the school with my friend. I told her no, I had to give that dude my veggies or my mom would get mad if I didn't eat them. Also I know now I could have just tossed them, but I'm a dumb kid. So her mother gets really pushy and is insisting I get in the car, but I just continue on my way. That was the last time I saw that friend. I was little and we weren't super crazy close or anything, so I didn't think anything of it. Later in life I thought about her and asked my mom if she remembered the girl. Turns out her estranged drug addict mom kidnapped her and no one was able to find either of them. We lived close to the Mexico border, so they think she left the US. My mom freaked out when I told her the story and was also kinda mad I used to give my veggies to a homeless dude. I love it. You avoided getting freaking kidnapped because you gave your veggies to a homeless dude. And it's that last part that your mom homes in on. One of the school bus drivers would go through the back roads at about 70 plus. She'd slowed down in town, but was definitely still speeding, even to the point of getting pulled over and receiving a ticket at one point. If you're in a car or a smaller vehicle, 70 plus isn't really out of the norm, but school buses obviously aren't supposed to go that fast. We all thought it was fun, especially when she went over the big hills because we'd all go flying around. It wasn't until she almost got us hit by a train in town that I realized how absolutely dangerous and stupid that was. There weren't any crossing gates to stop her, so she just zipped right through. The train was less than 10 feet from the bus. Kid me brushed it off, but adult me is a bit horrified. My cousins would shut me in the meat locker with fresh deer carcasses when they would come back from hunting. The light switch was on the outside, as well as the door handle. That's really fricked up. There's a line between kids pranking and kids just being sociopathic. I'm sorry that happened to you. Was standing next to my mom in a cosmetic shop while she was trying out makeup. A man walks in, takes a razor off the display, opens it and slits his wrists about 15 feet away. I can picture it perfectly to this day, and it was probably 25ish years ago. I just pulled on my mom's coat to get her attention, then he collapsed. Excuse me, WHT. My dad attacking my mom. I remember one fight specifically. I must have been about 2, and I asked if she was okay, then started playing with my toys while they were still fighting. It also occurred to me, much later in life, how desensitized I must have been to just continue playing. I distinctly remember having just learned how to draw an octagon and that octagons were stop signs in either preschool or kindergarten. So I frantically drew my dad a stop sign to get him to stop hitting my mom. Really fricked up memory. When I was around 8 years old, I was sitting on my grandparents' hammock. I flipped it accidentally and smashed my head on the ground. I remember seeing stars and blacking out. I was afraid of getting into trouble, so I didn't tell anyone what happened. Apparently I had had a hot dog for lunch, because from that day on, my family thought I had an allergic reaction to eating hot dogs. Now that I'm older, I realize that I was having symptoms of a concussion. A couple of friends of mine hung out a few times with the cool teacher and drank beer and watched pornos with him. We were probably 12-13. At the time, I was jealous that I hadn't been invited. Only later did I realize how fricked up that was. I was around 3 at the time, because my mother was pregnant with my second youngest sister, and she took me and my older sister to the local park and told us to stay there until she came back for us. Hours pass. We get hungry, tired, wet ourselves because there's no public toilets, etc. Police show up eventually, start asking us questions about who are we and where are our parents. End up at the police station, scared we're going to get in trouble. Dad walks in and takes us home after a conversation with the police. Mum is gone and doesn't return for 2 weeks. Dad doesn't start taking long truck trips again until after my baby sister is born. My mother had gotten the pregnancy crazies and tried to abandon my sister and I. She was in a psych ward for 2 weeks because my dad came home early and caught her packing a runaway bag. One day when I was about 8 or 9, my mom and I was waiting at a bus stop to head back home after running some errands. We hadn't been waiting long before this couple slowed their car down, pulled over, and informs us that the bus we were waiting on had broken down. They insisted it would be a very long delay, if it would be able to come at all. They offered to give us a ride home. My mom immediately lied and said someone is already on the way to pick us up. I remember wondering why my mom lied, but I surprisingly didn't question it. After continuing to offer a ride and my mom refusing twice more, the couple eventually pulls off. Nothing about the couple, older, friendly or car, not the sketchy van you'd expect, screamed stranger danger to me, so I wondered why my mother kept refusing the ride. Not even 5 minutes later our bus arrives. My parents sent me to Christian schools. In 4th grade we got a new teacher. It was a big guy fresh out of college and this was his first job. The principal made a big deal that he thought we were a bad class because our previous teacher had a nervous breakdown and quit her job in the middle of the year. This guy was going to set us straight, and we shouldn't bother complaining to our parents because they signed permission slips saying the school could punish us however they wanted. First day of school, first thing he does is display his preferred means of punishing us. One is a giant ping pong paddle with holes he drilled in it to make it more aerodynamic. He hung that under the American flag. The other was a whip made from a stick and cord. He hung that underneath the Christian flag. At some point throughout the school year everyone got punished with one of those at least once, because he would spank you on your birthday. Boys and girls, it didn't matter. He had a special calendar on the wall next to his desk with everyone's day marked so he wouldn't forget. He had a little ceremony about it. We'd come back in from afternoon recess and if it was someone's special day he'd have a small table pulled out in front of the classroom. Everyone knew who was about to get it and he'd make us all watch. He'd call the kid up in front and make us sing happy birthday. Then he'd make the kid bend over the table and he'd make a big deal about whether he was going to choose the paddle or whip. It was mostly the paddle. Then he'd ask the kid how old they were and they'd say 10. And he would start 10 spankings. He'd get up to 9 and then he'd say something like what time is it? Almost 1, then he'd restart the count from there. 2, 3, 4. Very few kids got just 10 spankings. Nearly everyone cried. If you cried really hard he'd say he was just going to spank you harder. On the last day of the school year he spanked all the kids who were going to have birthdays over the summer. He really enjoyed beating children. It seemed normal at the time because I was a kid and the church taught that Christians are supposed to obey people in authority because God put them in control. To not obey is an act of rebellion driven by Satan, and shows why you should be punished even harder. Didn't realize how messed up and perverted that was until I was an adult. When I grew up I asked my dad why he gave them permission to do that. He said he didn't realize that's what they were doing. I used to run into my classmates more often and that fricked up crap always came up. So many stories in this thread at perverted teachers. I'm so sorry you had to experience that. What's the scariest thing that's ever woken you up during the middle of the night? My boyfriend screaming at me to wake the frick up. Was a car on fire pretty much right outside our bedroom window. How I managed to sleep through the exploding tires sound is beyond me. The crap was loud. Pretty much the exact same thing happened to me a few weeks ago. There's an alleyway across from my house and there was a car in it that was straight up on fire. I'd heard a few loud bangs and assumed they were fireworks until I looked out the window and saw a burning car. I am still a sleepwalker to this day, but when I was 17 I sleepwalked down 2 floors of my house into our concrete basement. It was all wet because it had recently flooded and we had rolled all the carpet up onto one side of the room. I tripped over the carpet while walking around down there and I woke up alone, in the dark, suddenly falling down onto the wet floor, not sure where I was. I was terrified because I had been in my bed what felt like minutes before. I did it to myself, but it the scariest way I've ever woken up. Woke up groggy, out of sleep paralysis. Went to push off the bed and realized my left arm is gone. There's no way right. Maybe my arm had just fallen out. Reach over with my right arm to feel for my left arm and freak the frick out because all I feel is my torso. Genuinely freak out for a minute, checking and rechecking. My arm is literally gone. And then I felt human skin above my head. My arm had fallen asleep over my head and behind the pillow. Apparently my armpit had played a little joke on my brain and reported back as being a shoulder stump. This happened to me once when I was in high school. My dad woke me up for school. When I sat up I started freaking out because my arm was gone. I couldn't find it and I was half asleep. Finally I felt up and found it. I had to pull it down with my other hand and it was probably at least 15 very painful minutes that I had to wait for feeling to come back. I was 11. Woke up to the sound of screaming and shouting. My cousin, who was living with us, was about 17 and in my room holding the door from being opened. On the other side of the door was my mother screaming to be let in. My sister was in the bunk under mine and she was crying. Suddenly my cousin comes to and opens the door. My mom rushes in and asks my cousin and us if we were okay. There was commotion in the hallway and living room, but I couldn't tell what it was. When I peeked out of the doorway I saw my stepfather holding a small .22 caliber rifle looking out the windows frantically. Suddenly cops show up and start arresting my stepdad. My mom is yelling at the police and I'm sitting there with my cousin and sister like WTF. We all notice the broken sliding glass door and suddenly realize there are large bullet holes all over our house, through the entertainment center, and above the couch where my cousin was sleeping just minutes before. I guess what happened is someone was shooting at some people walking by our apartment and the stray bullets all hit our place. My cousin woke up and immediately thought people were inside shooting us, so he ran to the kids' room and kept anyone from coming in like a badass. My mom woke up and immediately thought to check on us but couldn't get into the room because of my cousin. My stepdad grabbed his gun out of instinct. The cops showed up and assumed my stepdad was the shooter and arrested him. All in all, a pretty fun night. Just moved into a new house. Not really unpacked other than a mattress on the floor. Startle awake in the middle of the night. I'm wide awake and I don't know why. Then I hear this faint noise on the hardwood floor followed by a small thunk. I wait. Same furtive noise followed by another thunk. This sporadically goes on for a couple of minutes and I decide to investigate it. Go across the hall fully expecting to find someone trying to stealthily rob us or something. Nope. One of the dang cats had taken a round makeup container out of one of the boxes and was baiting it slowly across the empty hardwood floor. Dang cats. I have lever handles on our doors, and our cat has learned to stretch up and slowly pull it down while pushing the door open. Sounds and looks like a serial killer scene from a movie. At uni, my bedroom was on the ground floor of the house. I was woken up around 4 AM by scratching and heavy breathing at my window, which I tried to ignore for 20 minutes hoping that whoever it was would frick off. It was a long 20 minutes of trying not to crap myself off. They did not frick. So I decided to go out the front door to kindly ask them to cease their scratching and heavy breathing. Turned out it was one of my housemates who was absolutely off his tee, lost his keys, wallet and phone on a night out. He thought scratching on my window would be better than knocking on the door or ringing the doorbell. Off they did not frick. Here's my upvote for that. Cat knocked a glass of water off my windowsill and it landed on my head. Thought someone had broken and tried to beat me to death because I thought all the water was blood. My cat is a nerd. My kittens dropped a live bee on my neck while I was sleeping. I was stung, not a pleasant way to wake up. My almost 4-year-old standing at my bedside staring right at me. Once my eyes were open she said, "I brought the monsters in here," then went back to bed. Thanks kid. I had you so they'd go in your room. Kids get creepy real quick, lol. I put my baby to sleep and went to the living room to watch TV. I was enjoying how peaceful it was until all of a sudden I hear these fast footsteps headed towards me. Seeing this small human run towards me scared the crap out of me. My baby had learned to walk not that long ago and I wasn't used to hearing his little footsteps. Lightning hit the tree outside my house. The bang was so loud I saw myself in the third person and honestly thought I died. I can't even explain how that happened. Seeing yourself in the third person probably means you were experiencing depersonalization, which is associated with anxiety, fear, exploding trees. My brother's friend broke into the house once while I was sleeping on the couch, and I woke up to him in the fridge. I didn't know who he was so I stayed silent. I was 9 I think. A gurgling sound and the smell of a warm shirt. I thought I crapped the bed, but it turns out the city sewer system backed up and flooded into my house. In hindsight, crapping the bed would have been much easier to clean up. Was a teenager living in a pitch black basement room. Had a strobe light because IDK teenagers are weird. Apparently the on-off switch was loose and moved to on. You don't know fear until you wake up in the middle of the night in a pitch black room with a strobe light flashing. Haha, I was staying at a hotel one night when the fire alarm got tripped. Except I was in a handicapped accessible room, so there was also a strobe light in addition to the ear-splitting alarm. That was not pleasant. I was in the hospital a few years ago and needed anesthesia. I woke up later during the night and legit had no clue where I was or why I was there. I got paranoid and ripped out my IV and left my room intending to escape the hospital. I made it all the way to an exit when security guards stopped me. I freaked out, thinking I was being held prisoner, and nurses had to come down and give me sedatives. When I woke up the next morning there was someone in my room who explained everything that happened. Sounds like a good movie. When I was about 10, I went with my parents to stay in this cabin in the mountains in North Carolina. The cabin was beautiful, however, it was 2-story and the staircase was outside. Also, the owner asked us to feed his cat, for which the food was kept in a plastic, hard to open barrel. Anyways, because I was so old then, I wanted to sleep on the top floor by myself. My parents said it was fine and that I should just stomp on the floor if anything was wrong during the night. Well, one of the nights, I heard something that sounded like someone breaking in and totally freaked out, especially because I was by myself. Started stomping on the floor that my parents thought there was a herd of elephants above them. They came up. Didn't see anything, but because I was so freaked out, I went to sleep in the bed with my mom downstairs and my dad took the bed upstairs. Well, I guess in the middle of the night, he too heard something. He went to investigate and the burglar was actually a raccoon that had broken into the cabin. It took off a screen on the door and was now rolling the barrel of cat food around the floor, trying to open it. Was up blasting music at about 3 AM drinking by myself. I live in the country so it's all rich snobs' cottages and empty forests, so nobody around. I go to watch a movie and turn off my stereo, and as I did I heard footsteps somewhere in my house. Not light but like a work boot. I drunkenly grab the most weapon-y thing I had, which was a pocket knife, and go running out. For some ungodly reason there was a deer in my kitchen, just standing there. It had somehow gotten in somewhere, but the thing is that everything was locked. I love the mental image of you bolting into your kitchen, ready to fight a murderer to the death, and it's a deer just standing there. I heard a gigantic crash, which I presume to mean my cat just found a way to knock my TV or my entire gaming shelf over, but when I went out to see, nothing was wrong. Not even the slightest hint something had fallen. The smell of smoke. We couldn't find the smoke, so our first thought was that our girls were burning to death in their rooms. Woke us up in an instant. Thankfully everything in our apartment was okay. Our downstairs neighbors were the ones who had a fire, and it was out by the time we got down there to check. I reported them to our landlords. Because it wasn't smoke detectors that woke us up, it was the smell of smoke. I'm 99% sure they unplugged theirs or pulled out the batteries. If the fire had been any bigger, I'm worried we wouldn't have been told and could have either caught fire ourselves or had dangerous levels of smoke inhalation. I woke up in the middle of the night to a rustling sound at my bedroom window. I wasn't sure if I had dreamed the noise or not and stared sleepily at the window for a few seconds. Very slowly my window began to slide open, long thin fingers gripping the glass. My eyes widened. My heart pounded. My breathing froze. For a moment I was paralyzed with pure fear. Something was silently sliding my window open in the dead of night and coming into my room. My fear soon turned into some kind of primal aggression. As quietly as I could, I rose out of my bed and reached for the baseball bat underneath it. The dark shape was now climbing through my curtains, its lanky arms reaching down to my floor, crawling, almost slithering in. I turned on the light and took a few fast steps toward the creature with a baseball bat raised ready to deal a crushing blow when I suddenly stopped. It was my little sister, high as a freaking kite. She had forgot her keys, was locked out, and didn't want to wake my parents in the middle of the night while stoned. She thought all this was pretty funny and proceeded to go to her room and pass out. I laid in bed and stared at my ceiling for a while, adrenaline still pumping, thinking about my almost confrontation with some sort of alien monster rapist demon, which turned out to be my stoned sister. Thankfully I turned the light on before I swung. I'm just glad my family's door has a fingerprint sensor so I can get in no matter how wasted I am. I'm a professional firefighter. When we are on shift at night we are allowed to sleep. It's pretty routine to get woken up for any kind of emergency that we respond to, from shootings, to car wrecks, to house fires with people trapped. When we catch a run, the bunk room lights come on, and there's a very gentle beeping sound that is meant to wake us gently, instead of jolting us awake and spiking our blood pressure, before the dispatcher goes on the air to tell us where we are going and why. A few weeks ago at around 3 AM, the lights came on and there was a different sound. It was an alarm that sounded like the world was ending. We all sprang out of our bunks, wide-eyed, ready for battle. Then the dispatcher came on the air to tell us that the National Weather Service had issued a winter storm warning, effective 2 days in the future, in a city that's no stranger to winter weather. We were very confused. It's surprisingly comforting that they took the alarm sound into consideration to not jolt you guys awake. 3. My cat, who was sleeping at my feet, starting to hack up a hairball. Nothing has ever woken me up quicker than hearing my cat about to puke all over my bed in the middle of the night. My old man Kitty used to barf a lot. Nothing in my life has ever taken me from sound asleep to awake quicker than when he used to start hacking something up on my bed while I was asleep. It was instant LOL. Woke up feeling oxygen starved, fluish, and fuzzy headed in pitch black. Got my crap together enough to turn on my headlamp only to discover that I couldn't see through my tent. It had snowed so heavily overnight that my tent was covered thickly enough to blot out the moon and stars that were now shining. Likewise, so much snow had accumulated around my tent that it effectively sealed the rain fly. I was by myself in a one-person tent and slowly suffocating. I opened the zipper, stuck my arm outside to move some snow around and flapped some air into the tent and instantly felt better. Whoa, so glad you woke up. I woke up to the air raid siren blaring from outside my window. It was like 5 AM. It couldn't be any drill or test at this time in the morning. In my half-awake state I sort of freaked out, wondering if this was it and could this be how I was going to die. Turns out some kid next door of my not very soundproof apartment was just playing with some sort of toy that came with the air raid siren as one of the sounds. Figured that out cause a few minutes later while I was panicking the sound turned into a loud police siren instead. then an ambulance siren, then some other siren. I went back to sleep. I had a burglar break into my apartment through one of the windows in the front while I was sleeping in the back bedroom. I could hear them working the window open and trying to be quiet as they eased past the many blinds. I got up, took out my revolver and cocked it. In the quiet apartment, like 3 AM, the sound was really loud and distinctive. The guy breaking in jumped back out the window and ran off. I remember putting on my bathrobe and going outside and the police were already out there. One of my neighbors had called them. Standing there in their spotlight in my bathrobe with a big revolver, the cops asked, "Did you get him?" It was pretty surreal. Woke up from a horrible nightmare about a skin peeling demon thing to see the shadow of a man in my room and something crawling on my arm. It was a cardboard cutout I was surprised with 3 nights prior and a freaking gecko just coming to say hi. I slept on the floor in my brother's bedroom for the rest of the night. Woke up in the middle of the night to what I thought was my blanket all crammed up between me and the wall. It was uncomfortable, so I went to move it, but instead of a blanket I touched human skin. Of course I immediately freaked the frick out and am now wide awake wondering what the crap to do as I lay in the dark with this thing laying next to me. So I gather up my courage, reach over and grab it and yank it up so I can see what it is. It was storming and lightning flashed very dramatically at the same moment while I realize I'm holding my own arm. I guess I'd been sleeping on my arm and it went so numb that I couldn't even tell I was touching it. Haven't laughed that hard in a while. Shoulder beat the crap out of him. My sister laughing. She had been dead for about a week. I was staying at my parents' house and was just sleeping on the couch. My dad had passed out in his armchair on the other side of the house and my mom was upstairs in the bedroom. My sister's laughter came from the kitchen, which was sort of between where we all were, and sure enough we all converged on the kitchen because we all heard it. Needless to say, we were freaking out a bit. Her phone, which had died, was plugged into a charger in the kitchen. It had turned itself on and begun playing a video of her laughing and playing with her new puppy. We all just stood there and listened to it, then turned it off and went to bed without really talking about it. None of us believe in paranormal stuff and I'm a real atheist skeptic, but it was really jarring tech-based oddity to wake up to. A loud bang downstairs and then my dog zooming to the front door and snarling. By the time I had grabbed my gun and got downstairs, whoever it was already peeling out of the driveway. I guess they assumed the house we had just moved into was still unoccupied and got the scare of their lives. Looks like they were trying to kick the door down to gain access. My good boy got some steak the next day as a reward. We got burgled and the cat just sat there and watched. If he had had the ability, he probably would have shown them where the expensive crap is kept. I was renting a house. It was my first ever place by myself and it was my first night staying there. I didn't have the internet there yet, nor did I have cell phone service. I got woken up with the sound of someone kicking in my back door. Stunned, shocked, I didn't know what to do. Do I just stay quiet and wait? Hope it goes away? WTF do I do? I really had no options. I didn't have a gun or any means to protect myself, especially being upstairs. Most of the things I could use to protect myself were downstairs and in boxes at that. So I shouted I had a gun and I was calling the cops. It took a few times of yelling it, but whoever it was eventually stopped. Somehow that person didn't break the door frame to enable them to get into the house. I still don't know how to this day. It was fricked and had to be replaced and also reinforced. Also, in that same house, woken up to multiple gunshots and a drive-by shooting right behind my house. Are the memories. Even if a phone doesn't have service, it will still call 911, in the US at least. I've told this story before, but here it is again. I moved into my first apartment and got a cat. My third night there, I'm woken by the sound of my kitten seemingly screaming in pain. I frantically search the apartment to find him and he's just sitting on the couch, sleeping. Confused, I go back to bed. Few minutes later he is howling again. I go to the living room and still, he's sleeping on the couch. Then another scream. He looks at me and immediately hides under the couch. I realize the scream is coming from the bedroom. I search everywhere. Under the bed, in the closet, in the adjoining bathroom. Nothing. The next scream I realize is coming from the back hall. I go to my door and look through the peephole. The old woman who lives below me and shares the back hall with me is standing on my landing. staring at the wall with a blank look on her face, screaming like a cat. I found out later, at that moment, that she was pretty severely mentally ill. Other than this instance, she was the perfect neighbor. I miss her dearly. Yep, that would freak me the frick out alright. This happened like when I was 8 or 9, and sometimes when I went to bed I would make hand shadows in the wall next to me. Well, one time I did this. I raised my hand up and started waving it like you do when saying hello to someone. But after I put my hand down, a different shadow appeared and started waving back. This really scarred me, and I always slept facing away from that wall until we moved out of the house. Old habits die hard. AWW, but it sounded so friendly. Posted about this before. I woke up to what sounded like the car keys in my kitchen being moved, followed by 2 men talking. At the same time, I could feel myself slip into sleep paralysis. I was so afraid they were going to murder me. I snapped out of it after a while of struggling and checked the house. No one was there and my car keys were in the same spot. I was just hearing things, probably due to sleep paralysis. I always get a little jumpy the first night I am alone when my spouse travels for work, which is pretty frequent. One night, I turned off the light and started falling asleep. About 10 minutes after I turned off the light, I thought I was still awake. I opened my eyes for some reason and saw a large shadow, human-sized, dart from the door of my room across to the window on the other side. I sat bolt upright and screamed out loud, turned on the light, and nothing was there. I did not think I was asleep, but it is possible. The orientation of the windows would not have allowed for a shadow moving in that direction. No idea what happened. Could have been dreaming. Never happened again. Hypnagogic hallucinations. I think that's the one as you fall asleep. Banging on the front door of our family home at 2 AM when I was 6 years old. My dad had a cricket bat at the ready, only to come face to face with a dog walker who kindly informed us that our backyard was completely engulfed in flames. Our neighbor had chickens and had been burning waste, thought the fire was out, only for a spark to catch and for a huge fire to steadily spread across both of our yards. I also witnessed the bravest action I've ever seen a human being carry out that night. One of the firefighters asked my dad if there was anything flammable in our shed, which was completely encased in fire. There was a small gas canister for barbecues. Without hesitation, the firefighter runs into the shed, disappears for a few seconds, then returns carrying the canister. One of the most incredible things I've ever seen. Me not breathing. My eyes shot open because I realized something was wrong. Had a realization that my lungs were burning and I didn't know when I'd taken my last breath. Tried to breathe in, couldn't, panicked, and then my body finally took a huge gasp. It was maybe 2 seconds between my eyes opening and that gasp, but it felt like time was in slow motion. Sleep apnea is no joke. This was when I was 400+ pounds. Since that happened 4 years ago, I have changed my diet and have gotten down to 175 pounds. No more apnea. I never want to experience that again. I suffer from sleep paralysis. One night I was having an episode where I was stuck on my bed and I heard a loud noise in the dream. When I woke up, I looked out into my room and saw what looked like a man sprawled over my chair, and the bang I heard I figured was him landing there from crawling in my window. Turns out the clothes arranged on my chair made the silhouette look like a guy. Took a while to fall back asleep. Not that scary in retrospect, but that weird period of transition between sleep and awake can be disorienting. One night about 2 AM, I don't know why I woke up, but I did, and immediately saw a giant spider on the wall, like the kind of dinner plate sized monster they have in Australia. I freaked out and scrambled out of bed screaming, which woke up my husband and made him freak out. And then I woke up fully and realized I'm a freaking idiot. He hadn't woken up fully though, so it was kind of hard explaining to him that I thought saw a giant spider, but it's okay. It's gone now. A few months later, the same thing happened where he woke me up, scared shitless, because a giant spider was on the wall. It was just his imagination. We're both kinda dumb sometimes. I think you're being haunted by a spider. Posted this before. Was living in student housing, so a studio apartment. Woke up to a guy on my balcony who had opened my window and curtains and was shining inside my room with his phonolight. A few years ago, we had a pipe freeze and burst in the middle of the night. The smoke detectors went off, though there was no smoke, and I came downstairs to find that it was raining in our kitchen. Ultimately it wasn't a huge deal, though it caused about $50k in damage, but those 2 minutes that it took to understand what happened with all of the water and the noise, and crying kids was terrifying. It wasn't a huge deal. $50k in damage. Pick one. People who had hallucinations. What was the creepiest thing you have seen? I regularly had hallucinations before I got on my antipsychotics. Still get some today, but they're nowhere near as vivid as they used to be. I saw a lot of tall, pale humanoid figures with no facial features. Scared me shitless when I read the Slenderman creepypasta. Also saw plenty of nondescript shadows. One time I saw one near my pantry looking like it was sorting through the food. That actually made me less afraid since I imagined it was just grabbing a snackle mayo. My tactile hallucinations were the worst. I would feel itchy all over or felt like bugs were crawling over my skin. My auditory ones were the less frightening ones. I'd usually just hear voices that were too quiet to understand. It felt like I was hearing someone else's conversation in passing. I've been on my meds for 4ish years now and I am doing so much better. I still see or hear the occasional thing, but overall I do not hallucinate anymore. Me and the demon boy at 2 AM trying to find some of that SHREDDEDCHESE. The scariest thing I saw was I was biking to a friend's house around the corner from my house. I felt something behind me and looked, and there was this pitch black humanoid figure riding on the back of my bike. I crashed the bike. Freaking rude hallucination. Mayo freaking rude got me to snort. I get sleep paralysis quite often. Scariest one was when I was 11. I was sleeping on my back with my head to the side looking at my wall. I woke up looking at myself in the big mirror on the wall. Mirror me was staring back, but he wasn't paralyzed and looked like he wanted to kill me. I have bipolar, and before I was diagnosed medicated I had auditory and visual hallucinations, also known as psychotic symptoms. The auditory ones included someone screaming my name, the sentence "Big Brother is watching" over and over, and a male voice screaming. The visual ones I had were freaking scary. I woke up and saw my arm covered in spiders which didn't go away when I swatted them. And I saw the guy in thick brimmed glasses and a hat looking back at me from inside my black TV screen. Hopefully I don't come across as too crazy to you all. I thankfully haven't had any serious symptoms in about 6 months. Antipsychotic and mood stabilizing medication is a godsend because hallucinations are no joke. I saw a dude with a girl walking in front of me. Girl was normal, so was he, except the part in which he has a black rotating void instead of a head. I once had this dream where I was in the middle of a fancy party but everyone else there was static as if the time has stopped. The most interesting part about it was that everyone had a rotating void instead of a head. Really dope dream tbh. The creepiest thing I've seen while hallucinating. When I was maybe 14 or 15 I had seen a tall lanky silhouette at the bottom of my stairs. Its head was facing up to me but I couldn't see any facial features. It reached out with one of its arms up to me, but before anything else happened I closed my eyes and stood there for about 5 minutes, maybe 10. I opened my eyes and poof, it's gone. I don't know if you'd class that as creepy though. Search SCP-096. Basically what you described. So I was tripping on acid, and anyone who has tripped on acid knows that hallucinations aren't always visual. They can be sensory, auditory, etc. Anyway, I beat my meat whilst trying to contemplate the concept of pornography and how it plays a role in the universe. When I nutted I felt my thoughts leave my brain and shoot out of my dong. Like my actual thoughts. They was lost forever. At first I read that as photography and I was thinking how true that is. Like the photos of the monks immolating themselves and that awful napalm photo that definitely helped swing public opinion and helped end the Vietnam War. Or those Dorothy Lange Dust Bowl photos. Then I realized you said porno, not photo. Never mind. My creepiest was an auditory hallucination after taking too much Benadryl. Every few minutes I would hear my mom yelling my name along with bursts of a man laughing. Was crazy scary. Had to put the TV on and wait the 4-6 hours it took to wear off. I had some visual hallucinations when I took too much Benadryl one night. I locked myself in the bathroom and stared at millions of tiny spiders crawling all over my shower for a few hours. I've only hallucinated once. I was a bit sleep deprived and driving home from work at 3 AM. As I came over the hill crest, I saw the guy run out to the middle of the road from the brush on the side. He stopped right in front of me and started waving his arms, begging me to stop. I slammed on my brakes so I wouldn't hit him. When I looked back up, he was gone. I had to pull over and catch my breath after that one. I had something similar but less frightful happen to me. I hadn't slept in 3 days, new third shift job and full-time student, and was driving home from work. I looked out the window to my left and saw a huge 10 feet tall man riding an ATV down the road. I didn't think much of it for a moment, but then realized how stupid it was for me to be driving and so sleep deprived. Promptly quit that job. Not quite a hallucination, but more so a very vivid dream when partially awake. In this half-awake asleep state my tongue fell off and a green substance oozed out of it. When I woke all the way up my mouth tasted of blood. I'm guessing I bit my tongue in my sleep and the thoughts followed. Something very similar happened to me but with my hand. When I woke up my hand was completely numb because I had been sleeping on it. Freaked me out because I thought I lost it for real. My only experience with hallucinations was due to a rare side effect of some antidepressants I was taking during a stay in a psych ward. Due to depressions, was trying to watch a soccer game together with the rest of the patients that wanted to, but some guy that I didn't know was blocking my view of the TV. Tried to ask the guy to move but the remaining patients told me there was no one there. I freaked out and went to tell the nurse on duty, who informed me that it was a known side effect of the medication and that she'd talk to the doctor in the morning to put me on something different. She offered to give me something to help me sleep, but once I knew what was going on and that it wasn't a sign of me actually going insane, I told her no thanks. I want to watch the soccer game. Went back to the TV room and the dang dude was still there, wearing an MIT hoodie. I'm German, BTW, and I only vaguely know what MIT is, but I must have seen someone wearing that hoodie somewhere before and my memory dredged it up. Because I was able to find similar ones on the internet after, and sunglasses and shuffling a deck of cards. I asked another patient to trade seats with me after that so the idiot wasn't standing in the way and tried to ignore him. And once the soccer game was over he was gone. In hindsight, I thought it was rather amusing, but in the state of mind I was in back then it wasn't. That's freaking wild. What a specific hallucination. I took some acid, which I later found out wasn't acid, and hallucinated that I died. Throughout the trip, I knew it was laced. I was mostly unresponsive, and mom came in to see my catatonic. She called an ambulance and held me in my bed while I convulsed. EMT arrived. I could see the emergency lights shining through my house. Could hear my mom crying and screaming. After many hours of looping, I watched the EMTs put the defibrillator on my chest and zap me a few times before I ultimately died. I woke up the next morning to my mom making pancakes downstairs. There were no ambulances, no dying. My mom didn't even know I was home. Pro tip: buy a freaking test kit. This sounds absolutely absurd, holy frick. I've tripped a good amount but never tested it beforehand. This post just changed all of that. One time me and a couple of my friends smoked some weed that some dickhead put PCP in. The first full-on trip I noticed was sitting down beside my friend and was on my iPad. At the same time my friend had the same iPad and was doing the exact things I was doing on the iPad. Next thing I notice he stands up and I see him get pushed into the couch like some weird animation from a ghost movie or something just swept off his feet into the couch. Next thing I can remember is running around my friend's cow farm for a good while. My friends, who didn't smoke the weed, finally got us back inside. When we got back inside I kept hearing my friends talking to me even though they were not talking. My friend also ended up full on stomping on my head as a joke and I felt absolutely nothing. My friend on the other hand said he saw the devil and a weird demonic girl sitting in the corner, which I thought was creepy. Anyways, that's why I buy legal weed now, mayo. Also have done acid, saw how energy moved and worked, saw the connections between plants and the world. Honestly, it was one of the most beautiful experiences I have had. Well then, I guess acid's on my to-do list now. I had sleep paralysis as a teen. Now I know how to control it so I'm not bothered anymore. I saw and heard plenty of stuff, but I remembered once I saw something that scared me so bad I didn't sleep for 2 days afterwards. I was afraid of falling asleep. It was an old lady, dressed as in 18th century, all in black with a veil on. She wouldn't move when I looked at her but would come closer and closer when I was blinking. At some point she was right next to me but would not do anything. She would just stare at me. It was really scary because I saw every detail, lace, wrinkle, hair. I could hear her breath and feel her presence. To give you an idea, she looked like the old lady from Insidious, but less evil and more detailed. Still gives me the chills when I think about it. It's pretty tame, but when I woke up in the middle of the night recently I clearly saw a huge spider gliding down from my light from the ceiling. I switched the light on rapidly and saw nothing. I even searched the floor and under the bed until I was fully awake and realized I had just been seeing things. Dude, I literally saw the same thing once, but it was a neon green spider crawling towards me. I was in an old mansion in Chicago as a young child. There was an interactive play in the basement with Disney characters, but I suddenly needed to go to the bathroom, so 7 or 8-year-old me left to go upstairs. Huge mansion but narrow staircases. You wouldn't even be able to stretch out even one of your arms to the side. But I was walking up the stairs when I suddenly saw a lady in a white wedding dress at the top of the staircase. It was the type of wedding dress they wore in the olden days, and I guessed that she was just a part of the activities downstairs, so I smooshed myself against the wall so she would be able to walk down. She stood at the top of the staircase until she suddenly jolted forward and fell down the entire staircase. It kinda seems like she was pushed now that I think about it. But when she reached the bottom of the staircase she laid there motionless with her head in a weird angle. Now knowing that she probs broke her neck, child me panicked and ran upstairs so I wouldn't get blamed for whatever just happened. When I came back she was gone. I eventually forgot about it, but then once I was at camp and I was talking to some friends about paranormal activity. My friend then started to tell a story about how she saw a woman in a wedding dress fall down a staircase and die in the exact same place I saw it in. So maybe it was a hallucination, or maybe ghosts are real. Shrug. My friend then started to tell a story about how she saw a woman in a wedding dress fall down a staircase and die in the exact same place I saw it in. I'm not one to believe in paranormal stuff, but that is way too much of a freaking coincidence. Obligatory not be, but my best friend suffers from bipolar. During a particularly bad depressive episode she began to hallucinate. She saw herself, except taller, with fangs and claws, in the kitchen of her house. She lived alone at the time, and had the certainty that other her was going to eat her. She decided to go to sleep and hope it would go away, and the other she followed her and stared at her all through the night. That's absolutely terrifying. Christ. When I was about 14 met a girl and we were texting as you do until the early hours of the morning. We would stay up talking and messaging until around 3-4 am most nights. Get 2 hours sleep then go to school the following day wondering why we felt like crap. Young Lovey. After doing this for about 3 or 4 days it started to have a major effect on my health, and one of the side effects were hallucinations. I was coming home from school one evening on the bus when I dropped off to sleep, only to be awoken by a Native American with just a tiki mask on. Nothing else. I live in the UK so this may make it even trippier. This man kept saying he was going to sacrifice me to his gods and that I had to follow him to an altar so I could please him before the ceremony began. He kept thrusting his spear at me as you would to hurry something along. I genuinely thought it was real, and although the whole thing was probably over in a matter of seconds I started to freak the frick out. The driver had to pull over to calm me down, and only then did I start to realize I was tripping from too little sleep. Luckily the bus was empty as I was one of the last people to get off, so didn't have the crap ripped out of me at school for it. I was pretty shook up for a few days after, and even now 13 years later when I think about I still freak out a bit. Simply because the mind is so powerful it can make you believe anything is real if it isn't functioning correctly. TLDR. Stayed up for days talking to a girl, got sleep deprivation, thought a Native American wanted to sacrifice me and do stuff. That's fascinating. Really interesting what stimuli our brains throw together, given that tiki masks are from New Zealand and aren't Native American, lol. I did ayahuasca and saw reptilian people who told me I was one of few people to travel to their dimension and that humanity was in danger of destroying itself. Drugs are trippy. That's a pretty freaking detailed hallucination. I had a breakdown a few years ago and two of the worst I have had happened during that time. So usually when it happens it's shadow people type stuff or flickers of eyes starting at me from pictures. It gets more intense when stressed and or tired. So one time I kept seeing a scruffy man in a black leather jacket stalking me and hiding in illogical places. For some reason I didn't think much of it until I saw the vision in my closet very suddenly staring past me. When I looked back it was gone. Scared the crap out of me. Also saw the same figure sitting alone in the living room in the middle of the night. The only light in the house at the time was light cast from a street lamp outside through the windows. The other one was when I thought the house was on fire. I was watching videos on my phone in my bedroom. Ironically the channel on YouTube was called Dan Is Not On Fire. In the blink of an eye things went from it is a nice sunny day today to holy frick the house is on fire. I yanked out the earbuds, tossing the phone on my bed, and bolted out of the building. I could see smoke and the light cast on the wall from flames. Every smoke detector was screeching. I threw the front door open and leaped out. It felt like I fell but never hit the ground, then things were abruptly calm. Everything was quiet compared to what I had witnessed. Seconds later one of my housemates casually walked out with laundry, further perplexing me. I asked him if he saw anything odd while he was in the house and he said no. I walked back inside and everything was normal. One of the other people I lived with had some family over into the living room for tea even. I went to go see a doctor later that day and was told it was caused by stress. It was by far the worst hallucination I have had so far. Sure, giant spiders and melting faces are unsettling, but the more realistic ones are the ones that scare me the most. One time, I haven't slept for more than 72 hours, was in math class. In hindsight it wasn't that creepy, but I saw a few bottles of ketchup dancing in front of me. I was showering whilst on mushrooms and I saw a bucket that was under my sink sort of jump forward as if it was being kicked. I had to laugh at how much it scared me. It literally jumped and muttered a sound that sounded a bit like a bulbul. Hallucinations aren't so much as seeing things that are 100% not there. They are more augmentations of reality. I don't take shrooms or anything like that, but when I don't get enough sleep I sometimes see the fake tiger head on my wall lunge out at me, mouth open to bite my neck. Blink and it's back to normal. It feels a bit like the primal fear part of my brain goes predator 2 o'clock, never mind false alarm, as a sort of mental break check to stay aware of my surroundings. I once saw a centipede the size of my forearm skittering into a pine knot right above my bed. Pretty sure it was sleep deprivation. Depending on where you live, this could be real. Centipedes do get that big. I tried DMT once and was told by friends who had done it before me to pretty much not to stop inhaling until I couldn't. So I did that and ended up standing in a field, then a large Aztec temple raised in front of me. At the top of this temple was a figure dressed in all black. Think the Red Skull from Infinity War without the face. He looked down at me and said everything is gonna be alright. Everything is gonna be okay, he said his about 5 times. I didn't think much of it until I went back to school for my junior year of college and had the worst year of my life. I was severely depressed and had bad anxiety, which led me to dropping out. I got home and didn't have a job or anything and was worried about the future. Then I found a job with an awesome company and a promising future. At first it was terrifying, but I believe this is what the man at the top of the temple meant. Have had sleep paralysis for over a decade. Either the gory hands and arms reaching through the ceiling and walls at me, or the old man in a rocking chair opposite my bed explaining how he hung himself is probably the creepiest, scariest experiences I've ever had. Imagine being completely paralyzed and waking up to this crap. Really bad reaction to Benadryl while watching TV. I'm not sure if it was mixed with sleep paralysis as it was effectively the same thing. At some point, I woke up in my chair facing the TV, but couldn't move, and the things on the TV started talking to me. People, but also animals, cars, you name it. And they said they wanted to hurt me but not kill me, just watch me suffer. Then I remember them reaching out of the TV to get me. It was terrifying. I don't know how long it lasted, but I remember it as an eternity. It bothered me for the entire next day. When I woke up, I couldn't shake it from my mind. A scary, ugly woman peeking from around a curtain and a troll on the kitchen countertop. I had the coffee pot in hand and was going to try to kill them both. My wife stopped me. This was during a 3-week vodka binge. I had a nasty fever due to food poisoning as a kid, and it looked and felt like my fingers were shrinking. I was found in the bathroom by my mum, washing my hands over and over like Lady Macbeth and panicking. She got me some Calpol, and the hallucination went away. She and my GP found it hilarious afterward, but it looked and felt so real that it was distressing as heck to me. And this is why I have never, and will never, try hallucinogenic drugs. I knew a guy who took salvia and just started absolutely losing it. The only comprehensive thing we could understand was red train, like he was trying to grab onto something. He thought he was falling off a red train and was grabbing onto things. Then randomly talking to some other guy in a group and people were talking about drugs. One guy pipes in, "I took salvia once. What was it like? I don't freaking remember anything. Except for a red train. So that was weird. Does salvia just make people hallucinate about red trains?" I was in hospital on 72-hour psych hold. I saw my then 1-year-old son in the ward and freaked out. Throughout my whole stay I was hearing his laugh and my family's voices. I was convinced they were having secret meetings with the staff about me and keeping my son from me. I was wandering around with my ear to walls and trying to see through privacy windows. I got restrained more than once because I was getting so frustrated that I couldn't find my baby. I get night terrors whenever I have a fever, decently often, and whenever I have them, I see things like people, just standing there, as if they're lifelike mannequins. I see and, in my delusion, feel weights multiplying on my chest or water filling up beside my bed. To clarify, I can't move during night terrors but usually don't because the hallucinations are so terrifying, and or can't because I'm convinced that I can't. Had a high fever as a child. I was laying on my bed blankly staring out the bay window and saw a black panther jump through the window and crouch on the floor as if preparing to pounce. I stared at it, total deer in the headlights, like it was a tree and it would see me if I didn't move or something, and then it jumped at me. I closed my eyes before it landed on me but swore I could feel the weight and its teeth and claws on me. Then my mom came on and was shaking me. She said I was screaming bloody murder and kept screaming for at least 5 minutes after she got in the room. I once saw Hitler, as tall as my bedroom door, standing beside the door and staring at me with anger. Another night, while studying, I put my head down on the table for a bit. I felt something warm and furry, like a cat's body brush against my leg. We don't have any pets so that freaked me a lot. When I looked, there was nothing. One time I attended a Nicki Minaj concert, and when I sobered up I just in a parking lot, watching a homeless guy screaming at some pigeons. Sounds like regular homeless guy for me. I once had a pretty significant fever, and while waiting for someone to come over with Tylenol, I woke up to a lion sitting on the end of my bed. A giant, gorgeous maned, MGM style lion just sitting on his haunches watching me. When I was in high school I had, pretty sure, swine flu. I found out later that I'd been running a fever of 106 off and on. I was not very lucid for most of the illness, but towards the beginning of it I remember lying in bed seeing a circle of dark hooded figures standing around my bed, like the Nazgul from Lord of the Rings. Totally freaked me out. There's this man who follows me around sometimes. He's all dark and creepy, but he's not a big intimidating guy. He's short and thin and hunched over, just walking behind me at a distance. I didn't realize nobody else could see him until I was older. Luckily I have friends who understand my situation and they don't panic when I say I can see him. That really helps. Reddit. Describe the most terrifying thing that has ever happened to you. I was 6 years old and I was in the car with my mother, grandmother, and my cousin. It was 1979 and it was October. Someone ran a stop sign and my mother swerved to miss them and hit a telephone pole. The only image I have of my mother is her slumped over the steering wheel and blood pouring out of her face. My cousin was sitting next to me, was screaming at the top of her lungs. I don't remember seeing my grandmother. My mother and her mother both died that day. My cousin had her hip broken in numerous places. I had a sprained, broken, not 100% sure anymore, wrist, broken collarbone and some glass in me. That image terrifies me to this day. I'm sorry. My lung collapsed spontaneously. It felt like a pulled muscle in my shoulder. So I went home from work and went to bed after taking some painkillers. Woke up in the middle of the night needing to use the bathroom and could barely pull myself out of bed. Eventually managed it, but passed out on the way and got found in a heap at the top of the stairs by my parents. They sat with me for a minute. Then after seeing that I was okay, I wasn't, but I'm a dong and didn't want to scare them, went back to bed. In the morning I was in loads of pain, so they took me to a walk-in clinic. After an hour and a half wait where I turned yellow and was blacking out, I saw a doctor who immediately called an ambulance. I had emergency surgery on a ward where a doctor stuck a tube through my ribs into my lung, which spurted a good pint or so of blood down her front. I then had to carry the tube with a bucket on the end around hospital with me for 3 weeks. My lung got infected and I almost had to have the whole thing removed. This was a few weeks before my 19th birthday. I'm now 24 and totally fine, although I'm not allowed to scuba dive or be an astronaut. Although I'm not allowed to scuba dive or be an astronaut. There go all the cool jobs. I was 8, my sister was 6. We were crawling across the top of the monkey bars in our backyard. Our parents were inside eating. My sister was wearing a bicycle helmet and either decided to jump down or fell through the bars. She didn't fall all the way to the sawdust though, which I thought was weird, but from where I was, I didn't have a very good view of everything. I crawled to where she went through and looked down to see the back of her bicycle helmet caught on a level support bar for the swing set, which was part of the same structure, and the neck strap was strangling her. I clearly remember that she was kicking her legs, but that she was making no noise, nothing. I couldn't figure out what to do. I wasn't tall enough to pull her off from the ground, so I had to work from above. I lowered my body through the monkey bars and kicked the back of the bar and helmet, sending her flying face first into the sawdust maybe 8 feet below. She immediately started coughing and crying, but she was physically alright. We haven't spoken about it since that night. When I was in Russia, I was on my way to Moscow from St. Petersburg with some friends. We stopped at a McDonald's on the road. I know, you're supposed to do Russian things in Russia, but this was seriously the first stop we'd come across and we were all starving. We pulled up and grabbed something to eat. We were all hanging around and I noticed 2 of my guy friends were chatting with some Russian dudes at their car. I'm watching this from inside because I am waiting to use the bathroom. One Russian was clearly pretty drunk. He was wearing a t-shirt and it was November in Russia, near Moscow. I have never been so cold in my life, and he was with 3 other guys. They were all pretty huge and they all got out of the car to chat with my 2 friends. I finally get to use the bathroom and when I come out, I notice my friends are not talking with these dudes anymore and are heading back to the car. The Finn we were traveling with starts honking the horn to let us know we should head out, so I start heading towards the car. I have to go past these Russians who by now are all hanging around their car smoking. As I pass, one of them waves at me and I wave back. They say something in Russian but I have no idea what it is, and then one of them lunges at me, grabs me, picks me up, and starts trying to shove me into their car. I'm a pretty small girl but I start struggling and fighting back and screaming. My 2 friends start running back to where I am and the Finn pulls the car forward. I'm just struggling and trying not to let them push me through the door. One of them has gotten into the driver's seat and started their car, but I'm still half hour of the vehicle as my friends rush up and pull the guy, and me in his arms, back from the car. I guess they had thought that I was alone and maybe easy prey, but then they realized that I was with 3 guys. He put me down and put his hands up, and tried to laugh it off and smile as my friends pull me back behind them and try to be menacing. We all get in the car and pull away. The Finn let me know I was lucky, and that white slavery is a big problem in Russia, and that I should definitely never travel alone. TLDR. Almost got kidnapped in Russia. I was calm through the whole incident, but the scariest thing that happened to me was slicing an artery in half with a knife while at work. The amount of blood that cascaded out was nothing like I've ever seen. I had my other hand covering the slice on my wrist, putting pressure on it. I told a coworker I need to go to the hospital now, but he thought I was exaggerating and asked me to let him see it. I took my hand off, which relieved the pressure, and blood shot about 4 feet in the air and splattered everywhere like a volcano. The idiot at the counter tried to make me fill out paperwork before a doctor saw me. I said no, I need to see a doctor now. The doctor had me lie down and asked the same thing my co-worker said, so I warned him the blood will shoot out if I let go of it. He said it's okay, so I complied. Blood spewing everywhere. He ran around the room looking for gauze and screaming for help. I had emergency surgery about 20 minutes later and they were able to reattach the artery back together and it worked fine. I was out of the hospital and back to work the next day. My whole arm turned black from all the blood that had leaked into the arm and I had to hold my arm up over my head for a week or so to let it all drain out. The scariest part was the anesthesiologist telling me there was a chance I could die on the operating table because of blood loss. So I told him to hurry up then. When I was 17 I got stung by a yellow jacket on the top of my head. This wasn't a big deal. I had been stung many times before. I went upstairs feeling a little woozy, thinking it was simply because the bite was on my head. I called my now ex-boyfriend and was talking to him. I happened to look down at my arm and noticed bumps were starting on it. Thinking it was weird and still feeling really messed up in the head, I wandered downstairs to tell my mom, all while still talking to my BF. I get into the kitchen. She takes one look at me, shrieks and tells me we're going to the hospital. By the time we get to the hospital literally every part of my body is covered in hives. My head is pounding with blood and my throat is starting to close. Luckily they hooked me up to some Benadryl and I was okay. I learned then that it is entirely possible to develop a life-threatening allergy past infancy childhood. Now I'm allergic to bees and wasps and it sucks. In hindsight, this was probably scariest for my ex. I had to leave him hanging with nothing more than an "I've got to go," but still, having been relatively healthy my entire life, it was scary as crap. 16 years old, on the way home from passing my driver's license test. Dad in the passenger seat. Red light turns green. I look both ways. It's all clear. Start crossing the intersection. Dad suddenly holds up his hand and calmly says wait. A blink later a car that hadn't even been in sight when I looked blasts by at about 70 miles an hour and misses us by 3 feet. TLDR. Almost killed in a car crash on the way home from passing my license test. A year or two ago, I was walking on the sidewalk, about to cross the street, which was a little crosswalk at the front of a highway exit. I'm waiting there. I hear a loud screech and look over and 2 cars are going super fast, maybe racing, around the exit. One of them cuts the other off and it hits the curb and starts spinning. I jumped back and sorta stuck my butt out further back. So I went from standing straight, vertical bar, to jumping a bit back and bending. The trunk of the spinning car literally went within that space. My head was above the trunk looking straight down at the trunk of this car as it whipped past my body and didn't even touch me. It was freaking terrifying. I was climbing a tree, fell, and impaled myself on a branch below. Luckily, the branch hit a rib and stopped me in midair rather than puncturing anything important and or me falling 20-30 feet to the ground. I was doing some spins under my parachute while skydiving when a gust of wind caught my canopy and flipped me up above it. I missed falling right into it by maybe 10 inches. I was slingshotted 50 feet into the air by a loose zipline only to land on top of my left arm, breaking my wrist. The other one had been broken in a similar accident about 10 years earlier. Do us all a favor and stay on the ground more. It is pretty clear you were not designed to be in the air. I was about 12-13 years old when I watched my then stepfather rip my mother's shirt off her back, then tear off her bra and try and strangle her with it. He did choke her, but thankfully, she did not lose consciousness. All I could think about was what I would do to get away from him if she died. I was almost shot by a policeman who believed that my guitar case was a rifle in the front seat of my car. It was the worst birthday ever. Because having a rifle is against the law, I was a noob going for a little hike up a hill with my dad in amongst the Rockies. Long story short, we got in over our heads. What we thought was a hill was the nose of a huge mountain. Yes, it is possible to see a hill and not be able to see from some angles that it is part of a monster mountain. There was no way to come down the way we came. We had to keep climbing until we could get to the top of the part we were climbing and come down another way. The scariest part was a time when I was trying to catch my breath and had only a 2 or 3 inches ledge for one foot and a couple little places for my hands. I made the mistake of looking down. The drop wasn't straight like a cliff face, but it was almost that steep and certainly way too steep to stop any fall. I would have tumbled down 20 or 30 stories, bashing myself on rock the whole way. The mixture of fear and exhaustion, this was after almost 3 hours of climbing for our lives, caused my foot to start twitching and shaking its way off of the little ledge. The other foot was already just dangling in the air with nowhere to go. My dad was blocking any further climbing, catching his breath and evaluating the next move. I was watching my foot shake itself off and finally blurted, "Dad, I need to be where you are right now." He found a way to get higher up and I found the strength to make it to where he was. A slightly better place to pause. I knew I was asking something risky of him, making him move without being prepared. So in addition to my own physical fear, I was terrified that I might cause him to fall. We both made it, and shortly after we were through the hardest part and then got to the top area we originally set out for. My mom, my wife and my daughter were 10 minutes away shopping. I was very scared for my dad. I was very scared for myself. But the real terrifying part was thinking of my wife explaining to my 2-year-old that I wasn't coming back. That was about 1,000 times more terrifying than the fear of physical pain from falling. I was taking the engine out of a 1976 Firebird. I was around 19-20 years old and had worked on cars quite a bit growing up and was comfortable underneath the car. I was working on removing the motor mount bolts from underneath, when in a split second I realized I was rocking the car while trying to break the rusty motor mount bolts, and at the same instant I recalled I also had forgotten to use jack stands. The moment I realized this is the moment the car rocked too far and came down on my chest. This car was lowered a bit, and while it didn't break any ribs, it knocked a little bit of the last breath I was able to take as it was coming down. I concluded if I screamed I probably wouldn't be able to inhale much, but I wasn't able to hold it much longer anyway, so I screamed like a person who believes they are dying screams. Thankfully 2 family friends just so happened to pull up in the driveway at the moment this was happening. 2 buddies grabbed each side of the front of the car and picked it up just enough for me to slide out, but not before dropping it once on me. Moral of the story: always use jack stands. A friend's dad died doing this. I always use jack stands now and am not afraid to tell the kids how I know someone who died because they didn't. They're probably tired of hearing the story. When 13, I was living in this ratty apartment complex with my mom. During the entire time I lived there, I was continually harassed by this one older kid who seemingly had an unquenchable rage boner for me. One day, while I was playing basketball, apropos of nothing, he came out on the court and shoved the crap out of me. I fell down and I remember him staring over me, snickering like some rat-faced school. This sort of thing was the norm. It was how our relationship worked. He'd dog me out, I'd take, and he'd eventually get bored and go away. But that day was different. I stood up and sucker punched him. To this day, I consider it the best punch I've ever thrown. My fist connected just under his right eye with a sickening, where thud. I felt his bones shift under the weight of my fist. He crumpled to a mound on the concrete and I stepped over him and went home. When I don't see the guy for the better part of a week, I figure I'm in the clear. I stood up for myself and won. This is what my dad was talking about. And then one night, I'm out practicing my free throws alone on the basketball court. I see a group of guys heading my way. I think nothing of it until I see my tormentor wordlessly step onto far end of the court. Right eye bandaged. I later found out that I had cracked his orbital with that sucker punch, with 3 of his friends behind him. My heart sank. I knew what was coming. They beat me savagely for the better part of 5 minutes. Every time I went down, they kicked me until someone stood me back up. The grand finale was pinning me against the fence, holding a knife to my throat and making me beg for my life. I went to the hospital and was treated for a concussion, bruised ribs, innumerable abrasions, including a 2-inch wide, 1-inch deep gash on my bicep that had to be sutured, and 2 broken fingers. One of the guys had accidentally stepped on my hand when I was on the ground, getting off a train in Chicago Union Station and having to crap really bad. I already sharted, so I had some pretty gnarly camp butt going on as I tried to cowboy walk to the nearest Thunderdome, get to the crapper, and oh boy, warm toilet seat sparsely covered in strangers' pubes. I sit down only to find the usual 1/4 layer of pee and vodka on the floor. I take my dump, and realize there is no toilet paper. This was a rather terrifying experience. When I was around 19 or 20, my grandfather passed away after a long illness. He was an incredible man and figured in some significant moments of my county's history. Late one Friday night, I arrived home pretty wasted and headed straight to the kitchen to make some snacks. The house was completely quiet except for some background noise of the TV which my mum had left on as usual to scare away any would-be burglars. So I'm sitting there on my own munching away on a bacon sandwich when all of a sudden I hear my grandfather talking in the other room. I nearly choked on my snack. I have never been so freaked out in my entire life. His voice was so distinctive. I knew there was no question that he was not in the other room. As I slowly walked out of the kitchen in an incredulous state, his voice started getting louder and louder. As I entered our front room, there he was before me. There was a rerun of a documentary he had once been interviewed in on the TV. It was by far the freakiest, creepiest moment of my life, quickly followed by such happiness and warmth at seeing my grandfather on the TV. This morning I was laying in bed and when I moved my arm to stretch, something freaking attacked my side and I screamed like a little girl. It turns out it was only my phone sliding down the blanket, but Jesus Christ, I was terrified. I was dosed with LSD and no one told me. Started feeling weird, so I left the house I was hanging at and tried to walk home. It took me 2 hours. It's a 10-minute walk sober. Don't really remember much from the walk. But once I got home, my roommate is standing in the dark in the living room and he says to me, "I can't sleep. There is something pounding under the ground." I have been an avid Lovecraft reader for many years, so I started to freak the frick out and locked myself in my room. I spent the rest of the trip, that I remember, lying in the dark looking down at myself in the third person. Oh, by guess, battling my evil alternate twin who was trying to take over my body. My one friend on the other side of the country claims I called him to let him know that my shoes had me trapped in my room and they were coming for me. I was an experienced drug user before this, but it was hands down the single most horrifying experience I've ever had. Just thinking about it gives me shivers. Needless to say, I don't take those type of drugs anymore. TL. Doctor was dosed with LSD without my knowledge and spent the night neck deep in madness. I worked as an assistant manager for a big retail company, but small store, a couple years ago during the holiday season. It was a really rainy morning after a huge sales day and no one was around. It was eerily quiet as I put away some items. I stopped myself for a moment and thought, this is a perfect opportunity for a thief to come in here and rob me. Well, it was one of my few predictions to become as true as it did. A matter of 10 or 20 minutes later, a man entered the store fully covered except for his eyes. I could hear the fear in his voice and sense it in his eyes. And that terrified me considering he had a gun up to my face. Disbelief came before fear, however. I couldn't imagine I would ever be in this situation. I immediately started opening the register while assuring him he could have whatever he wanted. I also instinctively kept my eyes away from him because I didn't want him to think I was trying to remember him to identify him. I figured I'd rather survive this than make him nervous and blast me in his own defense. After giving him a bag full of money, he told me to turn around and get on my knees. It was at this moment I thought I was going to be executed in a freaking retail store. I didn't know what to do. As soon as I heard him say and count to 100, I had rest assured he just wanted me to stay this way so he could get away unseen. I don't know how long I even stayed this way before I felt it was safe enough to turn around and phone the police. It was pretty freaking scary. I haven't worked retail since, and as a matter of fact I moved on to start my career in technology and I couldn't be happier. I guess some things do happen for a reason, right? Swimming in the ocean off of a boat. The boat had a bad ground in the electrical system. Every time I tried to swim to the boat I felt really weird and I'd lose all my strength. I couldn't keep swimming, so I'd sink. Once I got far enough away from the boat, the field got weak, I could swim up. So I'd pop up again, and then sink again. My cousin on the boat saw me trying to get to the boat and came to me in a Zodiac. I got in it and was fine. I figured I just ate too much or something, but I guess my cousin heard about this happening before. Being whole body shocked isn't fun. TL. DR tried to frick a shark but ended up electrified instead. My heart suddenly started beating really weird and really fast. It wouldn't stop, so I started to freak out. Had no idea what was happening to me or what was wrong with my heart. EMS came and took me to the ER where I had a dose of adenosine, a drug that they push into your IV quickly to chemically cardiovert you because it causes your heart to stop beating for a few moments in hopes of resetting it in correct rhythm. It feels awful and you feel like you're going to die, but it has a 6-second half-life, so it passes quickly. The first dose didn't work, so then I got a second double dose. That worked. That entire night was the most terrifying and traumatic experience of my entire life, and I'm still not totally over it. Having a family of 5 and losing your job, burn through your retirement, and then having no money to pay your upcoming bills. TLDR. Young couple tried to kill their baby by making it look like an accident caused by me and my younger brother when we were 10. My brother and I were swinging on the swing sets at a playground. This couple with their toddler baby sits down on a bench adjacent to us. Shortly after, they point their child to waddle in the direction of where we were swinging only 5 feet away. My brother hit him pretty hard with his feet since we weren't paying attention and were just trying to swing as high as we could before jumping. The little guy went flying and we immediately stopped swinging to check up on him. The baby was bawling and bleeding from the mouth, but the parents didn't seem to be too concerned as didn't say anything when they picked their baby back up. I remember their faces showed no expression as they picked the baby back up by the arm. As they went to sit back down with the baby, both of them just sat there not saying a word to each and just watched my brother and me. Once again, we started our swinging contest and they pushed their baby to walk in the direction of us. This time around, I had switched places with my brother and was able to stop just in time before I would hit him. At that moment, I just felt really uncomfortable and told my brother that we should go play some Sega. Went home after that. Told our mom, who in turn called the MPs. I can still remember turning around and looking at both of them just staring at me and my brother walking home. People who watch security cameras for a living, what creepy things have you tried to forget? We had security cameras installed on the property whilst we were living in South Africa. We had a monitor set up next to the bed so we could see what was happening on the 4 cameras without having to get up out of bed. One night we heard something. So we turn on the monitor and see nothing unusual. I'm ready to go back to sleep, but my partner thinks something is off about one of the cameras. Does this camera look like it's pointing in a different direction slightly, she asks. Number, same as always, and it's back to bed for me. She isn't convinced, so she starts watching the recordings. True enough, footage of some dude prowling around on the property and the camera catches him adjusting it. The terrifying bit, the way his face looked beneath the balaclava. Mudder mask is what my so called it. Pretty creepy crap. Whenever we have a bad crash or anything serious happen, we usually search for cameras that captured the incident. Can't tell you how many times I've watched people die on video. Not really creepy, but just not fun to do. My friend used to run security for a parking garage and he saw everything from drug deals to what he could only assume was prostitution going on, but the one thing he will never forget was the guy that got stabbed. He was walking down the parking garage looking drunk, which is why he was looking at him. From his explanation, he stops and starts yelling and flinging his arms around, and just outside of that camera's range was another guy in a hoodie and basketball shorts with the same type of body language. He runs to grab the only other person on staff to see if he should call security or the cops. When he gets back after what he says was 4 or 5 minutes, they are now in each other's face, and as the other guy calls security, he sees the hoodie guy stab the other dude in the stomach abdomen multiple times before making a run for it. The next 5 minutes were traumatizing to just hear. Apparently the guy that got stabbed got up and was crawling towards the stairs and was just leaving this giant trail of blood behind him. If anyone has worked in this before, can you answer me one question? As someone watching the footage, are you allowed to leave your post and intervene? My friend said no, but how could one just sit there and not do anything? The guy that got stabbed died and they were never told about whether the other dude was caught. My friend said no, but how could one just sit there and not do anything? The guy that got stabbed died and they were never told about whether the other dude was caught. One victim is preferable to 2. They're instructed to man their post and call authorities for their own safety. Spent a few years working front desk for various shifts at a few hotels. Moved a lot during this time, so I got a pretty big sampling of people from here and there, but the one thing I will never forget was right here in my home state of KY, in broad daylight. A woman who did not have a room with us walked into the pool area from the large, sliding glass window, speaking on her cell phone with a bag hanging from that hand, and a toddler walking with her on the other hand. She let go of the toddler, then proceeded to get completely nude and continue her conversation standing in the pool area, not the pool itself, just the pool area. Wasn't a security officer, but worked in IT and managed the cameras. I was asked by the superintendent to go across town and pull up security footage for the police. The video was of a co-worker coming in that morning at 2 AM with a gun, set it on the desk, came back a few minutes later and shot herself. I saw the guy at my old job have a seizure on camera. It was at a liquor store. He was at town regularly and never took care of himself. Looked off, but not even drunk. In the middle of counting his change, his head snaps up in the air like he's looking to the heavens above, then just falls right onto the ground. His head missed this wooden wine display by an inch or two. He flailed around and all the change he had was scattered along the ground, while one of the guys I work with called 911. Paramedics ended up coming and taking him to the hospital. He was okay, but ended up spending a couple days there. The best part of the story is while this guy is seizing out, he was in front of the cooler of 40s. So this one impatient customer, you can see his head sorta looking for a way around to get his booze. He steps over this dude, gingerly opens the cooler door, and grabs his old English 40 before walking up to the register. I'm a little late to the party, but here goes. I am a correctional officer on the night shift, so my job involves a lot of watching cameras and performing cell checks. One night, I'm sitting in my office around 300 and some movement on the CCTV catches my eye. I look up and there is this big dude walking through my jail, looking like he was on a mission. The only way into the jail is through the booking room right next to my office, and I was 100% sure nobody had walked past me. So my mind starts racing. Did I leave a cell door unlocked? Has a violent inmate escaped? Our cameras are old and the halls are dark at night, so I couldn't see many details on the guy. Just that he seemed to be scoping all the other inmates out as he made his way through the cell blocks. As I'm trying to process all of this, I see him suddenly stop and change direction, starting beeline straight to my office. With no time to do anything else, I jump up and run over to the door and get ready for the fight. I waited for what felt like an eternity for this guy to bust my door in, with a full-on adrenaline rush, but he never showed up. I glanced back at the cameras and he was gone, disappeared into the ether. After scratching my head for a minute, I went to review the footage. That's when I realized that there was a glitch in our camera's playback that had caused a half-hour delay, and the guy in the video was just me doing a cell check and heading back to my own office. Never been more relieved in my life. The scariest version of getting scared by your own shadow. At one of our locations, the overnight on-site technician looked at the cameras and saw a customer floating through the hallways with their body upright stiff as a board. He said it sent a shiver down his spine. Guy rounded the corner and on the next camera he could see he was riding on a hoverboard through the hallways. Was my mom's experience. She works on a cruise ship and has to go through surveillance footage and put the footage in different folders. She said she has nightmares of one simple but creepy thing. One night a guy walked out of a cabin into the view of the camera and stood for a few minutes, doing nothing. Then looked up at the camera, moved as close to it as possible and smiled into the camera for about 5 minutes. But she said watching it felt as if he was looking into the camera for hours. She said it's just something she can't get out of her head and it made her feel so uncomfortable. He was probably high drunk off his butt. I caught on camera a couple running across the street and onto my client's property. I thought, oh great, some kids about to frick. Better go scare them. I walked toward the door, stopped, decided I wanted to get the scaring on camera. I got back to the camera, just missing them walking past the door. I see them peeking out from behind a storage unit and I head outside. As I approach them they had just left from behind the storage. I yelled something at them. I can't remember what. Then a freaking helicopter flies over and lights us up, followed by a swarm of police cars. They'd just shot someone across the street and if I'd gone out the door when I was first going to I would have been shot as well. I'm a fast drawer, but drawing down on someone who already has a gun out takes a world-class shooter, which I am not. Addition, they'd been hiding the gun behind the storage unit. Cops didn't find it and it took me actually going back there and pulling trash for them to continue the search. I found it. That was the first of 2 firearms I located for Phoenix PD in 6 months. Later I helped police locate a bullet casing at another job. Finding the casing caused the guy's girlfriend to let police search her apartment and find the gun. He'd been shooting into the air to intimidate someone. Maybe a bit off topic, but I got to watch myself be jumped, smashed over the head, threatened and robbed on CCTV. That was fun. I could do something similar as I have a DVR in the attic with some footage of an attack on me. Never watched it. Didn't think it was a good idea. Creepy then funny. I was a property manager at a giant apartment complex for a year. Part of my job was to take complaints that came in during my off hours, review tapes to see what the cams caught, then address the problem. We got calls for people fricking in the spa a lot. On the video, a young couple was doing the biz in the spa in just about every position. I recognized them and got the form out to issue the warning when the maintenance supervisor says hold on. He zooms all the way in and across the property. He could see a woman we all knew sitting on her patio smoking a cigarette watching. We thought, oh man, she's enjoying the show. Then we notice there's the glow of the cig and a second glow, a small red light. She was taping the whole thing with a handy cam. She was a pastor at the local church who was always telling us how bad we were for allowing smoking and drinking on the property. She recommended multiple times that we update our rules to align more with the moral teachings of the church. Tried to forget this one. Was in college, working for a security company at a manufacturing plant. We had a gate that faced near an airport, back road. There were no sidewalks on this road and it was often busy as a cut through to another high traffic road. Saw intoxicated guy, drugs or alcohol, try to walk on the curb like a balancing beam, sleep and fall in front of an oncoming truck that was speeding through the area to get around the backed up traffic. This was in broad daylight, around 4 in the afternoon. Before he fell, we pulled him on the camera and made the comment, he's going to get himself killed. The closest to a horror movie IRL thing I've ever seen. Some of the patient rooms in our hospital on the psych floor have cameras to help monitor patients so they don't move around too much or hurt themselves since they are often confused, etc. Obviously the night vision low light camera makes everything look creepy. One night a phlebotomist came running out of a room totally freaking out. We looked at the camera footage to see what had happened. Patient was an old lady. Video shows a dark empty room. The phlebotomist walks in and sees that the bed is empty and thinks they must have moved the patient. At that point as she turns around the door swings and standing behind the door looking at her what I can only describe as pure hatred in her eyes is the patient, naked, with her long hair down to her waist. The phlebotomist was scared as anyone would be. She finally managed to say, Mrs. Shelby, I'm from the lab and I'm here to draw some blood. Is that okay? And the patient just said number. Get out. Phlebotomist didn't need to be told twice. We walked over to the room and the old lady was back in bed sleeping as peaceful as could be. Never remembered a moment of it. No freaking way. That's crazy. My time to shine. My first job out of college was working for a bigger security company. Think worldwide big. I was doing electrical engineering and security system design for them. One of the first assignments I had was assisting in writing a report about a security system for a nuclear storage facility we had designed that had been infiltrated by nuns. No joke. Basically, the facility got invaded by octogenarian nuns who started covering the nuclear storage facility in blood they had conveniently provided in water bottles. The footage was jarring in quite a few ways. Goddamn. This has to be one of the most surreal ones in this thread. I feel like we need more details. Was a security coordinator for a large electric company and had access to like 80 plus facilities CCTV infrastructures. Was doing maintenance check on some random train station at like 3 AM. Panned a camera as far to the right as possible to check that it was functioning. And this dude was on all fours eating a deer in the middle of the tracks. Watched him for like 10 minutes and went to get the other guy on shift. When I came back, the dude was gone. Rewound it, and the dude stopped munching on the carcass, wiped the gore off his face, and walked into the woods like he didn't have a care in the world. Thank you all for the gold and silver. Read all the comments, most asked questions and answers that I noticed. Where did this happen? Iowa. Why did you just stand there like a dumb butt? Was late at night at the middle of a long shift. Also didn't really process WTF was happening. Kinda forgot I had someone else in the office that could come over and see WTF was going on. What was he wearing? Was kinda hard to tell, as the CCTV was basically filming at the end of its effective view. Looked like he was wearing some kinda heavy outerwear, like something you would work outside in the winter with. It was late fall, so nights would dip into the 30s. Pics or it didn't happen. Part of the job was a very restrictive NDA, as in you can't bring any sort of recording out of the facility. I wasn't even allowed to bring a notepad with my nightly notes out of the office. Plus this was before most people had decent cameras on their phones. We still were using film cameras to do most documentation. He's just on a hardcore paleo diet. Nothing to see here. Not creepy but funny. We have security camera footage of one of my co-workers slipping and falling on his butt while operating a floor cleaning machine. The only thing that bothered me about it is the manager on duty decided to text the video to everyone in the company. I thought that was a bit crappy, and probably unethical in some way. Definitely unethical. Funny, but wrong. Not a security officer, but I work in a teaching hospital, and, with permission, we record surgeries so the interns residents attending can review them for Monday mornings. Basically, meetings where you have to explain what went very bad or very good in the surgical theater. Well, I'm reviewing this one tape where something happened with the anesthesia during the procedure, and had an attending not caught the error, the patient would have definitely left in a body bag. We had to full on stop the surgery, give this poor dude Narcan and crudely sew him up and go back in the next day. It turns out, one of the interns was skimming narcotics, and as a result was high, and dosed the fentanyl in milligrams instead of micrograms. Frick that intern. And yes, he lost his license. Not a job but my so and I have the owlet monitor for our infant looking at his crib and room. It's set up like CCTV and it's creepy to begin with. I wake up at 2 AM and I go check on him and I go back to bed. Once in bed I get on my phone to view the monitor just for reassurance and I see two light dots like eyes in night vision in the window of his room. I first crap my pants and I go in the room to check everything out. I can't see anything outside so I turn on the monitor again and don't see the dots anymore so I think it could be a dog or something. I go back to bed and wake up again an hour later to check the monitor and the dots are freaking there again so I grab a pistol and go outside around his room and check the spot by the window really ready to have to pull the trigger. Adrenaline is on full blast. I don't find or see anything but the monkey grass has been mashed down by that window like something sat there for a while. I set up a sleeping bag in my son's room after that for a couple nights and I checked the monitor so I could see what the night vision caught but I never saw those lights again. I'm super thankful it was just that but I was scared. I used to work in IT. At some point I need to clean up a network drive and found a saved security camera video folder labeled Buttman. I had to go ask the security guy if I wanted to know who Buttman was and if I could delete him. Turned out it was a man whom would in the middle of the night raid our cigarette disposal bucket near the side door, empty it into a bag, and run off. One of the videos it appears he was just wolfing down cigarette butts from his baggie. Finally something I can participate in. I used to be a security guard and was stationed at an outdoor engine parts manufacturer's world headquarters office. They had a parking lot that was next to the woods and a man came out of the tree line during the night and was staring at the camera for an hour straight. We had called the authorities to make a trespassing complaint as none of us wanted to go out and confront him. Around the hour mark he suddenly sprinted backwards into the woods. The police never found anyone. Crap creeps me out whenever I think about it. Watched footage from the previous night of a nurse walking onto an elevator, casually talking on the phone. As she walked off a little log of poop slid out of her pant leg. The following 60 minutes of video were hilarious reactions, and lack of reactions, to the poop log. Lack of reaction came from random folks who didn't look up from their phone. One unfortunate soul stepped right in it. I wonder when they finally noticed that they stepped into human poo-poo. Saw our snow removal guy crap beside the receiving door, not wipe, and get back in his truck. Only found because I almost stepped in it. and wanted to see what animal left such a giant poop by the door. I've tried to forget about the mentally disabled man I went to high school with masturbating in a corner. Thankfully, he was behind some fixtures so all I could see was the gestures, but I'd rather rid myself of the entire mental picture. Watched a female employee, in the span of maybe a minute, pick her nose, itch her front junk like a champ, then reverse things up and go whole hand down her crack, scratching. Large lady. Then she pulled up the hand to her face and sniffed. Then inexplicably, she licked the pointer finger. I've seen all manner of weird crap and that one sticks with me. Seen people pee, crap, whatever in the open, or in fitting rooms, or people getting it on in the fitting rooms. Watched several dudes punching the purple clown. Always weird to confront them. Had to apprehend one for spunking on a rack of Fubu. Worst of the pervs are usually following young girls around, snapping photos, thinking no one sees them. And yes, I mean underage, sometimes horribly underage girls. Co-worker of mine had to have a guy arrested who was jacking it in the children's section while children were nearby. I was happy I wasn't there for that. I'm not violent, and I'm about 100% certain I wouldn't have done anything more than call the police like she did. It's more the frustration that you want to slap the crap out of someone and you know you can't do it. People will do crazy crap when they don't think they're being watched. When I worked in retail I asked the LP this same question, and he told me that like a year before they caught some guy on drugs jacking off with a wrench in the bushes, and then like a month after I asked they caught him doing the same thing, but with a tire iron this time. I'm not exactly sure how you do that with either of those, and I was not going to ask. While on a night shift I saw someone sat on a bridge, looked away to call the police, looked up and they were gone. Spanned the camera down and saw a spattered mess of human. Now that's one thing I won't forget in a hurry and really want to. I had a similar situation happen to me while walking the Granville St. Bridge in Vancouver, but thank God I didn't look. I seen the person jump after I seen a group of tourists freaking out. I didn't look down. They called the cops and we just kept walking. At my workplace, public library, all employees have access to the security cameras. There's so few of us that we have to operate that way. Last summer, there was an incident where a frantic patron came up to me at the front desk and told me that a man was whacking it in the non-fiction section. Naturally I told my director, who chased the guy out. We pulled up the security camera so we could grab his picture and send it to the rest of the staff as a warning that he was a degenerate. The footage showed him sitting in a chair in the non-fiction section, staring straight ahead at a bookshelf and just going to town on his dong. If you only saw him from the shoulders up you wouldn't suspect a thing. I thought it was super creepy how robotic he looked while getting off in public. I used to work 7 PM to 7 AM and around 3 or 4 AM I would start seeing things from isolation and lack of sleep. There were many times I jumped to the cameras to see if what I was seeing was real or not. I often thought I saw people watching me and jump off the parking garage next door, but it was never real so I stopped worrying about it. Until one night I see someone watching me and think nothing of it. Until I go to do a patrol and it turns out that person is real and has been staring at me for 20 minutes. At that point I just ran back inside and decided I was done my patrols for the night. I don't watch cameras for a living, but I feel like this applies. Several years ago we had a storm come through my city. Somehow during the storm one of our windows on the first floor was shattered. A couple of the other employees and I decided to look at the security feeds to see exactly how it happened. On the recording we can see a cleaning lady come into the office where the broken window was. However, it was still intact. So we watched for a bit. She cleaned the windows, dusted the desk and vacuumed. The window was still intact. Several minutes later a male comes in and they start marking out a bit. Things get hot and heavy and they doing the dang thing on the desk, chair, floor, and everywhere. You can imagine. They finish their dance of love and leave. The window is still intact. We watched for the shattered glass and found that some piece of debris from the storm hit it and broke it, which is what we figured in the first place. The storm knocked on that couple for banging in the boss's office. Just recently watched some guy die in the ED. It was weird because I had talked to him when came in at the beginning of my shift. It was freaking weird having to transport his body to the morgue. I hit a bump and said, "Sorry mister," then stopped mid-sentence. I hadn't disconnected fully that he was gone. Worked on a campus watching cameras. Was doing my hourly check at around 1 AM while talking to my buddy who was the on-duty guard. While flipping through the cameras, I passed by one of our entrances and saw some guy standing at the door just starting in. I spotted it and flipped back to said camera, and my buddy and I just stopped talking and looked at each other cause he was gone. I switched to the next camera, which was the exterior camera, and he was not anywhere to be seen. I asked my buddy if he wanted to go check it out. He said heck no. We checked the footage to see if we saw it right, and sure enough he was there, but we could never find him on any other camera at the time. The university I worked at was reportedly haunted, but I don't exactly believe in ghosts. I still don't believe it was one, but it was still creepy as all heck and I can't explain what exactly happened. I have other stories from do patrols with guards at night, but that's my freakiest night on camera. More stories. Police officers of Reddit. What's the creepiest disappearance case you've ever been assigned to? I'm late to the party, but I'll answer. We get a call from a husband that his wife and mother-in-law have been missing for 3 days. Their 2 small children are with dad and he claimed he didn't know what happened. The husband had massive history of domestic violence with his first wife, and we were pretty concerned for the well-being of his wife and mother-in-law, especially since they vanished without packing and didn't take the kids. I show up at the house, and the husband gives me the creeps. Just a really freaking weird vibe and every single hair on my body is standing up. I feel nothing but dread as I listen to him tell me that he has no idea where they went and couldn't explain why he waited 3 days to call police, especially with 2 small kids at home. We couldn't find any trace of evidence and I was really perplexed. Found out later that the wife and her mom went across the US border to go shopping and they both got arrested for shoplifting and were spending a week in jail while waiting for trial. Since they were Canadians and a flight risk, it was hilariously awkward breaking the truth to him, but a huge relief. This didn't go the way I expected. Sounds like a Brooklyn 99 material. Not a police officer but my granddad was. He was a part of the police force in the 60s till the early 80s. Sometime during the 70s he was assigned to a missing persons case that had been ongoing for a while and had actually been reassigned due to the lack of new evidence. Him and his partner spent months on the case fighting for it to stay open. One day they went and searched the missing person's home again. It caused a lot of uproar with the family as they hadn't really moved his things or been into his home since the case had gone quiet. Anyway, they got permission almost a month after asking and found a handwritten receipt for a car in his bathroom bin. God knows why his bins weren't searched before unless it was just missed. They managed to track down the guy who sold him the car. He said that the missing person had mentioned that he was going to store his car in a garage till he had the money to insure it. He even gave them the name of the town he said the garages were in. They went to the town and got search warrants for every single rentable garage, even though they had no evidence he had ever rented one. After a couple of days they found the car with the guy inside it. Apparently, his body was almost mummified because of the lack of sun, air and moisture. I can't imagine what the smell was like, but they think he accidentally killed himself while trying to do some work on the car. He would have had the garage door closed because his car wasn't insured. He didn't want anyone to see the car and steal it. It was stored in a rough neighborhood where the garages were cheap to rent. He also paid cash in hand so he never had any receipts. So yeah, he died of carbon monoxide poisoning. It's painless and basically you just fall asleep and then you die. He wouldn't have realized until it was too late. The guy was missing for 5 months and he seemed to just disappear for no known reason. My granddad told me this when I was a kid and it really scared me that people can so easily just go missing or die and nobody knows where they are. Still kinda freaks me out. In the town I grew up in UK, a woman in her 30s, her 3 kids, and their car all went missing. Her husband was known for being a bit of a lad and the immediate presumption was she'd had enough and left him, but her parents hadn't heard from her. Her bank account wasn't used etc, but it was nearly a week before anybody seemed to get really worried about it. She'd picked the kids up from school and then never went home even though it was only a 10-minute journey. Eventually one of the 10-year-old son's friends mentioned that he was planning on trying to get his mum to go and get them a McFlurry. The nearest McDonald's was a town away. They eventually realized that instead of going straight home, she'd agreed to drive to the McDonald's and gone the back way, part of which is along what we call the 40-foot. Basically a massive dike. Found them all still strapped into the car at the bottom. Husband was engaged again and his fiancée pregnant within a year. My grandfather was a sheriff on the West Coast in the 70s. I don't know a lot of details because he never talked about it, but I know he was part of a team who recovered multiple sets of remains that turned out to be Ted Bundy victims. Apparently it was the most graphic thing he's ever seen. My grandfather was a policeman and a fireman at different points in his life. His spooky disappearance story actually came from his time as a fireman. He hasn't told me the story in a long while, so I'm a little fuzzy in the details, but here goes. His team gets called to a house fire in a small village, rural England. It's late at night. The fire is reported by a local who is walking home. Several other bystanders have arrived by the time the fire engine gets there, and there are multiple reports of screams for help from inside the building. They start to douse the fire and 3 of the responders, including my granddad, enter the building via the back door to attempt to rescue the people trapped inside. The thing is, they don't find a soul. Nobody is there. They clear the whole place out, stop the fire, effectively make the building safe. Later on, it's confirmed that the fire started in the kitchen, likely the hob, where food was midway through being prepared. As far as anyone knew, the couple who lived there had been at home. Relatives had no idea where they might have gone that night. My granddad and his colleagues have a funny feeling, so they get local police properly involved. Crime scene investigation uncover blood on the floor in one room, but any other evidence was destroyed in the fire. They can't confirm who the blood belongs to. It apparently didn't match the blood types of the 2 vanished residents. The fire department are very suspicious at this point, and apparently the police want to drop the investigation in favor of a manhunt for the missing people. But they end up expanding the investigation radius and find that apparently an unidentified van was parked outside the house that left just before the fire was reported. The investigation goes dead, but over a year later they find the burned remains of the man who lived there in a grave in the woods several towns away. They never found the woman, so it was suspected that she killed him and burned down the house to conceal it. They never figured out where the screams from inside the building were coming from, though. Not a cop, but had a pretty fricked up disappearance happen about a mile away from where I live. A girl went missing. She was 12. The whole town, state police, and I believe possibly the FBI all got involved. Search parties in the woods and through the streets for about 2 or 3 days. Turns out she had gone over to these kids' house that she knew from school to have them fix her bike. Turns out the kids, brothers, one 15 and the other 17, planned on stealing it. Well, she put up a struggle and the one brother wound up strangling her in his basement. She was found a few days after she went missing. They stuffed her body in a trash can on trash night. Not a cop, but I did my undergrad at a college in Vermont. In the winter we would quite literally be snowed under. Over Christmas break, a sophomore went missing. He wasn't a close friend, but we had a couple of classes together. It was a small liberal arts college in a small town, so everyone in the community was pretty freaked out. His phone and wallet were left in his room, so the theory was that he's been abducted, and maybe even killed. Campus got real scary for a few months. There was police everywhere, helicopters overhead, students marching through the snow and lines looking for a body. Finally, when the snow and ice thawed, they found his body in the creek. Police surmise he entered the water from the bridge in town, but no one knows if he jumped or was pushed. This one still haunts me. Similar story from my growing up in Russia, sort of big town had a university nearby as well. It seemed like every few years some kid got too drunk and stepped outside when it was too cold and died, often without much of their clothing. Dealt several times with a young mother who would always go missing for a few days and leave her child with relatives. Several missing persons reports over time. Turns out she was shacking up with her PCP dealing boyfriend in a nearby city. One day the lady walks in and says her daughter was kidnapped. I do some work and find the aunt took the child because mom is just a terrible person. State did not want to get involved, so we have to give the kid back. I turn to my partner and tell him mom will definitely be dead within a few months. Probably turn up in a ditch or dumped in the river where she goes to visit her dealer boyfriend. Fast forward 3 months and I turn on the news to see a story of a woman found dumped in the river. It was mom. She was stabbed to death by her boyfriend and dumped in the river. That one creeped me out a bit. So how do you enjoy being a psychic? College blotter. Upset student activated emergency pillars and talked to officer on speaker. Said she was being chased by unknown people. No one at the scene when officers responded. My uncle went missing about 25 years ago in New Jersey. My dad has been so sad about it ever since, and this was before I was born. He had a history of mental illness, but the weird part is he has never been found. We don't know if he changed identities or got killed or went off his meds and went homeless. But it's been over 2 decades and it still puzzled me to this day what happened to him. My dad even got Howard Stern one day to say live on air Kevin Costello. If you're out there and listening to this, your brother is looking for you. I remember being a kid and listening to it on the radio. He just disappeared without a trace. It's so odd. My dad went through some of his belongings and has a trunk of some of his old stuff still in storage. I'm really sorry. That's awful. I hope one day your dad and the rest of your family get some answers. Brandon Lawson. He ran out of gas on the highway in the middle of the night and called his brother to come help him. Shortly after, he called 911 and reported that someone had chased him into the woods and that he needed police. Eventually his brother and one police officer arrive at the scene and find his truck abandoned but no sign of Brandon. Brandon calls his brother and says he's bleeding and is 10 minutes away from his truck. That was the last anyone ever heard from him, and searches of the area turned up empty. Imagine running out of gas at like 3 AM and someone pulls over with the intentions of killing you. I can't even imagine what I'd be thinking. Not me personally, but other officers on my department. 70-year-old female with dementia would often leave her home and go for walks around her property. One day, she never came home, and it should be noted that we live on an island 30 miles out from the rest of the United States. State Police, K9s, our entire department, news helicopters, Coast Guard helicopters and boats, Marine Division, all searched land and ocean for this woman. We reviewed security footage at the airport and steamship ferry to see if she boarded either to leave island, but she didn't. She was never found, and to this day, we don't know what happened. 2 theories have arrived though. She walked right into the ocean and somehow her body disappeared and you washed up, or 2. She walked into the construction site of a sewer plant and fell into a tank full of waste just before the tank was permanently covered. The one where a man left his fiancée a detailed financial instruction sheet, including the cancellation code for their Netflix subscription, with the following line at the bottom: "They found the kiddie stuff again. Man, you can't do me like this." I'm not a cop, but when I was in high school, a kid in my class went out fishing with his dad one weekend in the bay. They never came back. Searches went on but nothing. Never found any bodies. They found the boat a few weeks later, empty of course. It's been 8 years and nothing has ever been found. It's assumed they fell overboard, maybe in some rough weather, and drowned. They were both avid fishers and could swim. Weird that no bodies were ever found or washed up. It's especially odd since over 90% of bodies resulting from water-related deaths, drownings, high falls into water, etc., are recovered. Late to the party, but here goes. Responded to missing person report. Husband was the caller reporting his wife was missing. Wife had debilitating condition and was bedridden for several months. Husband said he went to dinner across town and discovered wife was gone upon returning home. No sign of her in the house or in the area. No kids were living at home. Search and rescue came out and spent all night searching the area with no luck. Sent dogs, didn't even find anything. The whole time I'm imagining we're going to be discussing this case sometime in the future on Forensic Files. It was an eerie feeling to be sitting with a man and talking to him while thinking he may have just killed his wife, but having to treat him like he was a concerned husband. Fast forward to the next day and a neighbor found her about 1.5 blocks away, tucked down behind their bushes in their yard. No foul play. Turns out something just happened and wandered away, but lost energy and collapsed in that yard. Sadly, she reported seeing the glow sticks on the scent dog collars walking nearby on the road, but nobody or none of the dogs came close enough in the yard to find her until that neighbor came out that next morning. AWW, that poor scared woman. I'm not a cop, but in my hometown near Savannah, just a month or 2 ago, a 14-year-old girl was missing for 2 weeks before it was reported. One of the neighbors was concerned that she hadn't seen the girl in so long, and after a while the police figured it was the father and stepmother. They brought out the dogs and found a grave just off the property where the girl had been buried, and they ended up finding her brother too, who had also been murdered by their father 2 years prior at the age of 14, who he said had moved out of state to live with their mother. Nobody ever questioned his disappearance, but the father and stepmother had apparently been abusive their whole lives and pretty much kept them locked up. I lived in Richmond Hill up until a year ago. My wife saw this when a friend posted it on Facebook. It's really heart-wrenching. From what I've been told, it's also getting people in Atlanta talking about potential homeschool reforms so that homeschool children can't just disappear like that. Don't know if anything's going to come from it though. I'm glad now that I installed security cameras on the outside of my house. It seems so many of these stories have no witnesses, and having footage of anything that might help could be valuable. Yeah, I was looking into getting a Ring doorbell system anyway, and this thread is sealing the deal. Years ago, a girl 10-12 went missing in AZ. It was so mainstream that 1 out of 10 cars had some signage and almost all business did. Years after the disappearance, a man in prison lets a CO know he had some information. Guy is an enforcer. Causes pain or death when you do not pay. He wants to trade. The deal: you tell us everything, bad acts and all, and we will trade those for your information. This guy has to admit to several murders he committed but was never implicated with. He knew where her body was. They take him out wearing protective gear and find the spot. To no avail, it appears the body was moved. He also let them know that dad has a large drug debt and he sold his daughter for a snuff film to repay it. I'm a corrections sergeant for a small county in rural Alabama. About 2 years ago, I had just become a supervisor. I was assigned to Delta shift, which at that point was considered a crap shift. I was brand new and given the task of whipping this bunch of turds into shape. I was barely 1 month in the driver's seat when one of my most trusted inmates just goes ape crap. It was in mid-February when this occurred. Relatively cold and very crappy. The inmate involved had been in and out of the facility for most of his life. Papa nearly more clout in the jail than I did. The man was the most trusted inmate we've ever had and was even assigned to work alongside the maintenance officer with limited supervision. Until the night that he ate nearly 2 ounces of M and proceeded to freak the frick out. Papa asked to be let out to fix a toilet in booking. The control officer let him out and then let him roam up to the booking foyer. Here, we entirely lost track of him. The detention center spent the next 9 hours on lockdown thanks to this. When my officers finally found him, he had gotten into the ceiling access with a stolen key. Papa had watched us from the master monitor in the server room the entire time. Every time someone would look in the server room, he would hide inside the cabinets. If we got too far from finding him, he would scream at the top of his lungs until we turned around. All from the ceiling across the entire jail. Creepiest experience of my life. I've seen some crap through the infantry in this job. Nothing beats that one. Not even doing CPR on a suicide. Crap was bone chilling. TLDR. Corrections officers searched for a highly unstable and intoxicated inmate for the better part of a night. Sometimes being less than a few feet from them. Not a cop. But back in my home state there was a little girl that went missing on her way to school. It was huge news because the family was cleared pretty quickly. Like a week or so later they find part of her body in a field. Then this 19-year-old guy's mother notices a smell in his room, finds the rest of the little girl, and calls and has him turn himself in. This case always stuck with me. What the frick? Most of the missing 411 stuff is pretty freaky. Some of it explainable, but a lot of it just doesn't add up. Things like 2-year-old kids walking up and down multiple mountain ranges in a couple hours and found dead without a scratch on them. Not a cop. My friend's dad had died from a diabetic coma, so his mom started dating again. She met this dude who was a meathead and she got into the drugs with him. One night while I was at my friend's house, she was out. She called him and said that the guy and his friends were trying to redirect the spirit of Stevie Ray Vaughan, and she freaked out and drove off. She didn't know where she was but wanted him to know that if something happened to her or was the guy she was dating. While a day or so later, after she had not come home, the police found her truck with all her stuff strewn about in a field. No one could find her. I think 6 or so months later, a hunter about 100 yards or so in some woods found a jawbone and DNA proved it was here. The authorities think that she had a psychotic episode because of the freaked out, ran into the woods and fell and died and was taken by animals. Very traumatic. My stepdad worked a case. My dad and my little brother lived in an apartment down the street from this 12-year-old girl who went missing. She was walking home at night and was abducted on her way. It was about 3 weeks until they found her, but the guy let the officers in, and right there in middle of the living room floor was her mangled remains. She had been cut up into pieces. Very late to this party, but whatever. Growing up in BC, we hear our fair share of missing persons cases. Hikers never to be seen again, the highway of tears, human trafficking, etc. I find the ones that stick with me the most are ones that were solved relatively quickly and don't have to do with any of those. The one that is the most horrifying to me happened when I was in high school. A girl around 17 years old was reported missing after not showing up to school for a couple days. It wasn't unusual for her to miss school, as she suffered from crippling migraines, but it was unusual for them not to be excused. There was a welfare check after no answer from her parents, and when police showed up they found what has been one of the nastiest crimes in my town since my parents were kids. Apparently the girl's parents were having relationship problems due to the girl's health issues and inability to live a normal life. Her mom suffered from some mental health issues over it. Turns out the father cracked and decided to put the family out of their misery. He shot the girl and her mother dead, posted about it on Facebook, and then shot himself as well. No idea why no one picked up the FB post right away. Really sad for my town when that news came out, as the girl was a beloved member of the community and tremendously talented. Not a cop, but I grew up in PHXS and Mikkel Biggs was kidnapped in Mesa as in about 98. I remember vividly the day she disappeared and all the news reports and posters and billboards. It was like the moment your view of the world changed. She was in front of her house on her bike with her little sister waiting for their dad to get home when they heard the ice cream truck. She sent her little sister in for money, and by the time she came back out, Mikkel was gone. Bike laying on the ground, back tire still spinning. Little sister runs inside to tell mom about the time the dad drove up. She was away from Mikkel for less than a minute. She's never been found. Presumed dead now, and they think it was a neighbor, but nothing was ever found out. I know live and work in that same city Mikkel disappeared from, and it's just weird. And what's bugged me about it even more in recent years, I work for our district. I've passed her home. I've driven through that neighborhood hundreds of times. I know police officers that worked her case. I know office personnel who were at the school she attended at the same time. 2 years ago in a school not far from her home, another of our district students disappeared on her way home. She was found a few days later, thankfully. Not a cop, but I watched this case unfold near me. Zara Baker and her dad were originally from Australia, but after she got sick, I believe it was a form of cancer, they moved to get better care. It was just the two of them for a while. Then her dad remarried, all the while Zara's kicking cancer's butt. She suffers hearing loss and other issues, but she's going strong. The community adores this girl and tries to help her family as best as they can. Then she goes missing. It's shocking and horrible. This girl can barely do anything herself and she's gone missing. It takes the media by storm. Relatively small town, so everyone cares. This area is surrounded by woods, so search parties branch out everywhere. Not much is told about Zara's family at first. No one cares about speculation when a girl like her is missing. And then all at once these horrible details are released by the police. Zara was locked in a room, the attic I think. I remember commentary about how hot that can get and everyone being disgusted by it. The abuse at the hands of her stepmother. The stepmother is arrested quickly and the investigation wraps up fast. They find Zara about a month or two later, and the entire community mourned her for years. She's still brought up in the news occasionally. She was about the same age as me when it happened, and I remember my mom not letting me play in the woods because we didn't know what was happening. If anyone can get hold of the series Reported Missing that was on the BBC last year, then I would highly recommend it. There was a case where a dad reported his 5-year-old son missing and the ending was unbelievable. Series 2 episode 1 for anyone who wants to have a look. Too lazy to look. Please spoil the episode for me. In my town, There was a very sad case of a boy who had developmental disabilities. He had been playing hide and seek with neighborhood friends and family. After a while the other kids stopped the game and all went home thinking their friend had gotten bored and went home too. An Amber Alert was created and they searched everywhere. About 3 days later they found him dead stuck in a chimney. He apparently climbed into hide during the hide and seek game and suffocated. Not a cop, but the disappearance of Lauren Spira is still unsolved and creepy to me. Lauren was drinking with several friends. Her boyfriend, Jesse Wolf, said he did not go out with Lauren or her friends that evening. He said he was texting back and forth with Spira before he went to bed. According to witnesses, she was very intoxicated. There isn't much of a timeline of her disappearance other than some video surveillance and her friends' stories about that night. This took place in a college town, Bloomington, and is still unsolved. Some people think it was a sex trafficking thing, others think she OD'd and her friends got rid of her and covered it up. If you Google her name, more on the case will pop up. Not a cop, but a mechanic. 10-15 years back, I fixed up a truck and put it up for sale. It was September. Not long after, a guy comes by, test drives the vehicle and decides to buy. He comes back the next day with a certified check, wants to drive it home right away without plates. In my area, you have to change the ownership, get a mechanical fitness, pay the tax, get new plates and insurance on the vehicle before you can drive it home. The buyer told me he had just moved a ways down the highway. He was living in a trailer on a large, remote plot of land he just bought and wanted to turn into a trailer campground some 200 kilometers, 124 miles, south of us. I convinced him to transfer the vehicle properly before driving away in the truck. It was none of my business if he did or not, but I knew if he was caught it wouldn't be worth the legal problems. I told him to take his time. The truck was safe parked here. He had the all keys and the ownership. It's not completely uncommon for people to leave their vehicle with us for an extended period of time. But when he left, that was the last time I ever saw him. After a few months, I was wondering when this guy was going to get his truck, but I didn't have his number or address. I was paid in full, and it was no bother to let the truck sit on the lot. Early that December I get a call from the cops. Apparently his family hadn't heard from the buyer in months. The cops noticed he had switched the ownership of this new truck around the time his family lost contact with him. So I tell them this story and inform them that the truck is still here waiting for him. The officer told me over the phone that this gave her a missing piece of the puzzle and that she could now enter his home. Pretty sure she was going to do that before she called me. I got word after that apparently the day the buyer switched the ownership on the truck, got insurance and new plates, he went home and had some sort of medical emergency and died alone in his trailer. Apparently, he was found on the floor just inside the door, which was locked from the inside. He didn't make it 5 steps inside, and his body was out of view of anyone peering in his window to see if anyone was home. The officer had been to his trailer a few times before and didn't see him. The family called later to arrange to have his truck towed to them in another city. Every time someone leaves their vehicle, we get a number for them and a neat of when they are picking up. When they ask why, we tell them this story. Not a cop, but in my hometown a man went missing. The whole community went looking for him in local forest and searched everywhere for 2 weeks. Until we had a torrential rainstorm. The local pharmacist noticed a leak in his store's attic and goes up to check. He found the man half rotten hanging from a hole in the roof. Turns out he was a junkie and tried to steal some meds, but his hood got caught when he jumped down and hung himself by accident. Not a policeman by any means, but check out the case of Joyce Vincent, missing, dead, for 3 years before anyone found her. One I worked on many moons ago. A Northwestern University medical student goes missing from her dorm. Everyone figures the boyfriend, a stockbroker, did it, but no body, no case. Times go by. Stockbroker skips town to Thailand or the Philippines. Yellow fever. Missing student was Asian. Anyway, he runs out of money, so I contacts her parents and says for 50 grand he will tell them where her body is. Parents agree. Get his whereabouts to send the money. But frick that. Mom and dad hire a private investigator from Texas who has steel hooks for hands. Give him the 50k and say, go get him. So Ole Hooks flies to Thailand, Philippines, goes to the local cop shop, spends a bit more of money and explains the circumstances. Cops roll this guy up, beat the utter crap out of him and stick him on a non-stop tort. CPD are waiting at the gate. Good ole hooks. Not a cop, but this happened locally in a small town where nothing really happens. A 5 or 6 year old girl went missing over the weekend but was found Monday in the forest after the uncle kidnapped, raped, and killed her. If you guys like reading about these types of cases, check out the Murder Monday podcast done by MN Pop Station 101.3 KDWB. I'm not a cop, but my friend's dad was. A man had gone missing and they later found he had hung himself in the woods. It had only been an hour since the report and he was almost completely a skeleton because vultures were eating him. My partner and I were called to the apartment of a man whose girlfriend disappeared. Weirdly, he claimed he had this coffee table that made things disappear if they were left on it overnight. He theorized that his girlfriend must have fallen against it during the night and been disappeared by the table. Of course, I thought it was pure bull, but my partner says he has the same table and thinks it may be true. We never did find out what happened to her. What? Serious? What is the creepiest thing you've experienced that you can't explain? I had just finished unloading a flatbed trailer full of hay, sat down on the back of the trailer and laid back to look at the night sky, when I suddenly felt like vomiting, like projectile vomiting. And there is also a plate and 5 screws in my arm and it immediately started vibrating and felt like it was heating up inside my arm. The cows around me started to run in random directions and I'm isolated. No cell service. No Dang, you must have had one heck of a current going through your body. When I was about 5 I saw an all grey old man sitting with his knees against his chest under my bedside table. I did a 180, went back downstairs, and never mentioned it to anyone. Still think about it to this day. My culture believes that the veil is thin for those between 0-6. That's why so many little kids remember seeing someone that wasn't there to others. When I was a kid I shared a bed with my dad. One night with both me and my dad in bed the radio was softly playing a local FM station when a loud and disturbing satanic voice started mumbling incomprehensible nonsense, to me at least, for 10 seconds. I asked my dad what the heck that was as I was totally disturbed and he told me in a serious tone he will explain what happened in the future. It spooked me as I've never heard something like this on the radio before, and we always had the radio on most nights. I'm old enough to understand some semblance of English at that point in time, so that incomprehensible mumbling is totally out of place. I could ask my dad now but I doubt he will remember it. Who knows? It could just be the FM station making a sex joke and my dad obviously isn't gonna explain what it means. Don't know why, but I can't forget this seemingly insignificant incident. Well, now you have to ask him. A long while back, when I was living with my first girlfriend, my mom came to visit. One morning while they were in the kitchen, I was sleeping was in that state of half awake half asleep, and could hear them talking in the kitchen. As I'm lying there, in that state of twilight, I start dreaming I'm on a beach, like a cold, North Atlantic beach, like the coast of Ireland or England, with a rocky shore instead of sand, and I can hear the footsteps of someone coming closer to me. I'm listening to my GF and my mother in the kitchen, and at the same time I'm listening to this man approach. The whole time, I could tell the man had a sense that he could see me as well. And then the footsteps get right up to me, and I hear them stop. Then there's a pause, and then son of a bitch if I don't feel his hand on my arm, and I sit straight up, freak the frick out, and I sweat to God I felt the lingering sensation of a hand, as if it had just had a hold of my forearm lingering. Never told anyone about this. I often wonder if, one morning, a fisherman out in Ireland was out on the beach and somehow saw me in the mists, then reached out to see if I was real. My favorite so far, inexplicable but not too creepy. Thanks for sharing. Posted this before but, way back in the day when building plastic airplane models were a thing, my brother saved up his allowance for a month to buy this certain kit. The day he brings it home, my mother and father tell us we have to go to the grocery store, and we set off for the supermarket. On arrival back home, my brother races up to his room to start his model while the rest of us unpack the car. A few seconds later he come into the kitchen with a weird look on his face. Not frightened but not okay either. He asks us, is this a joke? We all have no idea what he's talking about and ask him what's going on. He repeats, is this some kind of joke, almost yelling it at us. My mom now realizes he's serious and grabs him by the hand and asks what's wrong. My brother turns and says, very funny guys, what did you do, buy another model and swap mine out for it? My dad kinda laughed and said, no, what are you talking about? My brother rushes upstairs to his room and flies back down, this time with a fully glued and painted model. The exact same one he purchased before. The box is shredded on his bedroom floor. My parents turn white, call the neighbors to see if anyone was seen on the property, and start checking the rest of the house. Nothing else was touched, no doors were unlocked or windows sealed. This wasn't the only odd thing that would happen there, but I remember it vividly because of my parents' reaction. There is no humanly possible way that model was built, glued and painted in the time we were gone from the house. I would assume a prank by my dad, who has that kind of humor, but it probably was the only time I've ever seen him seem scared. He has never admitted to it in 30+ years. When I was in high school, we used to play this stupid game we called Michael Myers. It was basically just hide and seek but in the dark. You had to play at night with no lights on and the curtains drawn, no sounds playing, and Michael Myers had to wait in the basements for a few minutes while everyone hid. One night we decide to play while my mom is out working. It was my brother, a few of my cousins, my friend, and my little sister was probably 6 or so at the time. After a few rounds I am found first and have to be Michael. I don't like being the seeker alone, so I ask if my friend can do it with me. Everyone was fine with it, so we go and sit in the basement and wait. It's important during this part that you remain silent so you can hear where people are running to give you an advantage. After the 5-minute wait time, we left the basement and stood in the office for a minute to let our eyes adjust to the dark. We left the office after searching briefly and went into the dining room. From the dining room you could see into the kitchen in the left and the living room on the right. We were pretty sure we heard everyone run upstairs, so we started heading to the living room when my friend said my sister was hiding on top of the fridge. I look over and she was peering through the doorway from on top of the fridge. You could see her hair hanging and she was small. I assumed my brother put her up there as a joke because she definitely couldn't get up there herself. I told my friend that we would just ignore her because she couldn't be seeker anyway. So we went upstairs to find everyone else. We found my cousins first. My brother was very good at this game, and since we knew where my sister was, we just gave up searching and yelled that he could come out from hiding. We switched on some lights and he came out of hiding with my sister. My friend immediately started freaking out and asked my brother if she had been with him the whole time because we definitely saw her on top of the fridge. My brother ran downstairs turning the lights on as he went, but there was no one down there. He checked everywhere in the house. No one. I really felt like he had to have been messing with us, but we would have heard someone moving around. The house was seriously dead quiet. I have tried to figure out everything it could have been beside my sister, but I just don't know what it was. It's really not a great memory and still gives me goosebumps. I never played the game again and was never really comfortable in that house after that. I have images of the girl from The Grudge on top of your fridge. Thanks for the goosebumps. My godfather's mouth hung open while I was staring at him in his coffin. I was 7, and it was my first time seeing a dead body. The family blamed an inexperienced mortician, but until now I can never be sure if that was the case. We had 2 doorbells in our house. One was the one for the front door and played your typical doorbell sound, and the other one was disconnected. No button to push. I'm at home. Mom's in the TV room watching the tube. The other doorbell rings. It rings a melody, not ding dong. I instinctively walk to the front door and open it. We had a vestibule which has a glass storm doors and floor to ceiling windows. I see a man in a trench coat and 1930s style hat, like Don Tracy, walking away from the house, so I go and open the storm door to get his attention, but as soon as I open the glass door, seeing him the entire time, as soon as the frame of the door passes over him, he disappears. I tell my mom WTF just happened, and she says, oh yeah, he's the suitor who is looking for the young lady that used to live here decades ago. I don't bother answering the door when the other bell rings. WTF mom. Simping even in the afterlife. Pathetic. This just happened the other night. Was sound asleep, on my side, when I felt someone poking my shoulder real hard, sort of jabbing it with a couple fingers. I sat up in bed so fast it made me a little dizzy. No one was there but I could feel the exact spot on my shoulder where those fingers had been poking. Couldn't go back to sleep, and even after an hour on Reddit, I could still feel that sore spot on my shoulder. Frick this crap, I'm calling it a night. My mom told me once that the weirdest thing she ever saw was a big white dog that came toward her on the street, but when she turned around, the dog wasn't there anymore. It wasn't a crowded street or anything. It was just gone. The weird part about it is that I've seen the white dog too. I was heading down a street alone and then there was this big white dog next to me. When I turned around, it was gone. I am certain I saw it and that it was there. I don't usually believe in ghosts and I'm the kind of person to watch ghost vids on YouTube in the middle of the night and go to bed with no problems because I don't believe in that stuff. But that dog thing that happened to both my mom and I is something I think about often. I think that in Native American mythology a white animal sighting is a family member coming back to tell you that he's in heaven now. It's a good sign. I was 10 and visiting my grandma's for the weekend so I could go to a wedding with her. I had woken up in the middle of the night to see my two stepbrothers standing over me. Now, I'd have no problem with this. They sleepwalk, but they were 3 states away for a funeral. I ordered something from eBay and something from Amazon. 2 parcels arrive, one plain and one in an Amazon box. Upon opening them I find the Amazon receipt inside the other box. It really felt like I was in the Truman Show and the props guys had made an error. I guess eBay person could have had a spare Amazon box and used it to ship their thing, and the Amazon parcel could have been a third party, so not have had the branded packaging? Freaked me out for a few hours. I've definitely used Amazon boxes envelopes when selling stuff online. You are probably sane. When I was about 10, I was hanging out with my younger brother, 8 at the time, and our neighbor, also 8M, in our house on a normal Saturday afternoon. It was starting to get dark outside and we had the brilliant thought to break out the new Ouija board my brother had gotten as a present recently. We went upstairs to my brother's room, turned off the lights and drew the curtains, and unboxed the Ouija board, which was glow in the dark. Growing up, my brother had 3 small paintings hung on his wall which were depictions of winter, summer, and fall. Had been hung solidly for at least 6 years when this story takes place. This is important later. We started messing around with the Ouija board, with one of us kids obviously pulling on one end of the planchette to manipulate answers. Eventually, we asked, "Are there any spirits here?" and the planchette moved to yes with no obvious manipulation from any of the 3 of us. This was kinda spooky, so we asked, "Do you want us to stop?" and the planchette moved to yes again. Immediately after this, the painting on the far left inexplicably falls off the wall and the glass on it cracks. We freak out, turn on the lights. My mom comes upstairs and reassures us that it's fine. There are no malevolent ghosts, just a coincidence. Whatever. We calm down. My mom leaves to continue making dinner, and we kinda shrug and turn the lights back off to continue playing with the Ouija board. We keep asking it questions and getting nonsense answers until we ask, "Are you angry?" The planchette moves to yes with no pulling from anyone. Right as the painting right next to the one that just fell off the wall also inexplicably falls to the ground, this time shattering the glass. This made us fully freak out. Mom comes upstairs and puts the Ouija board away, and I have literally never played with one since. Our house was old but there was no other paranormal kind of activity, nor do I really believe in ghosts or anything, but this experience was just too strange and creepy to explain. The paintings continued to hang just fine for years after that. When I was a teen, my dad bought and sold salvaged cars as a side hustle. I would drive whatever was in our driveway at the time as my way to get around. He got this one car that I used to joke was haunted because the electric door locks would lock or unlock on their own, making an audible CHK sound. And because the car had been in an accident since it was salvaged. One day while driving with a friend I joked about the haunted car. As a joke I said out loud, "If there's a ghost in here, make it lock right now," and CHK, coincidence. As a joke I said, "Okay, but if it's not a coincidence, do it twice in a row." CHK. I then said, "Haha, I said twice in a row." CHK. It had never done that before. I stopped asking the car for things. If I was a ghost, I would screw with people like this. It's not harmful and messes with people enough that they're creeped out. I used to live in a cheap, sketchier, and older neighborhood. My room was upstairs and I had a window facing my backyard. There was some leftover items from the last renters that I found. Planks of wood, tools, and even a rusty butcher knife planted into the ground. The backyard had no fence surrounding it at all, and my parents needed to build one. I remember waking up many nights hearing footsteps in the backyard. They would walk slowly, always leading up to directly below and facing my window. I never looked, but I sensed that I was being watched. Then they would simply walk away. I told my parents desperately, but there wasn't really anything that they could do. A phone was found in our backyard around that time and we returned it. A sketchy character saying that he was chasing after his dog and must have dropped it. Once a fence was built, I never heard the footsteps again. Sorry, I'm a terrible storyteller. Dang, sounds like someone casing your house. When I was a child, I lived in a house that had a very large, 2-story high entryway with a long staircase leading to the entrance. Across from the staircase was a large, antique mirror. I was alone in the house, my mother and siblings out for groceries, and listening to music. When I stopped to look at my own reflection, I saw myself in the reflection of the mirror descend the staircase. I ripped my headphones off and turned around, but I, of course, was not there. No one was. This why I will never ever purchase or own a second-hand mirror. That crap is a gateway to something. Okay, this one is a repost, but I've been scratching my brain for ages for an explanation, and still can't find any. I was looking for a birthday present for a friend. Her being a massive lover of dogs and me spending hours each week hunting down goodies and games at the local flea market. I figured a plushie of a dog would be perfect. My first hunt afterward at the market proved fruitful, and I soon was walking back home with a rather large and cute doggo plush that caught my eye. At the time, my best option to wash any big plushies was to leave them soaking water and laundry detergent in the family bathtub for a bit, coming back later and washing the heck out of them, before hanging them. A few hours and a heavy wet doggo later, I started washing it for real. As soon as I started, I hear a little metallic scraping sound and I get annoyed, fearing that I didn't notice a voice box in the doggo and destroyed it. I squish it for a bit trying to find where the box could be before giving up and returning to ringing, to only notice it was dripping something else rather than water. Blood. I start examining my hands wondering if I didn't wound myself. Nothing. I grab the dog and wring it for a bit, confirming that it was the actual bleeder. 21 years old me start panicking and leaves the bathroom. I manage to calm down and come back to the doggo with a pair of scissors, before starting to open the stitches at its side and opening it. Taking out the wool slowly, I notice there was a black thrash bag inside the dog. I quickly extract it and open it. A now destroyed by water washing bag of razor blades, a B+ small blood bag, and a bag of white powder. The razors managed to pierce the blood bag while I was washing, causing the bleeding. But now I started panicking. This is Tunisia in 2010. Having a picture of drugs on your phone can send you 10 years behind bars. Cue me grabbing multiple black trash bags and put the guy in them. Spill an entire bottle of bleach in the bathtub. Yes, bad idea. And quickly throw the wrapped doggo in the public trash. Result, a bleach smelling bathtub for a week. A bleach burned hand and thrasher for me for double that time. And a still lingering question. I can get the drug and razors, but why the blood bag? And why in a dog plush? TLDR. Bleeding demon doggo plush turned out to have a blood bag and drugs inside it, scaring me even worse. One time when I was 12 I was on the phone with a friend sitting outside when I saw the guy who was dressed funnily walk by. He was wearing a shirt that was the American flag. It didn't have the flag on it. It was the flag. LOL. A big winter coat. This was in Texas during summer, and short shorts. I laughed and told my friend what I just saw. She was silent for a bit, so I asked if she was still there. In a confused and slightly concerned voice she said yeah, it's just that a guy wearing the exact same thing just walked past my house. When I asked her questions about his appearance, I nearly shat myself. This was the exact guy that just walked past my house. We lived 30 minutes apart from each other, so there is absolutely no way this guy could be at both our houses at the same time. This happened 6 years ago and creeps me out to this day. TLDR. A man wearing strange clothes walked by both me and a friend who lived 30 minutes away at the exact same time. PS. If I made spelling grammar mistakes that I didn't catch, let me know and I'll fix them, LMAO. My dad and I were coming home from some event when it was dark, and as we were opening the door, the next door neighbor's house, the entire thing started strobing. It wasn't an alarm, it wasn't something in the backyard. My dad even asked the other guy that weekend if they had something going on and he said no. My dad and I kind of shrugged it off, but I still think about that. It was so freaking weird. You can accidentally link your messages to your lights so that when you get a text, your lights strobe. If you have smart lights, of course. A group of mates and I saw a bunch of moving lights in the thick of the woods we were camping in, quite some ways up in the air. Moving with ease when doing so should be impossible. It was admittedly dark, and I do feel that there is a rational explanation, but I could never figure it out. Also, and I am not a big believer in things spiritual at all, I was in NZ when my granddad passed in the UK and I felt it. For lack of a better phrase, I immediately texted my dad to check in on him as he was receiving the call saying he had just passed. It was expected and probably a coincidence, but it brought my dad some peace at least. There is a perfectly rational reason for the lights. If I recall correctly, it's butane bubbles being released from swamps, aka swamp farts. When I was growing up, my family lived in a small 2-bedroom trailer. My older sister and I had one room while my parents shared the other. My mom was convinced that it was haunted. From her bed she could see an old reclining chair in the living room. Some nights she would suddenly wake up and see an old man sitting in it, staring out the window. She'd always wake my dad up and send him to go investigate. He'd stomp in the room and turn the empty chair around. This apparently happened quite a bit. I believe my sister also used to claim to see an old man standing in her closet. She was young enough that she doesn't remember much, so I don't have any more story there. Mum also swore that some days she'd hear giggling and see a little blonde girl running down the hallway. At first she'd always assume it was me and go to investigate, only to find the house empty. We moved out of that trailer after a few years. I didn't know anything about this until years later when I was in college. One of my childhood friends and I were hanging out at my parents' place when a paranormal show came on. My dad made a joke about the wife in the show always sending her husband to investigate noises in the middle of the night before following up with "Who does that sound like?" After some prodding, I got my mom to tell the story. She sticks by her story and believes to this day that, while the girl's spirit was friendly, the old man seemed malicious. If the story stopped there, I'd say it could just be my mom having an overactive imagination. However, my friend seemed freaked out by the story. She asked my parents where the trailer was. We lived in a small village, so it wasn't hard to pinpoint. And it turns out that one of her brother's best friends bought the trailer from the older couple that my parents had sold the place to. The whole family swore the place was haunted. They always talked about how a spirit of an old man would sit in a chair in the living room and stare out the window. The trailer passed through a number of different hands before burning down a few years ago. I have a few other weird stories, but this one is by far the hardest for me to explain. Eep. When I was younger, I used to hear crawling sounds in the crawl space that's next to my room. My room was added to the house about 50 years after it was built, so there is a small crawl space between my room and the outer wall of the house, about 2 to 3 feet wide and another 2 to 3 feet tall. I was convinced that someone was in there, and that they were going to break through the wall in my room. It freaked me out so much that my parents had to eventually seal the crawl space because I was so afraid of it. Bats love the insides of walls and their wings will make scratching sounds as they move. Their bodies are extremely flexible and compressible. They can go anywhere they can find a hole to fit their head through, anything a little bigger than a quarter, give or take. I once woke up in the dead of night to the sound of an emergency news report playing on the television. It was as if the news reporter was sat at his desk at the foot of my bed. My TV was off and unplugged and my phone had no news notifications set up on loud. I was also alone in the house. Still freaks me out thinking about it, and I have no idea how it could have happened or even been created in my mind. I've had crappy unshielded speakers that pick up AM radio stations. You can only hear it if you put your ear right up to it or it's really quiet. All my childhood I was scared of the stairs in my house. This happened because from time to time I would hear something that sounded like marbles dropping and rolling in my attic. I never understood what it really was, but as I grew older I stopped hearing those sounds and never thought about it again. My younger cousin was always a scaredy cat, and she was terribly scared of the dark, so she couldn't stand to go up or down the stairs of my house alone, which I thought was due to the fact that it is a not very well lit place. Last year, out of the blue she said to me, "You know why I always scared of the stairs in your house?" "No, because I always heard some marbles dropping and rolling in your attic." We had never talked about that before. I was shook to the core. This is a story my mom told me once and that my dad refuses to talk about to this day. Before I was born, they had no kids at the time. My parents were downstairs in the living room drinking wine in normal wine glasses and just chatting. Out of nowhere, they both hear this loud ding noise resonating from one of the glasses as if someone flicked it. They looked at each other puzzled since neither of them had touched it, but their gaze shifted back towards the wine glass where the noise came from when they heard a sharp cracking sound. They both watched in horror as a perfectly straight crack made its way around the wine glass, creating a perfect circle. My mom reached over and was able to easily pick up the top half that had just broke in front of their eyes. An anime character had just slashed it with their katana. What is the most terrifying thing you've ever experienced while home alone? I woke up at 4 AM because of the screaming on TV. They were showing Twilight and Bella was giving birth. Truly terrifying experience. Sleep paralysis. Waking up from a nightmare soaked in sweat, with a weight on my chest and completely unable to move. Sometimes I see shadowy shapes or feel there's someone watching. You sort of get used to it. I had a choking scare when I was like 11 and I was home alone and watching TV while eating Skittles. I like to put a bunch in my mouth and make like a Skittle ball that I would chew on. Something on the show I was watching made me laugh and I swallowed the ball and it got lodged in my throat. I then experienced a few seconds of sheer terror because I realized that there was nobody here to help me at all and I was probably gonna die. Then I remembered some cartoon or something where someone jammed their stomach on a chair and got something unstuck from their throat. So, I lunged at the corner of the recliner as hard as I could with my stomach and it actually worked and popped the small ball out. It was super lucky because I really had no idea what I was doing, but one of the worst feelings I have ever experienced. Definitely never ate Skittles that way again after that. I did the exact same thing. I was 12 or 13, choked on a jawbreaker, stuck in my throat and couldn't breathe at all. I was able to give myself the Heimlich, or something close to it, by throwing myself against a stairs railing. Took 4 or 5 hits before I was able to dislodge it and spit it out. Took me years before I tried to eat another one. I was chilling in my room and I suddenly heard this loud butt thump from the back door. It was seriously so loud that I fell off my bed. I didn't want to go investigate that crap because I like living, but if someone was breaking in I should probably go check it out. I message my friend the details and ask her to FaceTime me. We get on chat and she mutes herself so she doesn't make any noise. I turn the camera around so she sees what I do in case it does turn out to be a person and I die. I walk through my house and get to the back door. The door was locked, but the laundry room next to it was slightly ajar. I slowly creep to the door and take a quick glance in. Nobody was there, so I make my way to the back door and open it. Nothing. I go back to the laundry room and take a closer inspection in case something is hiding there. That's when I notice the broom that was supposed to be hanging from the wall was no splayed across the floor. Turns out the broom just fell. Still almost made me crap myself. One night I was watching The Conjuring at home with my little sister when we heard someone putting a key into our front door and opening it. We were sitting in the living room next to a sliding door that was very close to the front door, so we both heard it very clearly. Now this didn't alarm us since we knew our dad had recently gone out to get some stuff, so we just assumed he had returned. "Dad, you're back already?" I casually asked. There was no response. "Dad," I asked again, thinking that he had not heard me the first time. Again, silence. At this point I get the feeling that something isn't quite right and I could tell by the look on my sister's face that she was quite nervous as well. I'll note that up to this point she had spent the evening rolling her eyes at horror movie cliches and she very rarely gets scared. We looked at each other for a moment wondering what we should do before we started hearing a few more scattering sounds from right outside the sliding door. I was frozen in fear by this stage. I tried one more time in a louder, bit shakier voice. "Dad, is that you? Please respond. Please respond," repeated in my head. But the silence continued. Now at this point I'm freaking out and I literally jumped off the couch. My sister also abruptly gets up and starts rapidly walking towards the other end of the room, which leads to the kitchen area. She later revealed to me that she was planning on grabbing a knife. She had this horrified look on her face that I hadn't seen before. We looked at each other in nervous silence. I didn't really know what to do and I didn't want to make any further sounds. I finally decided to walk up to the sliding door and began opening it as slowly as possible. Peering into the darkness, I literally became the idiot who investigates the unknown, creepy noise without anything to protect myself with. When the door was finally opened wide enough, I poked my head out and scanned the corridor, preparing for the worst. To my surprise, there was no one there. But what was more strange was that the front door was still completely shut. We never heard the door close. My sister and I were obviously both extremely relieved as we were almost certain that there was an intruder in the house. After this, I immediately went to go ask my mum, who was situated in her bedroom at the other end of our house, if it was her or whether she had noticed anything. She told me that she thought my dad had come home as well, as she also heard someone opening the front door. Around half an hour later, which felt like an eternity at the time as we still quite shaken from the incident, my dad finally arrived home and confirmed that he had not come home earlier. To this day my sister and I still have no idea what happened that night. Maybe someone did come in, but when they heard you call out they slowly and quietly left. Nothing quite that terrifying yet. PLS age well. But once I left all the bathroom windows open wide by mistake when it was very windy, and I woke up in the middle of the night to the bathroom door slamming open and shut and felt like I was gonna pee myself with fright. I stayed in bed like I was paralyzed and I could feel this cool breeze coming into my room, all the cold air being let in, lol. I prayed to whoever above to remove who or whatever it was from my home and asked for my life to be spared. Yes, I am a frickin' pee, y'all. I got under the covers and called my aunt and asked her to come over as she had a spare key, and she did. Her and her husband came with weapons and charged upstairs into the bathroom. No fear. They realized it was the wind pushing the door around. I still stayed with her that night, lol. I love that your aunt and uncle came with weapons to fight whomever or whatever was in your bathroom. You know they've got your back. Growing up, I lived out in the country with only a few houses near us, and both my parents worked full-time jobs in town. Because of this, I spent a lot of my summer days at home by myself. When I was 14 years old, I had just got out of the shower and was getting ready in the bathroom mirror when I heard someone in the living room. The majority of our house was hardwood and there was a very distinct sound when someone walked through the living room. I didn't think much of it because even though I was home alone, my parents often drove home during lunch to eat. After the person walked around the living room for a couple minutes, I finally called out "Mom, Dad," but no response. Instead, the walking just stopped. I had my cell phone in the bathroom, so I called my mom and asked if she was home. She told me no and that my dad was not either. I told her someone was in the house and she told me to get out. Luckily, the bathroom I was using was only a few feet away from the front door, so I opened the bathroom door and ran out the front door into the yard. Later, my mom came and picked me up and my dad walked through the house, but no one was there. This wouldn't have been too crazy if it wasn't for what happened in the following days. My neighbor's wife, who lived across the street, was taking a nap a couple days later. She woke up to a sound in her house. When she opened her eyes, there was a man in her hallway. She called out to him and he ran out the front door. When she went outside, her garage door was opened where he can manually forced it open to get inside. My neighbor's wife's underwear drawer was open and the man had taken all of her panties while she was sleeping. So naturally, I assume that the sound in my house the day before were this man as well. I was in high school at the time. 3 AM. I've just finished a term paper that's due the next day. I fall asleep on the couch for a few minutes but slowly claw my way back to consciousness as I trudge through the kitchen in complete darkness, half asleep and looking forward to passing out in my bed. Boom. The loudest explosion I've ever heard. In retrospect, comparable to a 12-gauge shotgun. I hear stuff shooting in every direction. including small bits of something whizzing past my head. I dang near had a heart attack. Turns out my younger brother had made root beer as a class project. Elementary school. He left it on a windowsill and it fermented until it built up enough pressure to rupture the glass bottle. The stuff flying around was glass shards. They shattered a ceramic plant pot and embedded themselves in various surfaces. Fortunate I was unhurt, but for a moment I was completely confused and absolutely terrified. My dad dropped me off at home after bringing my sister to her party and I walked into her CD blaring super loud on our big old-fashioned speakers. The CD was super hot when I took it out, so it had to have been playing for a long time, but I hadn't heard it going when we left. Turns out my sister had left the CD in and then while we were gone there was a tiny power outage that made the music start again. Kinda silly, but all that was going through my head was, my favorite band is really gonna be the soundtrack to my death. Nice. The neighbor's dog being hit by a car because of the sudden sound of screeching tire. Bang. Loud yelp scream. Then guy screaming "yoo" at the top of his lungs followed by a chorus of screaming and crying. By the time I got to the window they were carrying him away. It was really, really sad, and just hearing such a guttural scream of grief from someone in the middle of the night was terrifying in itself and still haunts me. Poor family and dog. When I was around 10 or 11 my dog got out, so I went to search for her. She was around a field and saw me, so she ran towards me and got hit by a truck. I had to use my adrenaline to carry this over 100-pound dog to the side of the road. Rest in peace, Alice. I took in a friend's cat that she did not want and I thought was being mistreated. My first cat. I was living alone for the first time in a very long time, so I was uneasy for about the first year. But one night I heard a horrifying scream and went from sound asleep to standing next to the bed. I have no memory of moving. I jumped up so quickly. It was my cat hollering at another cat walking across the backyard. Scared me to death. I was home for the weekend from uni, but my parents and siblings were away, so was home alone. Our house is quite secluded, with a church and graveyard next door and closest neighbors up the street but quite a bit away. I had all the doors locked and was settling down to watch a movie when the doorbell starts to ring, so I go to answer it. No one there. Then the back doorbell rings. No one there again. This keeps happening over and over and it is pitch black outside. Then whoever it was began banging on windows and yelling. At this point I'm freaking out, so I begin to call the police and yell at the people outside that I've called them, when it turns out it was a couple of fellas from uni playing a prank on me. I was terrified and reduced to tears at this point, but they thought it was hilarious. They did a few more things like that to me over the 2-3 years I was at uni with them, and I always thought they were my friends. I'm older and wiser now to know that they were just C. Some people try to make sure people aren't home before breaking in when the intent is just to steal, and in rarer cases they will try to do this throughout many days in order to pinpoint the best window of opportunity for a burglary, but generally it's only the former. I was 13 and my dad was at work and my little sister, then 8, was at my gram's house. My dad and my older sister, then 16, had recently stolen back her dog, the sweetest Aussie Shepherd mix you ever met, from the guy my mom had given it to after she abandoned my older sister on the side of the road. This man did not treat the dog well and the dog still gets scared before eating to this day. So while I was home alone, the man comes up the driveway and knocks on the door. I gave the 1-minute gesture and then grabbed the dog. Literally had to carry her because she hates stairs. And my janky flip phone and locked myself in the upstairs bedroom to call my dad while freaking out and then calling the cops and getting mad at them because I was 13 and scared and alone. The situation can be described as janktacular. I woke up on the couch after a night of not good sleep. I looked onto our counter and thought I saw my brother's decapitated head on the counter. I was terrified, but turns out it was a watermelon. Turns out, he's actually Melon Lord. My mum once shouted my name when I was home alone. She was in another country. It was midnight, and I live in a 7-bedroomed house. Also, I once heard a scratching noise outside my house. Turned on the lights to see a rat had crawled up a window and was gnawing at the window frame. At 10 p.m. My ex-boyfriend showed up in front of my apartment and texted me he was there because he wanted to talk. I told him I wasn't home. Thankfully it was during the day so I had no lights on, and he called me a liar. He stayed outside for nearly an hour until he gave up and drove off. I stayed in my bathroom the entire time while on the phone with my best friend. Looking back, I should have called the cops, but I was a scared 17-year-old. My ex was similar. After 2 years I had to break up with him over text for fear of my own safety, and he waited outside my flat for 4 hours. I had to get one of my flatmates to tell me when he was gone. 1.5 years later he still keeps making new accounts to follow me on Instagram. One night I was home alone grillin' and chillin', drinking beer and smokin' dope, about half lit, wearing my hoe clothes. It was a great time. As soon as I sat down to eat I heard a woman yelling for help and pounding on doors. Once I realized she wasn't a threat to me, I sprinted up the road to find her. She was covered in blood and told me her husband was trapped in the truck he flipped. She kept trying to get me to help her pull him out of the truck, and I said, I know this is an emergency, but I ain't no EMT. The worst part was I live in the woods with no cell service. But luckily I was able to get to my landlord's attention so he could call 911 from the landline. I was up until 3 AM that night because I could not wind down after the fact. Everyone survived and the guy got out on his own, but it was the scariest night of my life. Whoa, at least you were able to help. 5 simultaneous creaks, floorboards, in the hallway. Sounded exactly like someone sneaking along in the hallway. There wasn't anyone there. I did run out of the house though. I woke up to someone pounding on my door at 3 AM. My boyfriend worked overnight at the time, so he was gone. I reached for my phone and it wasn't where I left it. So obviously my first thought was that someone was in my apartment and took my phone the stranger's style. I quickly snapped out of it as the person continued constantly pounding on the door, and realized that my phone just fell off my bed. I grabbed it and called the police to let them know about the disturbance and that I was afraid to open the door, and they sent someone out. I stupidly didn't even get out of bed to go look through the peephole because I was too freaked. I then called my boyfriend and was informed that he accidentally ordered food to our house instead of his work. I was watching a show where a mother literally became her home and the walls would move in order to protect her kids from the outside world. I felt my house shift, almost like in a slow motion, kind of like on the show, and I thought, well, this is just a side effect of too much TV. But then I screamed when pictures started falling off the mantle. So I quickly changed the channel and it was actually an earthquake. I was alone 2 months ago and it was raining heavily. Was watching a movie with headphones on in the middle of the night with lights off. Suddenly I heard voice that didn't fit into the movie. I took off my headphones and I still could hear it. It wasn't human, but it wasn't natural either. It came from next room. There was also light coming from there. Turns out it was just my sister's Furby. One of those smaller, newer ones with glowing eyes. It was raining so heavily that vibrating window woke it up. Back in the 90s I had a Furby. I hated that thing. It was a terrible toy. So I chucked it in the back of my closet. A year or 2 go by, and I'm cleaning my room. My dad tells me to clean out my closet. I'm pulling an old baseball bat out and thud 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 out rolls the Furby. Hooah, it yelled. It made me jump and I smacked it with my bat. That was the most fun I ever had with my Furby. Hey, an opportunity to drop one of my weird stories. When I was in college at Georgia Tech, I stayed at a building known as the GLC. It was on the far north side of campus away from most of the colleges, so not too many people stayed at it. I liked it because it was quiet and very easy to rebook my same room due to the lack of demand. When I say it was quiet, I mean we barely ever heard our neighbors, if we even had them. Really, only ever hearing other people when they slammed the heavy outer doors. This event happened during Thanksgiving break. I always stayed on campus during Thanksgiving to get work done and chill in peace. My 3 roommates were gone, however, so the quiet GLC was even more silent. I was cleaning my room at the time and I had gotten out a bottle of Febreze. Now this is important because one of my roommates hated Febreze and would complain even if I sprayed it in my room because the AC would spread it around the apt. So I took the opportunity to spray some and get the college boy musk gone. As soon as I sprayed it, I heard one of my roommate's doors fly open and slam closed and angry heavy footsteps stop into and around the living room. I thought I had fricked up and real pee off my roommate, but I did find it odd how quickly and aggressively he was reacting to it. I come into the living room to apologize. I even was saying something along the lines of sorry man, I didn't know you were here. But as soon as I came into the room the sound stopped and no one was there. I was so convinced I had heard someone that I even knocked on my roommate's doors but they were gone. I texted them and confirmed that they were gone, and I was all alone. I never heard the footsteps again or honestly footsteps that loud, and still don't have an explanation. My parents own a business on the same property as their house, but separate from their house. Like, one building is obviously the shop, and the other is clearly a private residence with a fence, gate, etc. I was 13, home alone, and coming out of the basement with laundry. Walk into the dining room to start folding, and there's a man standing there looking around. I yell at him about what the heck he thinks he's doing. What the heck does he want? Get out of my goddamn house. What have you? Mind you, my parents' dining room is far back in the house. You have to walk through the whole rest of the lower level of the house to get there. And this sucker didn't once stop and be like, oh, I shouldn't be here. Nope. Walked right in like he owned the place. He says he's a customer here to pick up an order. I yell at him that the shop closed hours ago. Get the frick out of my house. Start screaming at him like a banshee on roids and basically shove him out by force of volume alone. He skedaddled to his car and left, and I told my parents what happened when they came home. Mother seriously called the next day and tried to be at my dad about my nasty attitude and my awful language. My dad cut him off and said he was lucky I didn't just stab him. He's now banned from the premises, and his order will be shipped to him after payment is received. For once, my dad took my side, and that cleared any doubt in my mind that I might have overreacted. LOL. I was paranoid for months after that. It was insane. I'm glad your dad took your side. I heard a loud crash and glass breaking in the basement. It ended up being a box of glass canning jars falling off of a rather precarious stack of other boxes. TLDR. Grandpa's alcoholic brother tries to break in and I cry like a little bee. I was about 14 at the time. Grandparents HSD left me home alone to go meet my great grandma at the hospital. I was chilling in the front room on my tablet. I had the TV on to a cowboy movie channel for background noise. I also had a big bowl of egg noodles. Life was good. Then the doorbell rang and someone knocked. At first, I thought that it was my grandparents and that they needed me to open the garage. But then I remembered that they would have called or texted me if they were on their way home. For the past 4 hours, my phone stayed silent and no messages had came. I went to the front door and looked through the peephole. It was my grandpa's brother. We'll call him Marvin. Marvin had gotten divorced 2 years prior to this. He was an alcoholic and he had been drifting from house to house of family and friends. He had stayed with us a few months ago, but my grandpa kicked him out after discovering that Marvin was crapping on the floor even though the toilet was right next to his room. After Marvin left, he had tried to break in, but Grandpa had stuck wood in the window so it couldn't open. Grandpa also knew that his brother was too scared to break a window, even if he was drunk. Marvin started calling for someone to answer the door. Me, being scared that he would somehow get in and potentially kill me, started crying and turned the TV off. I grabbed my phone and dragged my crying butt to the back door where I softly called for my dogs, who were in the backyard. The dogs followed me and I went into the bathroom and shut and locked the door with my dogs. Marvin kept banging on the front door and I called my grandma in tears. Grandma told me that she would call our neighbor, Paul, and that her and grandpa would be home in a half hour. I stayed in the bathroom and kept crying as Marvin banged on the door. My dogs licked me to try and calm me down. Eventually, the banging stopped and Grandma called me and said that Paul had chased Marvin away. Grandma and Grandpa came home 10 minutes later and I felt better. I'm 18 now and I haven't heard one word about Marvin. I'm not sure if he's dead or alive. Some say he's still crapping on floors to this day. Not supernatural or anything, just a timely coincidence. Last October I found a Ouija board in Goodwill. Brought it home. A few days later I was home by myself and threw what the heck I mess around with it. So I sat down on the floor and I'm not even joking when I say this. As soon as I said is there someone here the power went out. Like a week later found out wind had knocked down a power line. Not gonna lie, I pee my pants from fear. Me and my dog were chilling in the basement when all of a sudden I see what is very clearly a flashlight beam in the yard near the tiny basement window. I was especially spooked because only a few weeks before my sister and I had been up very late and, after turning on the kitchen light, had seen a person sprinting across the yard to get away after realizing someone was awake. I thought I was gonna pee myself with fear, went upstairs, turned on a light so they knew someone was awake, and let the dog out. She went crazy, barking and whining, and I slowly stuck my head out the door. It was the neighbor kids who had just moved in, looking for their cat that had gotten out. I was but mostly just relieved, and let them know that out here in rural areas standing in someone's yard at night could get you shot. Was playing Xbox on my home theater setup, 100-inch projector screen, surround sound, the whole shabam. Mind you, I had the headset on with the game audio, so I turned the volume of the surround sound receiver completely off. Just me, big screen in the dark room, with thunderstorming outside, me playing some COD. Next thing you know, everything goes black, power goes out. That's when I went pale. Well, when the power went out and reset, so did the surround sound receiver. Who would have known at reset it would turn it back on full blast? White noise. Pitch black room. Surround sound, white noise on full blast. Full blast. Crazy loud. I couldn't process what was happening. I thought I just got struck by lightning. Once I microwaved a hard-boiled egg for 10 seconds. Took it out, and while it was holding it in my hand looking at it, it exploded. Except I don't remember it exploding. I just remember sudden pain. My face was warm, my hand hurt, and the egg was gone. I thought I had been shot. Took me a good 30 seconds to process what had happened. 2 Jehovah's Witnesses just walked into my bungalow and started being aggressive and pushy about their beliefs. I think they thought that because I was young and used a wheelchair I would be an easy target. They only left when I threatened to call the police. This happened just a few hours ago, and then I was laughing about it just from the absurdity of the situation, but now I'm a bit creeped out. I live in the outskirts of a small rural town with low crime. My neighbors are hoarders and their junk clutters their yard. It's storming pretty severely with rain, wind, crazy lightning act. Enter morbidly obese naked man. Just walking in the street, peering at the junk hoard, looks in the neighbor's window, starts going through their wet soggy junk, notices my house and goes behind our tree trying to peek in the window of my room. Must have seen my light on because off he goes to the tune of thunder down the road, peeping in other windows. What the actual frick? Call the cops. I was doing home renovations and was painting a sunroom with oil-based paint. It was stinky, so my brilliant butt closed off the door to the rest of the house so the smell wouldn't spread. And I didn't want to open the front door and invite a bunch of bugs in the house. So I was spraying very fumey paint in an enclosed space when I was home alone and my wife wouldn't be home for another 10 hours. Fortunately, I had the presence of mind to eventually notice that my tongue had gone numb, and got myself out of there before I had the chance to pass out and die, only to be discovered many hours later. Not the typical Home Alone story, but it was terrifying when I realized what I had almost done. This kinda stuff really scares me. There being dangerous gases that I don't notice are killing me. A dentist in my town died because a laughing gas container was leaking without notice and he suffocated in the building while alone. One of those freaky shelf cloud thunderstorms hit while I was alone, and I was huddled in front of the news seeing pictures of it and hearing about how tornadoes were forming all over. And no, we didn't have a basement. That's when you go into the bathroom, or the interior-most room without windows. I was reading a book in my bedroom when I heard someone fart in the kitchen. I thought it was funny at first, but then I remembered I was home alone. I got a bit scared, but I checked the kitchen anyway. No one there. Searched the house. Nothing. I tell myself I just imagined it. Left my house to get the mail and came back to find the front door wide open. Right as I walk in, the phone starts ringing and caller ID says it's my own phone calling from inside the house. I freak out, go back outside with my dog, and call my best friend thinking it's some sort of serial killer. Turns out it was a total coincidence of me not closing my door properly and a phone glitch. I'll always thank the universe for that dope when a stranger calls reference though. I've put this story on here before, but it fits this thread. On my last night in my university house, I was woken by something pulling on my foot in the middle of the night. I panicked and thought someone or something was in the house. I laid in bed paralyzed with fear, trying to listen for any footsteps or noise, and nothing. Eventually I put my phone torch on and saw a neighbor's cat playing outside my bedroom door. He'd always out the garden and never came in. He was also a super mean cat that you couldn't stroke. I'd left the kitchen window open and that was how he came in. It was honestly one of the scariest moments of my life, and it was a freaking cat. TLDR. My neighbor's demon cat snuck into my old house on my last night there and woke me in the middle of the night. Midnight shift employees of Reddit. What's the creepiest experience you've had during your nighttime shift? Several decades ago I did the night shift at a local corner store in one of the less nice areas of town. Highly dodgy would be generous in describing it. Hilariously, it's now gentrified to the max. One night the glass door slid open and in strode a half-naked, bone-thin dude who was obviously off his tree and high as a kite. I knew that wild look well. I'd seen this guy before on more than one occasion. What made this night unique was the blood-filled syringe he was wielding. Now, after a couple of years of solo night shift in that place, I'd been held up several times. Knife, baseball bat, even a gun. Rare in Australia, but that syringe was new and frightening. Other holdups were scary but run of the mill. Hand over the $50, that was all I kept in the till, and they were on their way. This guy, Gavin was his name, didn't know what planet he was from or on while making demands about giving him everything I had. I have never been so scared in my life. Thankfully he sodded off with his $50 and a few packs of smokes. Police picked him up 15 minutes after I called them. They knew him well. Also, found out it was his blood and he was HIV plus as well, have Hep C and a few other things. He got a stint in the fish ward. That is my creepiest life experience by far. Posted this before but I'll post it again. Working night shift in a hospital. The staff toilets were off the ward on a corridor. As you went in there were 2 sinks in front of you, paper towels to the left, 2 cubicles to the right and a storeroom between the sinks and the cubicles. Set back, no door. The light in the storeroom never worked. Both cubicle doors open. I went into the one closest to the door. As soon as I started doing what I needed to do, crying started from the cubicle next to me. Quiet sobbing, not wailing. When I, very rapidly, left the cubicle I was in, the door to the other one was still open and empty. Same ward, but a few months before was the first night I had done on there. It was an old Nightingale ward, so we put chairs at one end so we could see everyone. The other nurse was reading some notes and said, "Footsteps are here again." We both heard footsteps coming from the top of the ward to where we were, then back up to the top. She didn't even look up, just said, "You get used to it." Only work nights for about a month, so I'll get back to you on better ones. But here's what I've got so far. I work in an addiction rehab facility. We had a guy the other night get so angry at the nurse's station because she was taking too long, less than 45 seconds to get his meds, and politely asked him not to scream at 1 AM. That he eventually had to be escorted out by the only male staff on duty that night and our badass clinical supervisor under threat of calling the police on him. He ended up being discharged and dropped with his belongings at the bottom of our driveway. The facility is on a huge hill, and told to figure it out from there. Patients have absolutely threatened staff. Haven't had it happen to me personally yet, but my co-worker had a cup of soda thrown at her the other day and was told she'd look good bleeding in his basement. There's a small forest in back of the facility, and problem patients like to sneak off to run around in there. One night, we were missing 3-5 of them and took a golf cart out to search for them. If you've never been on a golf cart in pitch black woods, I don't recommend it. Almost ran over a skunk on that same golf cart. It blended in too well and my co-worker didn't see it until the last minute, at which point she just screamed and pointed. I almost leapt out. Ghostly voice over our walkie-talkies came on and kept repeating "leave" over and over between garbled sounds. Turns out it was a staff member who was too far away to be heard clearly and was trying to tell us a patient wanted to leave. Still spooky, though. Disheveled kids playing hide and seek behind the building in the bushes at 3 AM. Enough said. Me and my college friend used to work at a data center of a bank, away from the city. He used to tell me not to go to the loo during night shifts, even though it seemed completely fine to me. He switched to a new job and a few months later so did I. Later on he told me that the security guard showed him a video of the main glass door within our office open and close for no reason. It was a full-length glass door with proper auto-close fittings since it's a secure data center. It wasn't an auto-opening one. I am glad he didn't tell me about it while I was working there. Hey all, CNA who specializes in dementia here. I work in my town's nursing home, part of Trinity Health if anyone is curious. When I first got hired by my nursing home, the aides and nurses on my dementia unit told me creepy stories about strange things that happen. Doors slamming and lights turning on and off. I didn't exactly believe them and I just thought they were entertaining stories until one night. It was my usual 11 PM to 7 AM shift and it was just me and another nurse. I was busy charting on the patients I was taking care of and decided to take a break from staring at the monitor to stare at my phone. At this point it's like 2 AM and my nurse went on break out to her car to take a nap. I was left to ensure the patients were okay. Now understand, none of my patients walk and are all wheelchair bound, so if they need to get out of bed I would help them, and at 2 AM no one is really awake. I go out to the massive dining room to get a ginger ale, and as I was walking back to the nurse's station I heard something fall and of course I said, oh frick, now I gotta go pick that up. As I go to turn around I see something run towards the oven. Out of view. Our dining room is an upside down L shape. Of course, like any sane man would I go, nurse's name, is that you? Is that you? Is that you? No response. If you and I are playing a game you really need to work on your aim, and no crap, the dining room's radio kicks on and starts playing Frank Sinatra's Fly Me to the Moon. I turned off the radio and called my supervisor to see if she was freaking with me. She was busy up on the other unit. A quick head count revealed everyone was in their beds. I don't go into that dining room in the dark now, and I most certainly leave most of the lights on. I was a night shift convenience store worker back in the day. It was my first week on the job. I noticed out the back window 2 guys were sitting in a beat up car parked in the corner. I noticed they were not only wearing ski masks in the summertime, but it looked like one of them was holding a 9mm and loading it. I wasn't sure what to do, but I decided to walk out the back door. As I walked out I stood about 25 feet away from them. One of them saw me. I quickly pulled my old school flip phone out of my pocket and pretended like I was talking to the police. The 2 individuals in ski masks in the car looked at me for a good 20 seconds. Then they drove off. That night another convenience store 5 miles away was robbed. The clerk died that night. That realization would have freaked me the heck out. The casino I work at closes at night now since about a week or so before quarantine began here, and let me say, an empty casino to clean with no one there. It's like that mirror room scene in IT. You hear all the music and sounds, but whenever you find a coworker in the maze of machines it's equally terrifying, and I found a fellow person. But it's really easy to scare each other. The plus side though is that we can clean things faster and just go home now. I used to have to stay until the last movie ended at the movie theater. It was usually just me and maybe a friend would come to hang out for the night. We heard they recently put an alarm on the hatch going to the roof, but if you open and close it before 15 seconds the door pagers won't go off. So in classic teenager fashion we had an urge to get on the roof. We ended up getting on the roof with no issues and were just chilling and looking around. As we are about to head back to the hatch I get a call. It's the movie theater's number, but my friend and I were the only ones there. I answer, and it turns out it's my manager screaming at me asking if I'm on the roof. I hang up and run down to the lobby. There's my manager and 2 cops waiting there for me. I guess when they set the alarm for the office safe area it goes off when you open the roof hatch. It was my birthday that day and the cops basically wished me a happy birthday and left. Never got fired for it, but had my adrenaline pumping. Used to work security in a landfill with my only companion being a dog that lives there. My job was basically to make sure no one sneaks in to take scrap metal. It was an easy laid back job, especially since it was in the middle of nowhere. One night I am doing my rounds when I see the dogs there looking down the road, and I see a guy just walking towards the landfill, and I start walking towards him and notice he looks pretty beat up, like if he got jumped or something. He passes by a tall bush that was in the road and I wait for him to step out, but he never does, so I shine my light towards the bush but nothing. I wait there for about 2 minutes and nothing, so I decide to get close and the dog I mentioned starts following me. We get close and I pull out my baton just in case and no one is behind the bush, as if this guy just walked and disappeared. I look down the road and don't see anyone. After a few hours the next shift punches in and I tell her that I saw this guy and she interrupts me and asks if he looked beat up with a red ripped shirt and barefoot. After I confirmed that she described him exactly, even his hair, she told me that the man I saw died a couple years ago walking in that same road and was hit and dragged by a car that was rushing out of the landfill and left his body behind that bush. I didn't believe her since she was a prankster, but it made me think and I still don't have an explanation on who that guy was or where he went to. We get anomalous calls at night. Nobody knows when they started. Nobody has been able to figure out where they come from. The numbers can't be traced and go nowhere. The calls come and go. Sometimes months pass without receiving one and sometimes you can get them every night in a week. There are a few types. One sounds like it's a phone left off the hook alongside a highway somewhere in the middle of nowhere. Another almost sounds like it's underwater or it's next to a tub of water. Another sounds like a wind tunnel. It's just a constant blowing sound that sometimes fades out a bit then picks up again. I've left the receiver on for 15 minutes plus and the call never ends unless you hang up. If you listen long enough, you'll feel like you can make out something in the background. Or if you listen long enough there will be something recognizable to solve the mystery. But it's just constant noise. There's nobody there. Why do they call us after all these years? How do they call us if no one is there? I was painting an elevator shaft in an historic building downtown, but due to the fact that the other workers were there during the day to work on the mechanics, I worked alone at night. The entire 4-story building is being painted so the floors are covered in crinkly drape cloth. I'm on the third one night in shaft painting in perfect silence when I hear the unmistakable sound of footsteps crinkling across the 1st-story floor. No one has access to the building but me and I did not hear the door code buzz to open even if they did. I hold my breath and get out of sight. The activity continues and my mouth is dry as I call my roommate. I realize that for the past month, I've been showing up to the same location alone, at the same time, and I'm a petite woman in a well-lit empty home full of windows facing a darker corner of downtown. This is the serial killer checklist and those footsteps have reached the uncovered stairs and stopped. I whisper the code to roommate and grab a piece of plywood the carpenters left behind and cram myself into a corner and wait. The next 2 minutes are completely quiet until I hear the buzzing of the door and my roommate loudly announcing his entrance. I run out of my hiding spot and explain everything as I, with renewed confidence, search the 1st floor with my 2-4. All I had time to tell him was come here now plus address. It slowly connects for him and he wisely suggests we don't go looking for whoever might be there and just leave. The next day I show up during the day, cause a paycheck is a paycheck, and mention that I'm more comfortable with this arrangement to the confused mechanic. Then he asks if anything weird happened on the 3rd floor. He laughed when I didn't answer and says that the guys sometimes feel someone tapping on their shoulder but there's no one there. I've never finished a job so quickly. Frick that place. Midnight stocking shift at a small local grocery store. We have a door in the back that is very loud when it swings shut and me and my partner for that night heard it. Got out our box cutters, just in case. Made peace with whatever gods we believed in. Then went into the room. No one. We both check the cameras still with our box cutters out and no one. No one went to it. No one was on the other side. It was still just us two. That was one the nights we made sure to get our duties done before it was mandatory. I drive semi-trucks at night with multiple trailers. The style I tend to pull is Rocky's one long 50-foot trailer and a 28-foot pup trailer hook behind it. After you get out of the cities on some highways it's just dark, only thing lighting the roads is the moon and stars. Colors in the sky that would make you think you're seeing UFO flying around. Just beautiful nights. I'm on one of these roads with fog settling in and things are getting darker. This is a 2-lane highway. For no reason I move into the left lane. The moment I start to question why I even did that, this car with no lights appears along the white line of the breakdown lane. Just parked there, no lights on, and a few feet in front of the car is a woman in a dress gently blowing in the wind standing on the line looking like she was ready to step in front of a truck. Been a few years now and of all things I've encountered that image haunts me. A buddy of mine was on a surf trip to Australia. One night they were walking the beach and found a broken surfboard and something covered in little crabs. It was an arm sheared off at the elbow. Another victim of the rare coastal dropper. I was closing with a new co-worker at a small Mexican restaurant during my last semester of undergraduate school. He was a few years older, handsome, aloof, and had a terrible tattoo of a sword on his bicep about 3 inches long. It looked like he did it himself. I had asked about it earlier. He didn't answer me. Towards the end of close, he took 2 beers out of the cooler I had just restocked and asked me sit. I sat across from him at a booth and drank the beer he offered as he started to tell me about the sword tattoo. It was a machete, not a sword. A few years back, he and his twin brother had been at a house party. He didn't know many of the people there, but the woman who owned the place was putting the full court press on him, throwing herself at him. He wasn't particularly interested, but figured easy sex. Why not? He had been drinking, then exerted himself and fell asleep next to the young woman who owned the place only to wake up to being hit and someone screaming. Still drunk, he could see a man standing over him. He was screaming and the woman was screaming. The man was hitting him with something wet. Why was it wet? Quickly, he realized that the wet thing was a machete and that it was wet because there was blood everywhere. He was being murdered for being in bed with this guy's wife. My co-worker rolled out of bed and made it out of the garage door completely naked and covered in defensive wounds. He was able to get the next door neighbor to open her door before the man caught up with him. He was in the hospital for several weeks. As I was listening to this story, I started to analyze my co-worker's collarbone and forearms. There were long scars in several places. A few looked like burns, and I guess that's what I had figured them for before I knew. It was around 1 o'clock when we got up from the table, completely shocked and creeped out by what I had just been told. I then needed to walk about 300 yards to my car. He walked me, silently. I was grateful. That's gotta be one of the worst ways to be woken up. I worked in a New Jersey liquor store that was open later than most because we were attached to a bar. At 1:45 AM a really creepy guy, like picture a pedophile in your head and that's what he looked like, came in to get a $2.34 bottle of vodka. When he went to pay he pulled out around $1,000 in cash and smiled at me. Want some, he asked, and I said no. He didn't stop smiling at me and said he'd be in the parking lot if I changed my mind. That night I walked to my car with the problem solver, Louisville Slugger, kept under the register. Ended up running into him while delivering a pizza later that year. He was shirtless and living at a motel and came out to ask me if he could help me find the room I was looking for. I'm glad there's now 3,000 miles between us. Telling ghost stories and accounts of sightings during an overnight shift at a residential program home. A client supposedly died in the laundry room. Not really night shift, but it happened at 3 AM so it should suffice. I used to work at a private resort in Bali. If you know Bali, well, that island is really magical, as if every inch of the land is permeated with both something creepy and something calming, in perfect balance. So one day, I had to go to work at 3 AM because there was a guest who wanted to do sunrise fishing tour and he wanted me to be the guide. I came to my office to change clothes and put my bag. Now, this office building is located separate from the resorts. We had to walk for about 300 meters from the lobby, through a cobblestone path flanked by big, old trees, and past the resort's big Hindu temple. The building was 2-story and the long corridor was overlooking the vast land which the management let be filled with trees, because the resort was built upon Tanaradads and parts of it had to be empty. At 3 AM it was really dark and nobody was there. Only a single security guard who was stationed near the parking lot and definitely not in the building. I clocked in the fingerprint machine that happened to be located next to my office front door and got into my chair. As soon as I sat down, I heard the machine saying repeat again. Repeat again, which happened when someone whose fingerprint is not recorded in try to clock in. It didn't stop after a minute, so I got curious and opened the door. Silence. Nobody was there, only darkness and the swaying of leaves. I closed the door again, but the same thing repeated. As soon as I put my butt on my chair, the machine screamed repeat again, repeat again. After the third time I was both scared and annoyed, so I opened the door loudly and shouted, "Stop playing around. I'm trying to work here." No more disturbance happened until the time to go. I refused to have another sunrise tour after that. RN here. Worked in a CCU. Each bed had a monitor which was also hooked up to a central monitor at our desk. More than once we got a rhythm appear on our screen from an empty room, and the monitor in that room was always switched off when it happened. Always the same room. It was the one closest to the desk. So it was the room we put the sickest peoples in, and thus it was the room that had the most deaths. We had a truck driver kill himself in the parking lot, slit his wrists and ankles, then changed his mind and ran into the warehouse looking for help. That happened on the night shift at 4 AM. I came into work at 8 AM. There was still a few cop cars left, but no ambulance or anything. Some cleaning had been done, but I learned that you don't really get blood out of concrete. You could see the trails in circles and how frantic he was looking for someone. It's sort of a repressed memory. Makes me shiver thinking of it. What a sad situation that was for him. It was pretty creepy going into that corner of the building on my next night shift. As creepy as I felt the building was, I hope he and his family have found peace. I really don't have words beyond that. Not myself this time, but my close relative worked as a maintenance guy in a hospital. He said the thing he will never forget is when he was testing some electrical switches. Some context. There were no patients in that area as it was refurbished prior, painting walls and all that, but he had to check the electricity there. The area was accessible though. He used his flashlight in the dark hallway and saw a woman in a nightgown with a bloody mouth who said, "Oh, I'm lost." He admitted he peed himself. Lady went to the wrong hallway. I'm an atheist and I don't believe in ghosts. Didn't stop me and both my co-workers one night shift all seeing the same 8-foot tall solid black shadow fricking drifting down the middle of the corridor. I slept with the lights on for weeks. I used to work overnight in a supermarket. One night while all three of us were working on the BWS aisle, we heard someone running down the bread aisle. We all sort of looked at each other, went to check it out and found no one there but loads of product on the floor, almost as if someone had just swept it off the shelves. The manager went to check the cameras and saw nothing but the stock fall off, but it fell off section by section, not all at once. A few nights later I went to the staff room to grab a drink. All was fine. I went back out, but before I got to my co-workers I realized I left my phone in the staff room, so went back to get it. Every single colleague locker was open. I'm talking like 30 lockers wide open. I'm 90% sure they wasn't open when I first went and thought it was odd and quickly closed them all and headed back to work. I told the others who wanted to check it out and again check CCTV as they should be locked as they have personal belongings in. When we get back in, a few of them have been opened back up. Not all but some, and again nothing on the cameras to suggest anyone other than me had been in and out of the staff area in that time. Now I don't believe in ghosts or anything like that, and I am sure there is a reasonable explanation, but crap is whack. CT Tech here. Our pediatric scanner is in an older part of the hospital that used to house our trauma rooms. Being the only level 1 facility in the area, those rooms have seen a lot of deaths. On overnights we cover that scanner with techs from the adulter, which means we almost always go down there by ourselves for short periods. Everyone who works overnights has a story or two about weird things that happen down there. Sounds of doors opening and closing, and people talking. Never anyone there. We have monitors that show the hallways and there's never anyone where the voices are coming from. My story is I had just finished scanning my patient and a UA was bringing them back to their room. I was finishing the paperwork with my back to the door. I heard it open and assumed a doctor had come in to check the images. Saw a shadow in the reflection of a window and thought totally someone in the room with me. I took a second to finish my paperwork and when I turned around there was no one there. The door never reopened. Checked the monitors. No one in the hallway. Just to double check for myself I walked out into the hallway, was out of the room for less than a minute, and when I came back in someone thing had turned off all the lights in both the control room and the room with the scanner. Quickly grabbed my stuff, said goodnight to whatever was there and went back to the adulter scan room. He was just helping you out. Nice of you to wish him a good night though. I work night audit in an extended stay hotel that mostly caters to business people and displaced families, so nothing too crazy ever happened, and I've only been creeped out once. At around 4ish am I had to use the bathroom, and to get to the employee bathroom you had to go through the kitchen. I opened the kitchen door and walk a few feet in total darkness. All of our lights are motion activated and the kitchen sensors sometimes don't work right away. This can usually be fixed by flailing around as you walk around, hoping you don't smack your hand on a cabinet. As I entered the pitch black of the kitchen I could sense something in here with me. Feet away. I froze. Every sense I had screaming at me that I wasn't alone. I've passed through this kitchen several times a night every night for a few years, sometimes in pitch blackness, and never felt off in any way. I could just feel the presence of something in the kitchen hallway, completely hidden from sight. The thing shifting in darkness beyond whatever qualified as sight in that space. I couldn't bring myself to start waving around to try and trigger the light sensors, and I couldn't bring myself to take another step in fear of running into whatever's in here with me. I slowly backed out, pushed the door open with my back, and stepped out into the dining area. As the lights of the dining area briefly illuminated the kitchen I saw nothing, though there were plenty of blind spots that the thing in the kitchen could have slinked away to. I've worked night shifts for years and I had never had an experience like that and haven't since. Working late nights, you usually get sort of desensitized to weird nonsense going on, like situations that would rattle the day shift workers. To me it's like, oh, must be a Wednesday. I've looked back on this event and I keep asking myself why I didn't just go back in with my phone's flashlight on just to be sure we didn't have an intruder or inquisitive guest, but I simply couldn't at the time. I went back to my desk and tried convincing myself that it was absolutely nothing, which, to be clear, I'm nearly positive it was just that. But it would be one thing if I were the type to jump at my own shadow, but I'm not. This one time, out of nowhere, all my instincts told me I wasn't alone in that kitchen and that I shouldn't push ahead. Needless to say, I used the public guest bathroom for a few weeks, which was a horror story in its own right. Weird, I was just thinking of this story last night. Anyways, I worked at a hotel when I was in my early 20s. It was a brand new hotel in a small town that was heavy on tourism in the summer. In the winter, however, it was dead. We'd get people on business here and there, but there were some nights where we literally had like 5 rooms out of 200 rented out. I was covering the night shift for someone on one of those nights and it was so slow that I spent the majority of the time playing WoW on my laptop. Then at like 1230 am, this creepy looking dude strolls in. I offer to help him but he's just ignoring me and talking to himself as he looks around the lobby. He was looking at every corner and nodding and mumbling to himself. Finally I walked around the counter and went right up to him to see what I could do for him. He then said a whole bunch of nonsense about who used to own this building. It was just built a few months earlier, and eventually asked me for a book of matches. I explained to him that we didn't have any of those and he got super upset and started bitching about how his hotel always had matches. I was trying to get him to leave, so I went and took a lighter out of the lost and found and gave it to him. He continued to mumble and crap and then lit up a cigarette right in the lobby. I told him he couldn't do that. Pretty sure the dude was on drugs or whatever, and after a few minutes he agreed to go outside. He then stood directly in front of the lobby entrance and smoked while staring at me. At this point I felt very uncomfortable and had my cell phone and the hotel phone ready to call the police. When he finally finished his cigarette, he flicked it at the door and walked away. I shrugged it off and figured that was the end of it. A couple hours later, I was doing my rounds to check the exits and pool and such. Well, lo and behold, Mr. Smoker was standing at one of the side entrances smoking and again, just staring into the building. I told him he had to leave if he wasn't a guest and the guy didn't say a word. Flicked his cigarette butt at me and walked away. As he was walking away I told him if I saw him again I'm going to report him for trespassing. A couple hours later, it was like 4-5 am now, I once again saw this freaking guy standing right outside the entrance. Before I confronted him, I called the cops. They said they were 3 minutes away. I walked out and told him the cops were coming. He flicked his stupid cigarette at me yet again and then told me to tell Mr. Walker that he was looking for him. No one in the hotel had that last name, guest or employee, so I still have no idea what he was talking about, and he somehow managed to avoid the police before they got there. I never saw him again, but that crap still creeps me out to this day. I worked third shift at a hospital in the supply department with a morgue across the hall. I heard the housekeeping supervisor tell this guy named Gene to clean the morgue. I could see Gene blanch. I casually walked back into my depth, then ran to the back, through the freight elevator, doors on both sides, and down another little hall and into the morgue. I turned off the light and stood against the wall with my hand backed onto the switch. 3 or 4 minutes later the door creaked open slowly and a hand reached in to find the switch. I closed my fingers over Gene's and heard Ina and his feet pounding away down the hall. I walked out and down the hall and he was leaned over trying to get his breath back. He swore vengeance but never did take it. I was the creepy thing that night. Oh my Christ, you little prick. I'd have been so livid with you, but also impressed. I guess I might count as I worked overnight at Walgreens for a while. Worked there for years though. Our store was said to be haunted and it got creepy sometimes. One time I was talking to my manager. We always had one cashier and one manager and one pharmacist on shift at night. And I was in one aisle and she was on the other side and we were having a conversation. All of a sudden I hear her over the intercom. From our stock room, which is probably at least 100 feet away through 2 keypad doors. No one was in the store but me, her, and a pharmacist. She had been back there cashing out damaged items for the last 20 minutes. It wasn't the pharmacist as they don't come out of the back, but even if they did, the pharmacist on duty was a man with an Indian accent and my manager is a 25-ish old woman. Stuff falling off the shelves, which only ever happens at night, and seeing shadows were the other stuff. I also wasn't the only one that experienced that conversation thing. For a few years I worked the graveyard shift at a 24-hour CVS pharmacy. During Halloween one year I was the main cashier. Some dude walks in dressed as the Grim Reaper. His costume was of very high quality. Black robe made of shimmering velvet. Black mask made of a silky material that gave it a flowing appearance. And his scythe's blade was probably made out of folded tinfoil. A senior citizen came out from one of the front aisles and saw death staring at him. The old man let out a very frightening gasp, clutched his chest, started trembling wildly, fell back and passed out. Someone screamed and a bunch of other people rushed to the front and all the religious people scattered like rats. It was probably creepy AF for them, but I had to excuse myself to go to the office and call an ambulance because I could not contain my laughter even though the old man might have been dead and I could not ask death to leave. People who take walks at night. What's the scariest thing you've seen? During winter in a rural no cell service kind of area. Completely dark. No street lights nor anyone in sight. Temperatures were around 20 and it was snowing. I was walking my dog with a flashlight. Then I heard someone start screaming bloody murder. Flight or fight kicked in. It truly sounded like someone was being stabbed to death for what seemed like forever. I chose to find out what the heck was going on. What I found instead was beyond anything I expected. He was a 5-year-old boy wandering down the road all alone. All he was wearing were light flannel pants and a thin t-shirt. No shoes or hat. And screaming so loudly it echoed through the hills. I dropped my dog's leash and walked up to him slowly, gently and repeatedly telling him that I'm a mom and that he's going to be okay. I wrapped him into my arms and carried him to a neighbor's home to warm him by the fire and call for help. He was so lucky to have been found by you. There was a story near me a few winters back where a 2-year-old girl got out at night in their new house. Just started learning how to unlock doors. And she didn't know how to get back inside. A neighbor thought they heard crying and regretted not investigating further. The girl froze to death on the stairs behind their apartment. I almost got kidnapped near a train station. Some dude drove up to me hella quick and insisted that I was some missing Canadian child and that he'd take me home. Coincidentally, a motorcycle cop happened to drive by and immediately pulled over after I waved him down. He approached the guy in the car very aggressively and told him off. The cop didn't arrest the guy or anything. The guy apparently told the cop the same I thought he was a missing child story, but he did walk me over to the train station and stayed with me until the train actually arrived. What a nice dude, meaning the cop. One time I turned around to see what was behind me just out of intuition, and I saw someone step behind a tree rather quickly and try to hide from me. I stood there for a second to confirm this, then I speed walked home. Freaking creepy. Speed walked. I would have Usain Bolted out of there. I'm an overnight security guard. One night I was watching cameras and saw someone underneath a grass tarp where some landscaping was taking place on our property. I was guessing this person had probably tried to stash something before they went into detox, which is next door to our property. I get over to the tarp and don't see the guy anywhere. So I start walking over the tarp and lifting it to look for any stashed items. Well, I ended up stepping on the poor homeless guy. Scared the crap out of me. He was cool though and we fist bumped and he went on his way. I worked night shift for 7 years. One night a young, thin blonde woman was walking down the street at 2 AM with no pants or underwear on and a button-up shirt open. I tried to ask if she needed help and she just stared forward, slowly walking, staring forward. I called the police and they came and stood in front of her and she slowly walked into the cop's hand and stopped. I didn't stay and went back to work. I still think about her and what the frick was going on. I tell myself it was sleepwalking on Ambien or something, and that she wasn't just assaulted and in complete shock. I'll never know. But she was very pretty, and seemed well groomed. Was very strange. My old man casually walked across the lobby of a 5-star hotel naked as a jaybird on Ambien. One time I was walking around my relatively safe neighborhood with 2 of my friends after midnight. We were probably 16 at the time. This loud red truck speeds by us, which is normal for the road we were on. Then a few minutes later the same red truck drives by the opposite way going much slower. Again just a couple of minutes later he drives by but this time stops 100 or so feet away from us and just sits there. Realizing that this is not normal, we booked it through the yard to the next street over. For the next 20 or so minutes we see this truck creeping up and down the neighborhood while we hid behind some bushes, and when we finally thought he was gone, we booked it to my house. He turned the corner onto my road just as we were about to open my front door. A similar thing has happened to me while walking the dogs at 5:30 AM. I've had a few cars do this. I now carry mace in the morning and I always turn and walk toward the busier streets if I see a suspicious car. Lots of creepy people out there. Glad you and your friends are safe. Dead body on the side of the street with a sign around its neck saying I'm a cell phone thief. Don't be like me. This was maybe 20 years ago in Manila, Philippines. Found a guy who hanged himself in a park. Called 911 and answered some questions. Was a long night. I changed hung to hanged. Was up on a hill in the countryside at midnight when a man with a rifle came out of nowhere, ran right past me, and wasn't seen again. I went home shortly after that. Dang, these Civil War ghosts always running around. Almost 100% sure I witnessed a kidnapping. I was going to get my mail late at night while living in an apartment complex, and on the way back I noticed a woman in her pajamas surrounded by a few men right by a car. There was an argument and looked like they forced her in the car and drove off. I found her slipper nearby on the grass. I of course called the police and they came and I let them know what I saw, but I never found out what actually happened. What I thought was a body in the woods. And after a bit of back and forth on the phone with the police, I returned with a few helpful coppers to find a slightly miffed drunk person who'd had an argument with his missus. Living in a rural village, I was taking a late night walk with my GF, when suddenly we hear aloud what we thought was a human scream. Turned out it was a sheep. Jump scared us hard though. An old man who walked very aggressively, like Jason from Friday the 13th, but sped up. I was ready to run but I walked past him and nothing happened. Put me on my toes, but holy crap, change your walking form, man. He's just built different. A 7-foot tall male brown kangaroo in the middle of the footpath. Buff as frick, just staring me down. You bet your butt I turned and went the other way. He just went about his business. There was news report a while ago about a super large and buff kangaroo that would beat up dog walkers. Safe to say that I'm not going to Australia anytime soon. Was out for a late walk in the rain. Always enjoy it because it's peaceful, smells great, quiet and never see anyone. Walked off this trail back into the road and saw a big pile of garbage under a tarp at the end of the cul-de-sac the trail ends in. Got a creepy chill like that could be a dead body or something, and I'd never know, just got a weird feeling that snapped me out of my calm walk. Picked up the pace. About 500 yards away, parked car with a guy sitting there, in the dark, in the rain, like 11-ish, car off, just sitting there. Got super creeped out at this point and changed my route back to the main road and hurried home. Turns out it was a dead body someone had dumped under that tarp. Was under there for 4 days before someone investigated it. The guy in the car turned out to be just a random dude. Guy lives there and totally unrelated to the body. Still, took a few months off from my late night walks alone in the woods. A man on a bike passed me and he wore a jacket, shoes, and a hat, but no pants or underwear. At first I couldn't believe that I just saw his bare butt. They saw 2 moons that night. A couple years ago, I was at the start of a typical weekday night stroll. I was living in an apartment complex in Florida at the time, so it was the only opportune time to do so, without being completely drenched. The exact moment I was crossing the sidewalk adjacent to the entrance of said complex, I witnessed a middle-aged dude punch his wife's significant other in her face, in full view of me, and another passerby. The passerby called the cops. The dude was arrested. It wasn't a scary situation to my own well-being, but I did find the situation chilling for 1, how nonchalant the guy was in assaulting his wife so in public, and 2, how both the abuser so were pleading for the cops not to be called. It was domestic abuse so normalized, it happened in full public, without any second thought rationale. There was one night where a car stopped up the road, a girl got out, yelled for help, then got back in and they drove off. I have no idea if it was serious or not, considering she got right back in the car. A dude was following me around for a solid 10 minutes in a car when I confronted the guy. He was just a Uber person who was lost. Or so he said. I've never been afraid of the dark. Grew up in the countryside, where the nearest streetlight was 10 miles away, so I'm comfortable in dark places. So much so that I often take my dog for a walk at around midnight just because I like the peace and quiet of the night. I live in a city now, so something about the dark is just soothing to me. That being said, one of the scariest things I've ever experienced, I genuinely have no explanation for. Living in a city, I used to drive out 20-30 miles into the country to do some astrophotography. As I'm driving out one night, I see this guy walking at the side of the road with no lights, reflectors and a big backpack. Didn't think much of it other than it being a little odd. 5 miles later, I see the same guy walking again. I haven't changed directions, turned, and I've been doing 50 miles per hour. As I drove past, he looked and waved at me. I was pretty spooked, but I drove on. I must be imagining things. It can't be the same guy. I get to my field in the middle of nowhere, park up and get the camera out, and turn off all the lights so my eyes adjust to the dark. All is going well, and for 30 minutes I'm content, and starting to relax. Suddenly I hear a rustling near the hedge by the road, crunching leaves, grass being kicked. It was footsteps. I immediately get a feeling of dread, like I'm in severe danger and something bad was going to happen. I grab my camera, toss it in the car, get in, lock the doors and turn on the headlights. When I turn out of the field, I pass where I heard the noise and saw fresh footprints in the mud but no sign of anyone. I race back home, driving double the speed limit, constantly checking my mirrors for anyone. I park up around the corner and wait in the car with the lights off for 30 minutes, watching. Nothing shows up. I get home, lock all the doors and sleep with a knife under my pillow that night. I honestly don't know what really happened that night, but part of me knows that creepy guy I passed on the road twice was in that field. Holy crap, I totally believe you. I just can't even fathom how someone could have walked that fast. That's nightmare fuel. 2 words. Rabbit squirrels. There was an outbreak of rabies in a squirrel population in my neighborhood my senior year of high school. My BF at the time lived about a 20-minute walk away and neither of us drove, so we frequently had to walk through rabbit squirrel territory. In the middle of the night, hearing them make noises like something out of a motherfucking zombie movie while skittering above you when it's too dark to see them is horrifying. 0/10 would not recommend. In college, I would walk back from the library very late. One night I was walking back to my dorm and something told me to look up. On top of the parking garage there was a person glaring over looking like they were about to jump. I had no clue what to do, so I called the police. As soon as I looked back up, they jumped to safety. I ran up the stairs to find them but couldn't. The police never found them either. Either way, I hope they are okay today. Over 25 years ago, I was walking in a park at night. It was pitch black in this park. No lighting, Other than the moon and the stars on a beautiful autumn night, I couldn't see very well, but I knew the area, and was walking along the road, which ran parallel to a small river. The moonlight would bounce off the water, and all you would hear is the trickle from the slow running river and slight breeze in the trees. I loved those walks. That was until the one night, in the dead silence and pitch black, I distinctly hear a man's voice out of the woods say very clearly, "Young girls shouldn't go walking alone in the woods at night." I froze. I looked in the direction of the voice and couldn't see a dang thing. I ran home. That was the last evening walk I took in that park. Some guy talking to himself and flogging his back with something whip-like. Clearly he had mental issues, but I didn't find him very threatening. Freed, bring me my flail. I live out in the country, more woods and fields around me than houses. There are several dirt paths through the woods that farmers use for their tractors and all during the day. I like to run on these paths because it's usually quiet and no traffic, unlike the road. During the hottest part of the summer I run at night because it's cooler outside. So one night, it had rained during the day, so all the tracks on the path were gone. I was out running around midnight. I had an uneasy feeling but didn't see anything. But then I circled around, and on my second pass down a particular way, I saw my footprints. But then I saw another set of prints, bigger than mine, that hadn't been there before. Then I saw they made the turn the same way I had earlier. I cut it short that night, never saw anyone, but still, wow, I did not expect all this, lol. Thanks for the awards. I was walking one night in a pretty dark back road near my house at the time when glowing eyes on a round black body came bulleting at me. I shrieked like a child and felt super dumb when it turned out to be a big butt black lab who got to my feet and rolled over, wagging his tail and wiggling about. He belonged to someone in the neighborhood who was taking him on a walk and ran from them when he saw me. He was a big floofy boy who just wanted love. I seriously felt so embarrassed but also had a laugh. So did his owner, lol. I'll walk my dog at night and wear an LED headlamp, mostly so I can see any bear eyes glowing back at me. 20 feet down the ravine about 1/2 miles from home one night there were approximately 30 rabbits' eyes glowing and blinking back at me. Couldn't see the rabbits due to undergrowth, but the eyes, not gonna lie, it got under my skin. You ruined their meeting. Corporate won't be happy. I saw one of those clowns during all the clown hysteria. It was just some teen and his friends goofing around, but it shocked me to the core for a hot minute. Man, I miss the times where the biggest thing I was worried about was those clowns. Once walking home from the convenience store, a well-known Rottweiler stray dog came sprinting across the street in front of me. When I turned to see what he was running from, I was greeted with an angry skunk running directly into my path. Ran all the way home scared to death of getting sprayed. I feel like any time a dog is running away from something, it's like that old t-shirt that says Bomb Squad. If you see me running, try to keep up. If it's bad enough the dog has decided to run away, probably time for you to run too. I tried an electric bike my aunt had while we were visiting. I wasn't used to how abruptly it would accelerate, so when it did, I yelled for a second. My cousin was taking a video of me the whole time because I most probably would have done something to make an absolute fool out of myself, like crashing, and it would have been hilarious. So there I was, riding to the end of the street and turning back around when I noticed a lot of men holding large rocks in their hands. Barefoot came by as if they're hunting someone down. We were then told to come inside immediately as someone had just taken a machete and started attacking people at a party just around the corner where we were having a party. Later that night, we replayed the video and we noticed that when the bike accelerated and I yelled, a man walking in front of me was holding a machete. He startledly whipped around and glanced at me. We're glad he didn't swing the machete. He was so close he wouldn't have missed. He matched the description of the man who hacked random and multiple people that day. That's scary AF. Someone tried to scare me with an obviously fake gun. I was startled for a microsecond, but not impressed by this butthole behavior. I saw a man walking down a street with his full penis out, and he was spinning it around like a freaking helicopter in his hand, like a set of keys attached to a bungee cord, right at zipper level. When he saw me, he crammed it back into his pants and ran away. I had the WTF expression frozen on my face for the rest of the night. I live in a country town, and I'm male. so I feel reasonably safe taking a nighttime or early morning, before sunrise, walk. If I see someone else, we might say good morning, evening as we pass. Never had any reason to be afraid. But one early morning I saw someone come stalking out of the trees as I walked past. It was pretty dark, so I couldn't really see much except for an outline. But I had full on spidey sense get the frick out of here feeling, so I just bolted. No idea if I was actually in danger, but you gotta trust your gut on these things. Close to Halloween, I went on a walk with a family member and a bunch of kids were gathered outside their houses with Halloween masks just staring at people walking by. Although, before they weren't real kids, they definitely didn't stare to learn how to act. I was hanging out with a friend one day and lost track of time. When night fell, I got on my bike to ride home, and about halfway home I saw a figure standing under a street lamp. Being a teenager, I said frick that and went to turn around until I realized I was already too far to turn back. So I turned back around to brave the night and the figure was gone. There was no way he could have ran off in that time without me seeing him. Needless to say, I hauled butt home. Maybe the dark figure saw you and bolted. When I was in middle school, most school nights I had to walk about 1/10 of a mile or so to my grandparents' house to stay the night, as my mom worked nights at the time. So I usually did this right as it was turning night to maximize my time at home. Curfew was nightfall, so usually it was a run. Well, at this point in my life I had never seen a coyote and always wondered if I were to get attacked, could I survive? The thought was there basically every trip, and I had no desire to find out. Well, I moved in with my dad after 8th grade, and when I was in 10th or 11th grade I was visiting my mom. I had to go grab something from my grandparents' house, and took a bicycle of a younger sibling. So I remembered all those nights before with that thought, but now I was a lot more buff than I had been back then. But I still didn't want to find out. Well, on the way back I glanced out to a pasture beside me that was overgrown. There was a figure running parallel with me, keeping pace easily. I was like, holy frick, it's happening, and pedaled super fast. I entered my mom's driveway and heard the creature coming across the road. Her yard was sloped downhill, so I let the bicycle coast down and I leapt off and full of adrenaline flexed with my arms in front of me and screamed, let's go. It was my mom's dog. I felt relieved but also disappointed because of the adrenaline rush, lol. But definitely relieved. Found out later coyotes are tiny anyway, not that I'd want to fight one. Not me, but my friend was near downtown at 3 AM on acid and was almost kidnapped. There's a lot of young female kidnappings where we're at, and because he's petite with long hair, he was mistaken as a female target. He managed to run away, but it was of course very traumatizing for him. I was walking around Bangalore, India at night by myself. I was a 20-year-old American girl on study abroad. All of a sudden, I saw a giant rat climb out from a sewer. It was bigger than I knew rats could even be. Bigger than the biggest rat depicted in movies or books. It was about the size of a small dog. I was shook. Then, out from the same sewer grate, another gigantic rat, and another, and another. About 5 or 6 dirty rats were all climbing out of the same sewer, and I was about to have to face them all on my own. I was terrified and I knew no one would ever believe me, but there was no way to get away from them or change direction. So, I pull out my phone to try and use the flashlight to scare them off. I direct the light at them and every single one looked right at me. They're dark and dirty and now they were running directly at me. But wait, I was wrong. Puppies. They weren't rats at all, but a whole litter of dirty puppies that had been hiding in the sewer together. Still gross, but also way cuter and less scary than expected. WTF India. I was walking around Bangalore, India at night by myself. I was a 20-year-old American girl on study abroad. Holy frick. Every single Indian girl I know would cringe at that. Heck, some of the guys would. A man and a woman taking drugs while I was walking my late dog. They asked me if the dog wanted some, showing the syringe. I laughed it off, but they were adamant, so I ran away. No, he's actually been sober for 2 years now. Not a walk, but I frequently run in the wee hours of the morning. Where I live is basically suburbia meets country roads. Anyways, one morning about 400 I went for a long run. About 2 miles in along a sidewalk out in the middle of nowhere next to a cow field I saw two individuals, a male and female fully dressed in what I would describe as fancy cutter clothing standing on the sidewalk giving me the 50-yard stare. The man had no eyebrows and was wearing sunglasses while the woman stared at me with a look I can only describe as Lady Gaga in American Horror Story. It was completely dark minus a small light above the cow field about 20 yards away. They didn't say a word. They didn't move when I was running towards them, only staring at me without moving a single facial muscle. I immediately noped and ran to the other side of the street and ran as hard as I could. As I ran past them they both turned their torsos with the exact same facial expressions in synchrony as I ran past them. Both of them had this weird smile on their faces, almost like they knew who I was. It almost felt like they were analyzing me, or as if their eyes were seeing through me. They never said a word and never made any other movements. When I circled back an hour later they were gone. I've never been more creeped out on a run and I've ran past snakes, crack addicts, floods, and a man without pants. I'd bet it was some weird sex thing, and they didn't expect anyone to see. Then you came running by and froze. A chemically imbalanced bum raving at the top of his lungs, stumbling in and out of the street. He was a little bloody mess, stunk to Hades. Just me and him on the street at 4:30 AM. Usually just me and the joggers and that one soccer mom on her bike. The three stare at each other etching to react at the first move in a steely gaze, so we finally meet, says the first person to try to establish contact. I, 33F, don't personally feel particularly unsafe walking alone at night, which is helpful because the first 2 years I lived in Los Angeles, I worked late and didn't have a car, so I had to rely on public transportation. The first month I lived in Hollywood, I was getting off the last red line train at Hollywood Highland at like 2 AM and saw a guy who'd just been stabbed bleeding out on the sidewalk in front of the Forever 21 near the corner. The blood was running down the stairs on the sidewalk toward the street and a cop was just standing there all nonchalant as this dude cried into the lap of someone trying to comfort him. I wish I knew what happened to him, but when I tried looking it up, there were no reports of anything and they'd just hosed off the sidewalk in the night for the morning tourists. It's like it never happened. Another time, while walking home down Highland toward Santa Monica Boulevard, I saw the guy pull a gun on one of the H that hung around the area and he ran away when he saw me watching. That H always said hi to me after that whenever I'd see her on my night walks home. Hollywood at night is a different city. Holy crap, I've got one for this. Grew up in Japan, not too small not too big city. Worked a job that had me coming home daily at 2:04ish AM daily. I preferred to walk the back street that paralleled the main street home because it felt more cozy and peaceful. Nothing of note happened until one day. I turned the corner onto the side street and about halfway down there was a young woman. She wasn't doing anything, just staring at the sky. Staring straight up, neck at a 90-degree angle, mouth slightly agape, long black hair hanging. I hesitated but decided that, since nothing weird has ever happened here before, it'd be fine. So I went to walk by. I get up next to her. It's a narrow road so not a lot of room to maneuver, and pause to look at her. She hasn't moved or reacted to me. She's just staring away. So I fight my instincts and ask her if she's okay. She doesn't react. I look up to see if she's looking at something but there's nothing there. So now I'm thinking there's something medical going on. So I reach out and touch her on the shoulder. She jolts and looks at me like she's just noticed me. I ask if she's okay and she just stammers and says sorry before hustling down the street the same way I was headed. I decided to smoke a cigarette to let some distance get between me and her. But towards the end of the street, she stops and stares at the sky again. Doesn't move for the whole 5 minutes it takes for me to finish my cig. I walk down the main street for the next couple nights. What genuinely scares you to the core? That everything can change in a second. Just over a year ago my dad went for a walk, had a heart attack and died straight away. He was in great shape. There was no warning and he was only 50. Everything changed that day. This is it. I'm paraphrasing Kurt Vonnegut Jr. when he says his biggest fear is a 4 AM telephone call on a Tuesday. Being tortured, I think. I feel a healthy amount of fear towards death. Like I am not thinking or worrying about it every day, but I try not to get in risky situations either. But the thought of someone provoking me an immense amount of physical pain with the whole purpose of making me suffer just scares the crap out of me. That's actually my worst fear. Kidnapped and tortured is like the cruelest way to die. I've seen all the Hostel movies, some Saw movies, and Martyrs French version to know that it is the scariest and most painful way to die. I'm not afraid to die. I'm scared of getting old and losing control over my body and mind. That is far scarier to me than having it all end. This is mine too. I am terrified of Alzheimer's or some other form of dementia. Every time I do that thing where you can't remember a word even though it's a word you use all the time, I convince myself it's an early sign and panic. As a 36-year-old man with no kids and having never been married, dying alone, getting old, never having known what it feels like to have someone who chose you scares the heck out of me. I feel this. I'm afraid that I'm too selfish and horrible because I've never dated anyone I love so much that I couldn't wait to spend time with them. Normally I just sort of grudgingly date because I'm supposed to. I like being alone, but I never imagined I'd be alone my whole life. Now that might be the case. I don't know what to do about it. Space. It just scares me to the core to know that we are just casually floating in the darkness filled with gigantic fireballs and who knows what else. That's one of my favorite parts about space. That death really is the end, and the only thing waiting for any of us is total oblivion. I lost my fiance a few years ago, and I'm constantly thinking about death. I don't care about living forever in some paradise in the sky. I just want to be with the people I love. I'm terrified I'll never see him again. Rest assured at least that you're not the only one. I understand that fear in that line of thinking. I try not to think about it though, because no good comes out of worrying about the inevitable. Dementia. We've got a family track record, so what was I saying? Fortunately I live in a country that is passing a euthanasia law. Dementia is so sad. My grandpa had it bad and when he died it was more of a relief than anything else. Everybody knew that the real person had died long ago. He was just a shell at that point. I have a couple. 1. Something happening to my wife and children. 2. Doing everything right financially. Saving for retirement. Investing. Paying down my mortgage. Etc. And everything crashing. As a millennial I have already been through 3 major recessions. I'd prefer to not add a depression onto that. I think about this a lot. I'm doing everything right, but what if that doesn't even matter? I'm sacrificing now to be responsible when maybe it would be better to just enjoy life more in the present. Take more better vacations. You can't know what's going to happen and just have to do what you think is best. I'm not entirely sure how to put it into words, but just how polarized politics has gotten, combined with the mess of misinformation going around and all these different interest groups with mutually exclusive views, each equally deep in their commitments that they are the righteous ones and everyone else is evil. I guess the elusive nature of truth combined with the hard reality that people will absolutely lie and exploit your better nature to further their aims is what scares me the most. I'm saying this as someone on the libertarian left. To speak of my own people, my worry is that my empathy and perhaps naive desire for utopia is just being manipulated so some revolutionary can come into power and then it's just someone else wearing the same goddamn boot that's on all our necks. I recognize as well that this fear plays into the interests of those who want to crush leftist organization. I guess to expand on it a bit, I am deathly scared of being propagandized at, to the extent that I might become someone's dupe. All the while there are atrocities going on the world over and my sitting back doing nothing only helps those responsible for them. TLDR. Baby leftist doesn't have the balls to eat the rich. This is me. I also worry about how little empathy people seem to have for other human beings, whether it's immediately in front of them or in some faraway land. My chronic illness symptoms getting worse, and the thought that I might have to deal with this condition for the rest of my life. I've been sick my entire life and I'm to the point where getting out of bed is an exhausting idea. I know the medicine that will fix me, but I can't get any doctors to give it to me. I'm suffering for literally no reason and I'm terrified I'll never get better. Gangs, not the people in them, what they are capable of. I'm now 28. When I was growing up in a broken down, crappy neighborhood, absolutely littered with gangs, a young girl around 16. She had bipolar disorder 1. She loved modifying parts in an old motorbike she found in the back alley. She would let these guys in a certain gang help her. These guys loved her. She'd play cards and taught them how to cook. She never really attended school, a quiet chill kind of person. This girl eventually got a boyfriend, a popular, butthole kind of guy. He mistreated her so badly, she stopped doing things she loved for him. From what I remember, she was a fairly pale and had longish black hair. She tanned herself for him and became extremely unhappy. Long story short, her boyfriend ended up raping her, filmed it and sent it to those guys in the gang. They ended up killing him. I was told they burnt him badly then shot him in the head. All are in prison now. They tried to speak to her over the phone and even wrote letters to her. I found out she killed herself 2 weeks down the line. They cared about her so much she didn't deserve anything she got. She was mentally unstable and just wanted a job as a mechanic. Gangs scare me shitless. God, what a soul-crushing story. I wish people would never have to experience these things. Being helpless, bedridden and completely dependent on other people. It sounds absolutely soul-crushing and humiliating. The potential existence of an afterlife. I get hit with some strong existential dread every now and then, and it's the worst thing, mentally, I've felt. Same. It's that deep unknown that hangs over my head. We were born into this world and we're lucky to live a decent life, but I only need to look around to see insane suffering. The thought that there could be other worlds in the afterlife like this one is deeply disturbing, and that you have no control over what might happen in the afterlife. I had no control over being born into this world either, so who's to say it won't happen again? I just hate the fact that there is so much unknown stuff, so many questions about the universe and existence that remain unanswered. It's just disturbing what a potential afterlife might look like, and the idea that I have no control is deeply depressing and generates a feeling of helplessness. A lot of crap. The state of the world politically, environmentally and socially. There are so many fires that it's terrifying to think about it all at once. The ocean. Specifically being in it with no land in sight, or being caught in a storm. I am freaking out a little bit just imagining it right now. Losing my daughter. There is nothing more scary to me than the thought of her not being here anymore. It makes me sick only thinking of it. The amount of evil and hatred in this world for no other reason besides simple differences in opponents, race, gender, religion. 1. Dying. 2. Being the last person in my bloodline. 3. Having everyone abandon me. 4. The thought of rejection. Aneurysms. One moment you're doing whatever, and in the blink of an eye you're dead. Usually no early warning signs and can happen to anyone, at any age, for any reason regardless of health or life choices. Have seen one person die suddenly from this, and have known many more. If I'm going to die, I need it to at least block time off on my calendar a week in advance so I can plan around it. For me, it's the idea that you might pop out to the shops or work and just never come home again. It's why I say I love you several times a day and always before going to sleep. The ocean. I used to go to the beach a lot. I usually stayed in the warm shallows, but I was feeling adventurous. I went past the first sandbar right to the second one. I'm standing there looking down at what looks like a straight drop into the abyss. In the shallows the water is clear and warm, but the deep waters get dark, almost black. I could feel a cold current coming from the deep, ice cold water rushing around my ankles. I felt like any moment something would reach from the dark and grab my ankles and yank me underwater. It sparked some kind of primal fear and absolute terror of the open ocean. Cold, no light, nowhere. That was my first experience with the open ocean. Welp, it doesn't end there, cause I, apparently, like to play with death. Me and my sis like to go to the beach when it was really wavy but still safe to swim in. We would swim out into the waters with a floaty and ride the waves back to shore. It was super fun. Well, I had an ingenious idea. How about we go past the second sandbar because the waves are bigger and we will spend more time riding the floaty back to shore. We don't even get 5 feet from the sandbar before a monster butt wave pummels me and my sis. I roll but quickly gain my orientation again. I break the surface laughing. All fun and games, right? No, my sis doesn't surface. The sheer terror I felt was like no other. I screamed her name over and over, but being this far from shore no one can hear you. I dived underwater multiple times looking for her. I was so scared the salt water didn't even bother my eyes when I was looking underwater. She finally broke the surface all on her own. Coughing and crying, I let her ride on my shoulders back to shore to keep her face out of the waves. She was okay. We never did that again. I played with death and almost lost my sis cause of it. The ocean is freaking terrifying. It will easily overpower even the best of swimmers. Spiders, because they are so small and elusive. If you don't kill that bee on the first try, you have to live in fear for your life until it shows itself again. But will you be alive to see it? Flying. Have a horrible phobia of it. Haven't flown in 22 years now. I've missed out on life-changing opportunities because of it. Why couldn't I just be afraid something normal like spiders or clowns? It's so frustrating to see everyone else going all over the world having these adventures, and I'm stuck here on the ground missing out on everything because I can't bring myself to get on a plane. Whatever the frick is at the bottom of the sea, those fricking demons are bloody terrifying. And I have Finding Nemo to fricking blame for my deep fear of the deep dark sea. There are giant things down there, watching you, studying you, and there's not a goddamn thing you can do. Octopus City. Zombies, I'll hate them. I'll know they aren't real, but I can't look at one without freaking out. Only exceptions are Minecraft zombies and P vs Z. I've never been as scared as I was when my mom had COVID and she was in the hospital on 12 of oxygen, and I received a call from the hospital at 2 AM. She was fine. They just called to let me know that after not being able to sleep for a few days, she was finally sleeping. Any sort of apocalypse where the world isn't completely destroyed, like if a zombie apocalypse happened, I'd probably get shot in the leg when the horde comes. Death. I am terrified of dying. The unknown. Even if you are biologically dead and you feels nothingness, the nothingness itself still have feelings, and that makes you feels alive. Our current environmental situation. While there is a trending movement, I would expect that there would be far more emphasis to fix what's going on with our environment. I'm on the west coast of Canada and I remember the last couple years of forest fires. It's not hard for me to wonder of what's to come. It feels like, to me, that we should be reacting with the same enforcement and vigor as the COVID-19 pandemic, but instead we're seeing no real leadership. I hope to see more this year, but unfortunately my hopes are not terribly high. It's hard to think of a future or starting a family when we see multiple signs that 2050 could be a make or break time, and even that feels like it's under contention continuously. The fact that in America there's clearly a media bias towards corporation and social ideas, and the way they are pushing culture fast is by ruining the lives of anyone that disagree with them, and no one does anything about it. That my neighbor literally believes that a secret cabal of pedophiles is injecting us with Chinese nanobots via vaccines. He also believes that Trump won the last election. He never served in the military, yet has adorned his truck with military stickers and ads for firearms. That's bad enough. But what really scares me is that there are many more like him in every town in the US. That's the Alex Jones hyperbole version of what a lot of people believe. My own death. The Christian idea of heaven sounds like heck to me. No free will, no privacy, just singing God's praises 24/7 for eternity. I don't like the atheist version of the afterlife, that there is none any better. I'd rather just be immortal. Bears. I've never encountered one and I never will, but they scare the crap out of me. I have watched too many videos and heard too many tapes of people getting mauled alive for an hour or longer. Seeing planets from space, or close-ups of said planets. I know it's strange AF, but I tell you that once I got scared on a dang physical map of Europe. I don't even know why, but I sure have a problem. Having a long-term illness that is a burden on my family and wipes us out financially. My grandmother has become that kind of burden and she doesn't care and intentionally makes life impossible for my family. We will probably be sending her to live with my piece of crap aunt because of how they both are behaving. My family might lose our house because of everything we are going through. My grandmother needs to be out of the picture. She's not even a good person and she brought her illness on herself. So I have no pity. She can frick right off at this point. A swarm of flying cockroaches. When I first bought my house, in the US South, it had been abandoned for a few years. I didn't move my belongings in right away because I knew it needed deep cleaning and infestation control of all kinds. First day, I cut open the wall-to-wall carpet to remove it. An entire mess of palmetto roaches, the huge flying American cockroaches, came flying and crawling and swarming out of the gap. I screamed and flailed so loudly that my neighbor came over to see if I was being murdered. She was greeted by me bursting out of the door, still screaming, running blindly past her, followed by a ton of roaches. That's how we met. I had another screaming and flailing fit when I realized the previous folks had left the garbage bin full for years. So I pulled it away from my house, knowing it'd be full of bugs, then just dumped it on the lawn and ran away, preemptively screaming. It was an interesting first week of home ownership. And how did I get the nerve to actually live there after that? Well, the big mortgage was a factor. But jokes aside, I ripped out all that carpet. I lived on just the concrete slab for a few years until I could afford bamboo flooring. Finished just in time for COVID. I sprayed inside and out religiously as often as the label said I could. I was sleeping in a sleeping bag on the floor for about a month while I did the initial renovations to get it livable. One night I was sleeping and one of those demon pets dropped from the ceiling and onto my face. Being trapped in the sleeping bag, not wanting to scream because it's, you know, on my face, trying to wriggle worm my way out, was horrible. When I got free and it flopped onto the floor, I beat it to death with a clothing rod that was on the floor. I also stopped zipping my bag at night. Ugh. It was a rough first couple months, but I eventually got all the generations. I spray monthly now. I haven't seen one in my house in years. They're native here, so I'll find them in yard and shed. But this is my house, dang it. TLDR. I don't know either. It sucked, but it's good now. Swimming in a body of water that I can't see the bottom of. Scuba diver here. I have occasionally had the experience of swimming at depth between 2 points without being able to see either, following my compass for direction and monitoring my computer for depth. It's almost like a sensory deprivation experience. Very weird and strangely peaceful. This was in tropical waters, which reduces the stress level, and I am not frightened of sharks or the kraken because they are not actually a threat to divers. Phone calls late at night or at awkward times when people normally don't call. Those are never good calls. One time my phone rang at 2 AM and I was up so I answered it. It was some chatty guy calling from Bulgaria trying to find out when the local Bulgarian embassy was open. I live in America. I googled it for him and then he told me his story about how his family is immigrating. I told him some of my life story as well. After 20 minutes of chatting we said bye and I wondered WTF just happened. If you are new to the channel, you can subscribe. I publish new videos every day. Until then, check another video. Bye for now.